Chapter 61. Lin Lang Dungeon. By the time Ngo Thieu Than reached the dungeon area, a sizable crowd had already gathered. Although most were unable to enter, many had come out of curiosity to observe the situation. Ngo Thieu Than walked straight toward the entrance of the secret realm. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look inside. At that moment, a system notification rang out. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the Lin Lang Secret Realm? Yes. Ding. The Lin Lang Secret Realm is a team-based secret realm. A party is required to enter. A party requirement? That was simple enough. Ngo Thieu Than immediately formed a party consisting only of himself. He didn't even bother naming it. The system defaulted the name to Tran Fong's team. He triggered the challenge again. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the Lin Lang Secret Realm? Yes. Ding. It has been detected that your party size is too small. The difficulty of this realm is very high, and each player is limited to one challenge per day. It is recommended that you assemble a full party of 10 before entering. I reject your suggestion, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. He promptly clicked confirm and vanished from the spot. What the hell? Did that guy just go in? Someone shouted in shock upon seeing Ngo Thieu Than disappear. Holy crap. I saw it too. Isn't this dungeon supposed to require level 20 to challenge? How did he get in? Another asked. Idiots. There are still people in our Jinling city who meet the requirements. Heavens, it's Tran Phong. Ngo Thieu Than felt the scenery before him shift and blur. When his vision cleared, he found himself inside a massive cavern. Ahead of him lay 3 paths leading in different directions. He chose the path on the left and started walking. Before long, 5 tiger-headed creatures with human bodies appeared, blocking the path with great swords in hand. Ngo Thieu Than cast his insight skill on them. Tiger-headed man elite monster level. 20 health, 12,000 physical attack, 680 physical defense, 420 magic defense, 350 movement speed, 86. Skill 1. Vertical cleave. Slashes the greatsword vertically at a target, dealing 150% physical damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash. Swings the greatsword horizontally, dealing 120% physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Elite monsters? This is the first time I've seen them. Are they exclusive to dungeons? Ngo Thieu Than wondered. The 5 tiger-headed men before him were clearly linked by a single aggro group. Even he felt a slight pressure. No wonder the dungeon recommended a full party. After a quick mental calculation of the damage, Ngo Thieu Than charged at the 5 monsters. Their normal attacks couldn't break through his defense, and he could easily tank 2 rounds of their skills. This was the advantage of investing points into his bone stat. Ngo Thieu Than felt fortunate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to start. To end the battle quickly, he lunged forward, enduring the combined assault of the 5 tigers to apply 4 stacks of poison to each of them before retreating. Unfortunately, the terrain didn't allow him to kite them effectively. He soon backed into the entrance, and the other 2 paths were blocked. A system notification informed him that he had to clear all monsters on his chosen path before proceeding. Ngo Thieu Than considered using stealth, but the system warned him that if he did, the dungeon monsters would lose their aggro target, return to their original positions, fully restore their health, and clear all negative effects. Fine, so you're forcing me into a head-on confrontation, Ngo Thieu Than muttered, speechless. He wasn't actually afraid of a few tigers. He just wanted to save some potions. The 5 tigers caught up quickly. Ngo Thieu Than stopped running and engaged them directly. Their basic attacks failed to damage him, and while their skills could hurt, they had long cooldowns, making the encounter manageable. His poison damage was still at 5 and 40. In truth, after advancing to the Silver Realm, he could have increased it further, but the skeletons he had fought afterward weren't 5 levels higher than him, so his talent hadn't progressed. However, even with 540 poison damage, 4 stacks were enough to take down these 5 tigers in a minute, especially with Ngo Thieu Than attacking relentlessly. Before long, the 5 tigers collapsed, granting him 2,500 experience points, 500 each. This experience was significantly higher than level 20 monsters in the overworld. But since these monsters were much stronger, the reward was only considered decent. However, the drop rate left him stunned. The 5 tigers had actually dropped a piece of bronze equipment. Bronze equipment, even without killing a boss. It seems players' strength will skyrocket once this dungeon becomes common knowledge, he thought. Picking up the item, it turned out to be a ring one he could actually use. Tiger Head Ring Bronze Grade. Health plus 400, physical attack plus 160. Additional attributes, Constitution plus 23, Strength plus 25. Requirement: physical classes. Pure health and attack, simple and brutal. I like it. He quickly equipped it, replacing his Silver Wolf King ring. That ring had dropped from the Silver Wolf King and had served him for quite some time. After the swap, and accounting for various percentage bonuses, his health increased by 515 points, reaching a total of 8,842. His attack increased by 163, reaching 1,518. Even though he had never invested points into strength, this level of attack power was enough to intimidate anyone. His attack speed dropped slightly to 118, but the impact was negligible. Not bad. The very first wave of monsters already gave me an upgrade, Ngo Thieu Than said to himself. He intended to list the Silver Wolf King ring on the auction house, but the system notified him that the auction house could not be accessed inside a dungeon. He would have to wait until he got out. Continuing forward, he soon encountered another group of tiger-headed men, 6 this time. Ngo Thieu Than charged in without fear, clearing them steadily. They dropped 2 pieces of white equipment, which he barely glanced at. Pushing further, he met another group, this time numbering 7. At this point, Ngo Thieu Than began to frown. If the numbers kept increasing like this, it would become troublesome. He wasn't sure how many more waves remained. After a moment's thought, Ngo Thieu Than waved his hand and summoned Ngan Thai Lang to help share the damage and save on potions. He couldn't let the pet just soak up experience without working. Ngan Thai Lang was currently level 16, and its attributes were quite respectable. Tanking 2 monsters shouldn't be an issue. Ngan Thai Lang Pet Potential: a level 16 health, 5200 manta, 5700 physical attack, 560 physical defense, 420 magic defense, 210 movement speed. 90 Ngo Thieu Than led Ngan Thai Lang into the fray. With the wolf tanking 2, Ngo Thieu Than handled the 7 tiger-headed men with ease, obtaining a piece of iron equipment. Damn, this drop rate is really high, he remarked. Advancing further, he encountered a group of 8, which he cleared easily. Next was a group of 9, requiring him to drink 2 medium health potions. Finally, he faced a group of 10, consuming 3 medium health potions to finish them off. He was rewarded with another piece of iron equipment. As he continued, he finally reached the end of the path. Standing at the terminus was a tiger-headed man, significantly larger than the rest. Whew! Finally at the end, Ngo Thieu Than breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried the numbers would keep scaling upward. No wonder the dungeon allowed up to 10 people. The maximum monster count per wave was also 10. Looking at the abnormally large creature, Ngo Thieu Than cast insight. Tiger-headed leader dungeon boss level, 20 health, 80,000 physical attack 1, 150 physical defense, 700 magic defense, 650 movement speed, 135 skill 1. Vertical cleave slashes the great sword vertically at a target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash. Swings the greatsword horizontally, dealing 150% physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Frenzy. Roars to increase own attack by 30% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Though its attributes are slightly lower than the Chief of Black Wind Camp at the same level, this is only listed as a dungeon boss without a specific realm mentioned. However, even if it hasn't reached the Silver Realm, it isn't far off. Let's call it a pseudo-silver boss. It should be able to drop silver equipment. Ngo Thieu Than speculated. Chapter 62. Sweeping through this monster isn't that difficult to handle. Ngo Thieu then murmured to himself. He signaled Ngan Thai Lang to fall back slightly while he activated extreme speed and charged forward. He unleashed a flurry of skills to stun the opponent, followed by a strike to stack the fourth layer of poison before making a graceful retreat. Although the narrow tunnel limited his space and prevented continuous kiting, running from one end to the other and circling back worked well enough. Since kiting was an option, there was no need for a head-on confrontation. If this creature entered a berserk state, its normal attacks could shave off over 900 of his health points. Combined with skill damage, it was more than he could currently withstand. The 4 layers of poison drained nearly 130,000 health per minute. The Tiger Kin leader only had 450,000 health, so it collapsed in less than 4 minutes. Ngo Thieu Than gained a decent amount of experience, while Ngan Thai Lang received 8,000 points. Already close to leveling up, Ngan Thai Lang immediately rose to level 17. Ngo Thieu Than gathered the loot. 1 piece of silver equipment, 1 bronze, and 2 black iron. Nothing else remained. Does it really only drop equipment? Ngo Thieu Than was slightly stunned. Usually, when a boss died, shouldn't there be other drops besides gear? Why did this dungeon only provide equipment? He shrugged it off, deciding not to dwell on it. Glancing at the sole silver item, a helmet, he saw its attributes were inferior to the black wind hat he was currently wearing. He decided to keep it for sale later. However, a thought crossed his mind. Would that be considered aiding the enemy? What if Ngo Thieu Than bought it and used it against him? Well then, I'll just beat it out of him again. And sell it once more. Ngo Thieu then retraced his steps to the fork in the road. This time, he chose the right-hand path and soon encountered the monsters there. These were leopard kin, creatures with the bodies of men and the heads of leopards. Their attributes were comparable to the tiger kin, but these were archers, and both of their skills were long-range attacks. However, it didn't matter much. He had to fight them head-on regardless. Whether they were ranged or melee was irrelevant, since their normal attacks couldn't break through his defense. Ngo Thieu Than swept through the path, fighting all the way to the end of the tunnel. Along the way, he picked up another bronze item and 2 black iron pieces, none of which were useful to him. Reaching the end, he cast appraisal on the Leopard Kin Leader. Leopard Kin Leader Dungeon Boss Level. 20 health, 350,000 physical attack, 200 physical defenses, 600 magical defense, 600 attack speed, 2 critical rate, 10% movement 5. Skill 1, Armor Piercing Arrow. Deals 150% physical damage to the target, ignoring defense. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Piercing Thrust. Deals 130% physical damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3, Extreme Speed. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Seeing this boss, Ngo Thieu Than finally felt a slight headache coming on. This fight was going to be costly in terms of health. You couldn't kite a ranged monster in a dungeon because their attack range and aggro range were identical. Running out of their attack range meant resetting the encounter. Its health would instantly refill and the poison stacks would be cleared. This mechanic was incredibly tedious. Without kiting, his only option was a direct confrontation. Currently, his attack power was over 15,500. His normal attacks dealt over 800 damage, and with 2 strikes per second, he was outputting about 1,700 damage. Through lifesteal, he could recover about 170 health per second. Combined with potions, he could barely hold his ground, though it would be a heavy drain on his supplies. The only wildcard was that 10% critical rate. If it landed several crits in a row, he definitely wouldn't survive. I shouldn't be that unlucky, Ngo Thieu Than told himself. Whatever, I'll just charge in and see. He activated extreme speed and lunged forward, but the opponent activated extreme speed as well. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, followed by an armor-piercing arrow. Before Ngo Thieu Than could even touch the boss, his health had dropped by nearly 3,000. Damn it. Bullying me with your range just because I'm melee? Ngo Thieu then cursed, quickly chugging a potion as he finally closed the distance. He raised his dagger and stabbed furiously. Let's see if your hands are faster or my blade is. The leopard kin leader tried to retreat while attacking, but it soon realized its movement speed was no match for this human. Abandoning the retreat, it stood its ground and traded blows with Ngo Thieu Than. Man and beast pushed their speed to the absolute limit. Thieu then unleashed skills whenever they were off cooldown and relied on normal attacks otherwise. Finally, thanks to his life-steal and potions, he began to gain the upper hand. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was feeling confident, the leopard kin leader landed a critical hit with an armor-piercing arrow, instantly stripping away over 3,000 health. Immediately after, a piercing thrust also crit, and another 2,000 health vanished. Ngo Thieu Than jumped in fright. To save money, he had only been using medium potions, keeping his health around 6,000. Those 2 hits had nearly sent him to his grave. Little wolf, protect me, Ngo Thieu Than shouted, activating Void to slip behind Ngan Thai Lang, leaving the pet to tank the damage. He quickly used an instant recovery potion for 1,000 points, then followed it with a large potion to stabilize his health. Ngan Thai Lang, a loyal companion to the end, fearlessly blocked the way for Ngo Thieu Than and charged the leopard kin leader. Each of the opponent's arrows took 780 health from Ngan Thai Lang, but fortunately, the wolf had over 20,000 health, allowing it to hold out for a while. Once his health returned to over 5,000, Ngo Thieu Than charged back into the fray with a frenzied assault. With his massive poison damage and formidable attack power, the leopard kin leader's health plummeted. It couldn't hold out for more than 3 minutes before collapsing, granting Ngo Thieu Than a massive surge of experience. Ngo Thieu Than looted everything: 1 silver item, 2 bronze, and 2 black iron. He glanced at the silver item. It was a bracelet, and he could use it. Leopard King's Bracelet Silver Grade. Physical attack plus 180, attack speed plus 10%. Additional attributes: Strength plus 24, Agility plus 25, Constitution plus 24. Requirements: Assassin, Archer. He swapped out his graphite bracelet. His attack power rose by 52 points, reaching 1,570. His attack speed increased to 135. His health increased by 464 points, thanks to the slain monsters and various buffs, bringing his total health to 9,306, rapidly approaching the 5-figure mark. He didn't even bother looking at the remaining bronze and black iron gear, tossing them into his backpack to be sold later in a single batch. With the leopard kin leader dealt with, Ngo Thieu Than returned to the fork. Only the middle path remained. Once this area was cleared, he would likely finish the dungeon. Without hesitation, Ngo Thieu Than entered the central tunnel. He soon encountered the monsters there, Lion Kin. They were a troublesome type of mage monster, but Ngo Thieu Than's magic defense was currently not much different from his physical defense. The power of these Lion Kin was comparable to those on the other 2 paths. Ngo Thieu Than charged through, occasionally sipping potions and letting Ngan Thai Lang take hits when things got rough. Finally, he successfully reached the end. His luck was quite good on this stretch, as 2 bronze items and 1 black iron dropped. Looking at the Lion Kin leader at the end of the path, its strength was roughly equivalent to the silver-grade war god Phantom in the war god's Secret Realm. Its skills weren't particularly special, so Ngo Thieu Than engaged it directly. In a duel, a mage had no advantage because they relied entirely on skills. No matter how short the cooldown of Fireball was, it still took 3 seconds more than enough time for Ngo Thieu Than to life-steal back 400 or 500 health. Ultimately, the Lion Kin leader lasted less than 3 minutes before falling dead. It dropped 1 silver item, 2 bronze, and 1 black iron, all equipment for mages and priests. After killing the Lion Kin leader, Ngo Thieu Than assumed everything was over and waited for the system announcement. However, there was no notification. Instead, the ground began to tremble violently. What's happening? Is it about to collapse? And Ngo Thieu Than quickly grabbed the wall to keep from falling. The shaking stopped shortly after. right before his eyes. At the spot where he had just killed the lion kin leader, the tunnel completely collapsed, and a massive fissure split the ground. A gargantuan monster crawled out from the crevice. It had wings on its back, horns like a bull, the body of a tiger but the tail of a lion. This bizarre, grotesque form left Ngo Thieu Than completely rooted to the spot. Chapter 63. Lin Lang Jia. What on earth is this? It's hideous, Ngo Thieu Than muttered under his breath, immediately casting insight. Lin Lang Jia Dungeon Guardian Boss Level. 20 health, 100,000 physical attack, 800 physical defense, 900 magic defense, 800 movement speed, 320 skill 1. Extreme speed charge. Flaps its wings and lunges toward the target, goring them with ox horns to deal physical damage and applying an armor break effect, reducing defense by 20% for 10 seconds. Attack range 5 meters. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Whip Strike. Lashes the target with his tail, dealing physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Trample. Stomps the ground heavily, dealing physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 4. Suppressive Force Field. Suppresses all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack speed, and movement speed for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. System AI, are you mocking me? Ngo Thieu Than stared at the monster's attributes and felt a sudden urge to curse. This thing was definitely a gold-grade boss. Even if it wasn't quite there, it wasn't far off. Placing such a monster in a level 20 dungeon was truly sinister. But it probably only presents a challenge to others. For me, it's still within manageable limits. It's a melee fighter and slower than I am. Though its attack is high, it can't take me down in a single hit. With over 9,000 health and 700 defense, I can survive even if I take all 3 skills head on. I'll just kite it at worst. I'll lead it on a chase through the 3 corridors. Having determined he could win, Ngo Thieu Than charged forward without hesitation. The creature was so grotesque that he couldn't let it live a moment longer. Looking at it for too long was ruining his appetite. However, the moment he stepped into its aggro range, the ox horns gored him before he could even react. He lost over 2,300 health, and his defense was instantly shredded. The speed of the extreme speed charge certainly lived up to its name. Ngo Thieu Than had been sent flying before he could even register the movement. He was about to drink a health potion when the enemy followed up with trample, draining nearly another 2,400 health and stunning him for a second. Immediately after, a tail lashed out toward him. In a decisive move, he activated Void, simultaneously cleansing the stun and dodging the whip-like tail. Damn, such a well-coordinated skill combo? Good thing I'm tanky, or a weaker player would have been sent packing already. Ngo Thieu Than gritted his teeth, slashing 4 times to stack 4 layers of poison before turning to vanish into the corridors. The boss immediately activated Suppressive Force Field, slowing Ngo Thieu Than's movement speed. Unfortunately for the creature, his base speed was so high that even with the debuff, the Lin Lang Jia could not hope to catch him. Ngo Thieu Than drank potions as he ran, knowing this was no time to be stingy with supplies. His health soon returned to full, and he led the boss on a chase from the center corridor to the far end of the right corridor before looping back. Every time he brushed past the boss, he conveniently added a heavy strike and a weak point strike, shaving off over 3,000 health. Most importantly, heavy strike could silence the beast. Otherwise, letting it unleash another coordinated combo would be a massive headache. He wouldn't die, but the pain was very real, and getting gored by those horns hurt like hell. Thus, Ngo Thieu Than led the boss by the nose, weaving back and forth for over 5 minutes until he finally ground it down. Watching the massive frame of the boss crash to the ground and seeing a surge of experience points, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his hands together in excitement. He hurriedly scanned the ground, and when he saw a brilliant shimmer of golden light, his entire body trembled with joy. Haha, gold equipment? Ngo Thieu Than was beyond thrilled. Gold-grade gear usually came with skills, something silver or bronze items couldn't even dream of competing with. He quickly gathered all the drops: 1 gold item, 2 silver items, 2 bronze items, and a skill book. Just as he finished looting, and before he could even inspect them, a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You have received a silver treasure chest. As you are the first player to clear the Lin Lang Secret Realm, the chest's quality has been upgraded by 1 tier. Congratulations! You have received a gold treasure chest. Following this, a shimmering golden chest appeared in Ngo Thieu Than's inventory. He checked the description. Gold treasure chest. Contains gold-grade equipment for your class or skill books, special scrolls, pet eggs, materials, etc. of equivalent value. Has a very small probability of yielding dark gold-grade equipment or items. Good stuff. Ngo Thieu Than grinned from ear to ear. Just as he was about to open the chest, he was abruptly ejected from the dungeon, appearing right at the entrance. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Damn it! Could have given me a warning before kicking me out. Ngo Thieu Than muttered, annoyed that he hadn't been mentally prepared. Great God Tran Phong, did you clear it? Was the dungeon hard? Someone approached and asked. What a stupid question. If Great God Tran Phong made a move, of course it's cleared. Another person flattered him. Ngo Thieu Than was somewhat speechless. These people hadn't even reached level 20 and couldn't enter the dungeon. Yet instead of grinding for levels, they were idling here to gossip. Everyone? Look, the stone steel next to the dungeon is glowing. Someone suddenly shouted in shock. The others followed the gesture. Indeed, the stone steel that had been standing silently at the entrance was suddenly radiating light, after which a line of text appeared. First place completion. Tran Fong's team. Members Tran Phong. Time 36 minutes. Holy crap, Great God Tran Phong is insane. He cleared it all by himself. Who else would Great God Tran Phong even party with? Right now, he's the only one in Divine Oracle who has reached level 20. True, but the Great God is truly a beast. A 10-man dungeon must be terrifyingly difficult, yet he cleared it solo. That's just wild. Ngo Thieu Than saw the writing on the stele, and his mouth twitched several times. I really didn't want to be famous anymore. He had thought that without a server-wide announcement, this would pass quietly. Who would have guessed the system would erect a stele on the spot? It was a total trap. Great God Tran Phong, what does it look like inside? Very quickly, the crowd swarmed Ngo Thieu Than, peppering him with questions. Go level up already. Asking now is useless, since you can't get in anyway. Ngo Thieu Than threw back a reply before weaving through the crowd and disappearing. He had a piece of gold equipment he hadn't seen yet and a gold treasure chest waiting to be opened. His heart was itching with anticipation, and he had no time for small talk. After a hard trek back to Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than immediately checked his spoils. The first, of course, was that gold-grade piece of equipment, the first he had ever seen. Lin Lang Boots Gold Grade. Movement speed plus 125, physical defense plus 60, magic defense plus 60. Additional attributes: agility plus 25, physique plus 25. Attached skill: evasion. Upon activation, grants the ability to dodge the next attack or crowd control effect. Effect expires after 1 second. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Requirement: all classes. Top tier stuff. This skill, it requires a bit of timing and micromanagement, but that's no problem for me. Ngo Thieu Than happily swapped out his stone ink boots for the new pair. He moved on to the 2 silver items, a tunic and a ring. He already had the black wind leather armor, so he didn't need the tunic, but the ring was useful. Tiger Head King Ring Silver Grade. Health plus 700, physical attack plus 200. Additional attributes: physique plus 24, strength plus 24, agility plus 22. Requirement: physical classes. The Tiger Head King's pieces dropped from the Tiger Head Leader, while the other tunic was the Leopard Head King leather armor, dropped by the Leopard Head Leader. It seemed the Thu Ho Jia could drop equipment from all 3 dungeon bosses, and it could drop the Lin Lang Gold set itself. Without a second thought, he equipped it. The attributes of the Tiger Head King ring satisfied him immensely. It was simple, raw, and powerful. He didn't even bother looking at the remaining bronze items. They were destined for the auction house anyway. Next was the most important highlight of the night. Chapter 64. Bloodox Belt. Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his hands together excitedly, muttering under his breath, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please bless me with a dark gold item." He reached out, touched the treasure chest, and pressed open. Ding, congratulations, you have received the dark gold grade Bloodox Belt. Damn, a dark gold item for real? Since when did my luck get this good? Could it be those 15 points of luck finally kicking in? Ngo Thieu Than could hardly believe it. He hurriedly checked his backpack. Bloodox Belt, dark gold, health plus 2,000, physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 50. Supplemental attributes: Constitution plus 25, Constitution life, Endurance plus 25, Strength plus 25. Attached skill: Recovery immediately restores health upon use. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Equipment requirement: all classes. These stats, they truly are beastly. 2 separate lines for Constitution and the supplemental attributes? I love it. And I love that skill even more. Ngo Thieu Than's face beamed with joy. This piece of equipment was an incredible windfall. With this in hand, he might actually be able to go and beard that tiger after all. He quickly equipped it, realizing this run had been a massive haul. This dungeon is a goldmine. The moment he donned the Bloodox Belt, the item shot straight to the top of the equipment rankings, sending the player base into a frenzy of speculation. What on earth? Am I seeing things? A dark gold item? Is this a joke? I'm still struggling for bronze gear, and a dark gold piece already appeared? I haven't even finished my iron set yet. This is just depressing. Ngo Thieu Than was still unaware that this single item had caused the Divine Oracle regional channel and the forums to explode. At that moment, he received 3 private messages simultaneously from 3 different women. Tuyet Ni, that dark gold equipment is yours, isn't it? Lan Nuet, is that dark gold equipment yours? Phong Ngam Ni, big brother, is that dark gold gear yours? How do they know about the dark gold gear? Ngo Thieu Than was momentarily stunned before it dawned on him. He quickly opened the equipment rankings to check. Seeing the Bloodox Belt sitting regally at the top of the list, Ngo Thieu Than facepalmed. Brother system, could you give me a little privacy? He sent a uniform reply to each of them. No. He received 3 immediate responses. Tuyet Ni, I'd have to be crazy to believe you. Lan Nuet, I don't believe you. Phong Nam Ni, I don't believe you at all. At this stage, who else but you could possibly drop dark gold gear? Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Ignoring them, he looked at a skill book in his backpack and froze. How had this skill book dropped? Suppression field. Consumes 200 mana. Suppresses all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack speed, and movement speed. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Requirement: melee classes. Did I step in dog shit or something? How else could I be this lucky? Opening a chest gave him dark gold gear, and killing the boss even dropped its signature skill. To learn it or not? Ngo Thieu Than hesitated. This was an absolute god-tier skill for team fights. If used in a guild war, its impact would be monumental. Selling it would undoubtedly fetch a fortune. However, he wanted to learn it himself. Though it felt like a bit of a waste for a so-so player, he was to face that tiger again. He still vividly remembered its violent attacks. If he could reduce its attack power, it might prove to be the deciding factor. Why am I overthinking this? There's always more money to be made. But finding a skill book that I can actually learn isn't easy. I'll learn it first. Investing in myself is how I'll make even more money later. Ngo Thieu Than pressed learn, and a new entry appeared in his skill list. After learning the skill, Ngo Thieu Than reviewed his attributes after the gear swap. His health had increased the most, reaching a total of 10,360 points. Physical attack was at 1712, physical defense at 836, magic defense at 825, movement speed at 683, and attack speed at 245. Experience: level 20, 365,802,000. He still had 20 unassigned, free attribute points. Health has broken 10,000. I should be ready to test that tiger now, Ngo Thieu Than thought. But before that, he had to deal with this pile of gear. His backpack was currently stuffed with equipment, and every piece represented money. There were 3 silver-grade items left: a tiger head king helmet for melee classes, a leopard head king leather armor for archers and assassins, and a lion head king bracelet for mages and priests. Including the pieces he had just replaced, he had 15 bronze items. Aside from the somewhat subpar silver wolf king ring, the rest were level 20 drops with excellent stats. He also had 10 iron-grade items. This dungeon run had truly filled Ngo Thieu Than's backpack to the brim, with 28 pieces of equipment. In his bag, he also had a mana pearl, a treasure map, medium potions in 1 slot, large potions in another, 3 different scrolls in 3 slots, and a bottle of bloodline potion. These occupied 8 slots already. If a few more items dropped, he wouldn't even be able to pick them up. It seemed he needed to expand his inventory. He glanced at the transaction history on the auction house. Most iron gear only sold for a few thousand credits. The price of bronze gear was beginning to drop, generally fluctuating between 80,000 and 100,000. Silver gear was currently in high demand, with 0 supply. The only transaction history was his own green-scale leather armor for 260,000. He listed the 10 iron items for 8,000 credits each. Since he could only list 10 items at a time, he had to wait for them to sell before listing more. Fortunately, because the stats were high, they sold rapidly. Next, he listed 10 bronze items. He priced the Silver Wolf King Ring at 10,000 and the others at 100,000. His gear was worth the price, whereas the Silver Wolf King Ring only had stats comparable to iron gear, dropped from level 20 mobs, so 10,000 was the limit. Within minutes, everything was swept clean again. Ngo Thieu Than then listed the remaining 5 bronze items at 100,000 credits each. The regional channel for Jinling City was abuzz. Holy crap, who's being so generous? A wholesale sale of bronze gear? Do you even need to ask? Who else could it be but the big boss Tran Phong? The man already has dark gold gear. What's the big deal about him wholesaling some bronze items? Yeah, that makes sense. The 5 bronze items sold out. With 3 silver items remaining, Ngo Thieu Than thought it over and decided not to list them all directly to avoid drawing unnecessary enmity. He opened his friend list and sent the details of the Leopard Head King leather armor to Lan Nguyet and the Lion Head King bracelet to Tuyet Ni, messaging them both. Interested? Yes, to Mo Tuyet replied almost instantly. Silver gear at this stage was essentially a divine relic. Who wouldn't want it? Tuyet Ni, give me a price, Lan Nguyet. While I want it badly, I don't have much money. I can pay 220,000 at most. If this went to the auction house, it certainly wouldn't go for less than the green-scale leather armor. I can't afford it. Ngo Thieu Than looked at Lan Nguyet's message. After a moment of thought, he decided to trade with her anyway. Although the green-scale leather armor had sold for 260,000, he had only actually received 221,000 after fees, so the difference wasn't significant. Friends deserved some perks. At that moment, Lan Nguyet was grinding mobs with a look of regret. This equipment was vital to her, but the maximum amount of money she could mobilize was only that much. She simply couldn't compete for it. Sister, how about I ask Dad for some more money? Lan Phong said from beside her, unable to watch her sister's disappointment. No, Lan Nguyet replied coldly. Fine. It really is a pity, though, Lan Phong muttered. Lan Nguyet looked at the screenshot in the chat window once more with longing. Just as she was about to close it, a remote trade request popped up. The piece of equipment sat there prominently in the trade window. Lan Nguyet was stunned. She sent a message. What do you mean by this? Tran Phong, just take it for 220,000. This Lan Nguyet was at a loss for words. How could this item only be worth 220,000? Why was he selling it to her so cheaply? Sister, hurry up and trade. Why are you just standing there? Lan Phong urged her anxiously. Oh, right. Lan Nguyet flusteredly entered the remaining 220,000 from her linked card and pressed confirm. Seeing the equipment lying quietly in her backpack, she finally realized it was real. She hurriedly sent a message. Thank you. Chapter 65. Still no match. After concluding the trade with Lanwet, Ngo Thieu Than sent a quick message to Tuyetni's chat window. 250,000. The attributes of clothing and weapons were generally slightly higher than other equipment. Although this bracelet dropped from a level 20 monster, its actual stats were inferior to the green scale armor, making the price of 250,000 quite reasonable. Through their various encounters, Ngo Thieu Than had learned that this girl was incredibly wealthy and equally haughty. There was no reason to save her any money. As expected, she immediately sent a remote trade request and entered the sum of 250,000. Ngo Thieu Than placed the bracelet in the slot, and the transaction was swiftly completed. The final piece of equipment remaining was the Tiger King's crown. Ngo Thieu Than listed it on the auction house, setting a 30-minute bidding window. Once this item was sold, this particular haul would bring his total earnings to nearly 2 million. Ngo Thieu Than made his way to the pharmacy, selling off his remaining 70-plus medium health potions and purchasing 50 large ones. With over 10,000 health points, medium potions were no longer sufficient. He had to upgrade to the large variety. A great challenge lay ahead, and he needed to ensure his supplies were ready. After buying the potions, he stopped by the general store to purchase 10 town portal scrolls. The 2 he had bought previously were already gone. These items needed to be stockpiled. It would be a massive headache to venture too far and realize he couldn't teleport back. Even though his speed was high, he didn't enjoy running long distances at all. Next, Ngo Thieu Than visited the warehouse. He handed 20 gold coins to the old warehouse keeper to expand his backpack to 60 slots. 1 gold coin per slot. It was highway robbery. He was certain that in all of Divine Oracle, absolutely no one else would bother expanding their backpack this way. If he hadn't nearly run out of space during his last dungeon run, he wouldn't have spent money like this, even if someone had beaten him to death. With his preparations complete, Ngo Thieu Than headed toward the roaring Tiger Woods. The road was unnervingly quiet. Lately, the members of Arrogant, above all, seemed to have vanished to develop their strength in secret. Without anyone looking for trouble, he actually felt a bit bored. Ding! An item you listed on the auction house has been purchased. The winning bid was 260,000. After deducting processing fees, the remaining 221,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Excellent. Another 200,000 in the bag. This dungeon run yielded a net profit of 2 million. If I can do this once a day, I'll be able to buy a house in no time, Ngo Thieu Than muttered happily to himself. Returning to the roaring Tiger Woods, Ngo Thieu Than cautiously ventured deeper inside. The jungle tigers he had cleared earlier had respawned, but he didn't bother fighting them. His goal this time was to check the Tiger King's attributes and see if there was any way to defeat it. He reached the deepest part of the forest, but the Tiger King was nowhere to be seen. He wondered where the beast had gone to play. After advancing for a few more minutes, a massive cave loomed before him. This must be its lair, Ngo Thieu Than thought. He lingered at the cave entrance for 2 minutes before finally gritting his teeth and stepping inside. Since he had come this far, he had to take a look. The cave was dark, though not pitch black. It felt more like a gloomy, shadowed hollow. Ngo Thieu Than felt his way inward. The space inside was cavernous. Given the tiger's massive size, it wouldn't have been able to fit into a smaller cave. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally reached the end. His eyes landed on a gargantuan tiger, sleeping soundly in the depths of the cave. Behind it lay a massive ceiling formation, from which tendrils of jet-black demonic aura rose steadily. Ngo Thieu Than's arrival immediately jolted the demonized Tiger King awake. It lunged to its feet and, recognizing the human before it, pounced without a word. Damn it, why such a short temper? I just came to look. Can't we skip the fighting? Ngo Thieu then cast his insight skill and immediately spun around to flee. This tiger followed no logic, attacking the moment they met. Fortunately, His speed was now significantly higher than the beast's. Forest Demonized Tiger King, Gold Tier Boss Level. 30 Health. 2,000 Physical Attacks. 200. Physical Defense. Magic Defense. 200. Movement Speed 500. Skilled 1. Pounce. Pounces on the target, dealing physical damage. Can knock down targets with lower attack power than itself. Attack range 5 meters. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Rend. Bites and tears at the target, dealing physical damage and recovering health equal to the damage dealt. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3. Tail Whip. Lashes out with its tail, dealing physical damage and knocking the target into the air. Attack range 2 meters. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 4. Tiger Roar. A powerful roar that deals physical damage to all targets within a 30-meter range in front of it and stuns them for 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Holy hell, that's insane. How am I supposed to fight that? Ngo Thieu Than cursed as he ran, not daring to look back, as he cleared the cave and bolted into the distance. This boss was currently unbeatable. One rotation of its skills was enough to send him to the afterlife. He had tasted the Tiger King's pounce skill before. It could be dodged from a distance, but he wasn't sure about close range. As for Tail Whip, that was truly infuriating. It was clearly a powerful crowd control move. If he were knocked into the air and then followed up with a pounce, it would be game over. Moreover, those two skills had the same cooldown, clearly intended as a combo. Damn it, do all gold bosses know how to use combos? Thu Ho Jia in the Lang Secret Realm hadn't even reached the gold tier, yet his combo had nearly beaten Ngo Thieu Than to death. This Tiger King's combo was even more revolting. Ngo Thieu Than felt a headache coming on. He couldn't abandon the mission. But demanding a level 20 player to kill a level 30 gold boss was an absurdly high difficulty curve. The main issue was that the boss possessed 3 crowd control skills. Tail Whip could knock him up, leaving him unable to move, followed by Pounce, which would knock him down, inevitably ending with a rend. Who could survive such a chain? On the other hand, the Tiger Roar's 3-second area stun wasn't as worrying, as its cooldown matched his void skill. He could counter it perfectly. Unfortunately, the dodge skill on his boots required a 3-minute cooldown. Otherwise, he might have taken a gamble. As for Heavy Strike, its range was too short. He would surely be knocked into the air before he could get close. Forget it. I still have over a day left. I'll focus on maxing out my Tatfamurfs and stack some health while I'm at it. I'll run the dungeon one more time tomorrow to push my strength as far as possible. Only then might I have a chance. With that thought, Ngo Thieu Than left the roaring tiger woods and prepared to return to the abandoned mine. He had originally told himself he wouldn't fight skeletons today, but after being demoralized by the Tiger King, he was forced to continue improving his strength. The best way to level up was to farm his talent and immortal body, and the abandoned mine was the premier choice due to the sheer density of monsters and their appropriate level. The abandoned mine was located in the opposite direction of the roaring tiger woods. Ngo Thieu Than used a town portal scroll to return to Kim Lang City, and without a moment's rest, he rushed toward the mine. Chapter 66. Feverishly grinding the passive. Returning to the abandoned mine, Ngo Thieu Than followed the familiar path back to the area he had left uncleared during his last visit. There were still about 400 or 500 skeleton warriors remaining. While they could no longer upgrade his talent, adding another 400 or 500 points to his health was a solid alternative. Once this lot was cleared, he would likely have enough experience to level up. He summoned Ngan Thai Lang, positioning the wolf in a nearby passage to share experience points, while he charged forward to lure the mobs. Since these skeleton warriors possessed ranged attacks capable of dealing over 100 damage, he had to pull them in waves. Even with his significantly bolstered attributes, he couldn't tank an overwhelming number at once. However, taking on a dozen or so at a time was no longer a challenge. While Ngo Thieu Than was focused on grinding skeletons, dark undercurrents began to surge within the main cities. Each second-tier main city housed nearly tens of millions of players, and, naturally, countless individuals were unwilling to remain subordinates, seeking instead to carve out their own legacies within the game. Guilds began to sprout like mushrooms after rain, and the main cities descended into a state of warring factions. However, it had to be admitted that the top 10 guilds lived up to their reputation as veteran powers. With the exception of Jinling City, the other major cities were dominated by their development. In Jinling City, numerous guilds had also emerged, some boasting 10,000 members, others a mere few hundred. While no guild had yet surpassed Ngo the Quan Hung, the guild's reputation had suffered a severe blow following repeated, humiliating defeats at the hands of Ngo Thieu Than, heavily stifling its growth. At that moment, within a private room of a tavern in Jinling City, the core members of Ngo the Quan Hung were gathered. Ngo the Thian Ha sat in the seat of honor, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the tabletop. Once everyone was present, he spoke. "How many people in our guild currently have an attack power exceeding 1,000? We have over 3,000 members with an attack power over 1,000. They are all fully equipped in black iron sets, and some even have a piece or two of bronze gear," Ngo the Fuong Vu reported. "Excellent. We have kept a low profile for far too long. The people of Jinling City likely think Ngo the Quan Hung has withered away. It is time to show them who truly rules this city," Ngo the Thian Ha declared. "Big brother, do you mean to move against those rising factions?" Ngo the Tuyet Teen asked. No, no, no. There is no sport in dealing with those ants. If we are to fight, we must first clear away the stumbling block in our path. Big brother, do we really want to fight Tran Phong again?" Ngo the Ko Phong swallowed hard as he asked. If I don't kill him back to the novice village, I won't be able to swallow this resentment." Ngo the Thian Ha snorted coldly. Ngo the Ko Phong opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't dare to speak up again. Based on our previous encounters, Tran Fong's defense is around 700, his health is roughly 6,000, and his attack isn't particularly high, only about 1,500. An assassin playing as a tank will eventually become useless. Before, it was because our team members' equipment and strength were too poor to break his defense. But now we have 3,000 people with over 1,000 attack power. We can resolve him easily, Ngo the Thian Ha analyzed. But big brother, that was then. His strength surely grows faster than ours. Moreover, he already has dark gold equipment, and that gold item from before is likely his as well. Furthermore, Tu Hao mentioned that his talent seems to be poison. We cannot afford to underestimate him, Ngo the Ko Phong reminded. Poison? That's merely an early game talent. He didn't even use poison when he fought us later. That talent has likely become obsolete. Even if his poison is actually strong, we have so many people, how many could he possibly infect? As for the equipment, it can simply be looted. I am quite interested in that dark gold belt, Ngo the Thian Ha said, clearly determined to deal with Ngo Thieu Than. The others dared not argue further, and quickly dispatched subordinates to investigate Tran Fong's location. Back in the abandoned mine, it took Ngo Thieu Than less than an hour to clear the remaining 465 skeleton warriors. They yielded a massive amount of experience, pushing him to level 21. He gained 80 health, 40 mana, 4 agility, and 20 free attribute points. Ngan Thai Lang also rose to level 18. After level 20, each level up granted 20 free attribute points. Combined with his unspent points, he had a total of 40, all of which he dumped into Constitution. His primary goal now was to defeat that tiger. His speed was sufficient, but his defense was still lacking. That tiger's attack power of 4,200 was no joke. After allocating the points, Ngo Thieu Than's physical defense, bolstered by his badge and title, reached 893, with magic defense at 882. The health gained from the immortal body passive and the 80 points from leveling up totaled 545. Including his title bonus, his total health rose to 11,323. 3 pieces of black iron equipment had dropped, which he listed on the auction house for 8,000 each before continuing forward. After traversing a long passage, another mining area appeared, filled with a large swarm of skeletons. These were level 22 skeleton archers with 580 attack and 2400 health. Their skill was armor-piercing arrow, which ignored defense to deal 100% physical damage with a mere 10-second cooldown. The skill will hit me for over 300 health. As long as I don't pull too many at once, it should be fine. I'll take it slow. Ngo Thieu Than did not hesitate. This trip was primarily to grind his passive and raise his health. As long as he could survive one full rotation of the tiger's skills, the fight would be winnable. He considered testing his new skill, but thought better of it. The skill's range was too wide. Using it would attract more than half of the skeleton archers, which would be suicidal. It was better to grind them down bit by bit. This time, it took him over 2 hours to clear all 578 skeleton archers in the area. He received a massive influx of experience. His immortal body gained another 578 health, and Ngan Thai Lang reached level 19. After level 20, the wolf would unlock its second skill. He hoped it would be more useful, so it wouldn't just be a freeloading pet forever. With this area cleared, Ngo Thieu Than pressed on and soon entered the next section. The monsters here were level 23 skeleton mages with 640 magic attack and 2200 health, wielding fireball and lightning bolt. Fireball wasn't an issue as it couldn't break his defense, but lightning bolt dealt 120% damage and carried a 1-second paralysis effect. With a 10-second cooldown, it was quite troublesome. Ngo Thieu Than paused to think. He shouldn't engage them recklessly, or he might be paralyzed to death if he pulled a dozen at once. Activating stealth, he attempted to bypass the mages to reach the next area, but the skeleton mages were packed too densely. He tried several times, but found no way to skirt around them without physical contact. "You're forcing my hand," Ngo Thieu Than said helplessly. Looking at the mage's positioning, he felt a headache coming on. No matter how he lured them, the density meant at least a dozen would aggro at once. Glancing at Ngan Thai Lang following behind him, Ngo Thieu Than smiled. It was time for the wolf to prove its worth. At level 19 with 38,000 health, it should be able to withstand a barrage of lightning bolts. With that thought, Ngo Thieu Than ordered Ngan Thai Lang forward. The moment it entered their aggro range, 13 mages on the outer edge reacted, firing a volley of lightning bolts and fireballs directly at the wolf. Ngan Thai Lang was instantly paralyzed and unable to move, standing frozen as it endured the storm of fire and lightning. Its health plummeted. After a single round of skills, Ngan Thai Lang had lost over 16,000 health, prompting Ngo Thieu Than to quickly order its retreat. Fortunately, these skeletons didn't know how to coordinate. If they had staggered their lightness bolts, they could have kept the wolf paralyzed until it died. Seeing that Ngan Thai Lang had successfully lured the mages out, Ngo Thieu Than immediately dashed forward to take its place, letting the wolf hide to the side to recover. As long as these skeleton mages couldn't coordinate their skills, they were no longer a threat. Chapter 67. Ngan Thai Lang levels up. He busied himself grinding monsters until well past noon, not stopping until his stomach began to protest. By then, he had thoroughly cleared the skeletal mages from this section of the mine. In total, he had eliminated 542 skeletal mages, reaching level 22, 11,180,000. Once again, he received 80 health, 40 mana, 4 agility, and 20 free attribute points. He had also looted 3 pieces of black iron equipment to list on the auction house, while his immortal body stacks increased by another 542 points, bringing his total health to 10,360. Leveling up and stacking immortal body here is certainly fast, but my talent doesn't improve. That tiger has 2 million health. Based on my current 540 poison damage, even if I maintain 4 stacks, I'd only shave off less than 130,000 health per minute. With its attack power, I might not even be able to maintain those 4 stacks. At that rate, killing it would take nearly 20 minutes. That's too long. I should prioritize grinding my talent first, Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself. Anyway, Time to log off and eat. After that, I'll see if I can head deeper to farm level 27 mobs. Ngo Thieu Than logged out and removed his gaming helmet, habitually checking his bank balance. Seeing the round figure of 7 million yuan, currency symbols practically twinkled in his eyes. This amount was enough to buy a decent apartment in a city like Shenzhen. Should he go house hunting? Forget it. I'll focus on developing my character for these next 2 days. I'll wait until I've dealt with that tiger before making plans. I'll have plenty of options then, he thought. He returned to his usual eatery, noticing that the patrons were becoming increasingly sparse and the atmosphere quite desolate. Ngo Thieu Than ordered a full table of food and enjoyed a hearty meal, then conveniently ordered a dinner portion to take home so he wouldn't have to come out again. Afterward, he stopped by a supermarket to buy some snacks and instant noodles, just in case he got hungry in the middle of the night and had to log off for a snack. Back home, he donned the helmet once more to continue his efforts. As soon as he appeared in the abandoned mine, he glanced at the rankings. At level 22, he still held a commanding lead. Those behind him were chasing hard, except for Than Vuong in second place at level 19. Everyone else was level 18. The pet rankings had gained 2 new members, but the professional leech, Ngan Thai Lang, still sat comfortably at the top. He continued forward for a while. After reaching the end of a tunnel, he found a clearing devoid of a single skeleton. To his left and right were separate paths, while in the center stood a staircase leading downward, evidently the entrance to the next floor. Ngo Thieu Than thought for a moment before decisively heading down the stairs. The monsters on the lower level would certainly be higher level. It was time to grind his talent. The light on the second floor was even dimmer. Ngo Thieu Than advanced cautiously. He hadn't gone far when a piercing shriek suddenly rang out, startling him. He quickly turned toward the sound and saw a white figure floating in the air. Its eyes were rolled back, and its long tongue lolled down to its chest as it shrieked at him. "Damn it, is all that really necessary? You nearly scared me to death," Ngo Thieu Than said, patting his chest. If he hadn't spent the whole morning looking at piles of skeletons and developed some immunity, his soul might have jumped out of his skin. Couldn't this game tone it down a bit? Someone with a weak heart would definitely have an accident. Who would take responsibility then? Seeing the ghost flying toward him, Ngo Thieu Than threw an insight skill at it. Wraith level, 28 health, 11,500 physical attack, 900 physical defense, none magic defense, 610 movement speed, 180 passive, immune to physical attacks. Skill, Soul Seize. The wraith flies before the target and stares intently, dealing mental damage that pierces defense. Casting range, 3 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Crap, the higher the level, the stronger the monsters get. This ghost's skill even pierces defense. I could handle 2 or 3, but any more would be the death of me. Plus, it's immune to physical attacks. I wonder if poison damage works, Ngo Thieu Than said, stroking his chin. With only one before him, there was nothing to fear. He slashed 4 times in rapid succession. Immune, 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 2160. 4 large immune markers appeared over the wraith's head, immediately followed by 4 stacks of poison damage. Seeing that the poison worked, Ngo Thieu Than felt relieved. If it had been immune to poison as well, he would have been out of options. He backed up slightly to maintain his distance. Normally, when fighting minor mobs, he was too lazy to move and relied on lifesteal to fight head-on. But this creature was different. Hitting it dealt no damage, so there was nothing to steal. Very quickly, the ghost was poisoned to death. Ding, you have slain a wraith. Gained 896 experience. Poison damage increased by 1. Immortal body increased by 1. Finally, I can increase my talent, Ngo Thieu Than told himself with satisfaction. The experience from killing a monster 6 levels higher was indeed substantial. He glanced at Ngan Thai Lang's experience, which had reached 17,500 to 18,000. It was almost level 20. He wanted to see if reaching that milestone would bring any changes. Ngo Thieu Than continued his search for wraiths. Because the light was so dim, He couldn't tell how large the second floor was. He only noticed the passages becoming wider, punctuated by the occasional shriek of a wraith. He followed the sounds of the screams to find his prey. Judging by the noise, there were many wraiths on this level. Fortunately, they weren't too densely packed. Otherwise, stumbling into a pack of them in this darkness would truly be a soul-shattering experience. Killing as he went, Ngan Thai Lang finally let out a howl and reached level 20 after the 9th wraith was defeated. Its entire body grew significantly larger in an instant, now reaching Ngo Thieu Than's thigh. He rubbed Ngan Thai Lang's head, a light gleaming in his eyes, and then hopped onto its back. I have to say, this thick fur is quite comfortable to sit on. I finally don't have to travel on foot anymore. Even though Ngan Thai Lang isn't as fast as I am, as long as I don't have to walk, it's fine. Ngo Thieu Than glanced at its current attributes. Ngan Thai Lang Pet Aptitude. A level, 20 health, 8600 mana, 2100 physical attack, 760 physical defense, 6620 magic defense, 310 movement speed, 120 skill 1, 6 extreme speed, increases attack and movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 2, Inspire. Lets out a roar, increasing damage and defense for itself and allies for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Oh, not bad at all. Did he feel guilty about leeching every day and manage to learn a useful skill? And Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. This skill was quite impressive. He had originally planned to give up on the wolf, but unexpectedly, it was putting in some effort. A team-wide buff like this was excellent. Looking at Ngan Thai Lang's fawning expression and considering how long it had followed him, he truly felt a bit reluctant to discard it, especially since it was trying so hard to improve. However, it only had a ranked talent, which felt somewhat unworthy of him. Ngo Thieu Than thought for a moment before pulling out the bloodline potion dropped by the green-scaled great python, hesitation visible in his eyes. The potion's description stated that the higher the compatibility, the greater the success rate. Ngan Thai Lang and a snake were entirely unrelated species. The compatibility was likely abysmal. If used on Ngan Thai Lang, the failure rate would be extremely high, but if he didn't use it, his only choice was to sell it, as this potion could only upgrade a pet to S rank at most. Ngan Thai Lang was already A rank. If he were to replace his pet, he would certainly aim for S rank or higher. Thus, this potion was either for sale or for Ngan Thai Lang. Sigh, this success rate is worrying. Losing the potion is fine, but I'm afraid something might go wrong if he drinks it. Ngo Thieu Than shook his head. Better not. The wolf had been with him for so long. Even if he replaced it later, he would release it into the wild. He shouldn't make it take such a risk. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was about to put the potion back into his backpack, the usually obedient Ngan Thai Lang suddenly lunged forward, snatched the bloodline potion from his hand, and swallowed it whole. Chapter 68. Awakening. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Ngan Thai Lang's sudden action caught Ngo Thieu Than completely off guard. Since the beginning, Ngan Thai Lang had always been obedient, following every command to the letter. This was a situation Ngo Thieu Than had never encountered, nor even heard of before. Could he have gained self-awareness after leveling up? Ngo Thieu Than mused. It was the only logical explanation. He quickly turned his gaze toward Ngan Thai Lang. After swallowing the bloodline potion, the wolf seemed to have entered a peculiar state, standing frozen as countless motes of light swirled around him. Could it be a success? A look of pleasant surprise crossed Ngo Thieu Than's face. However, there was nothing more he could do at the moment, except stand aside and wait in silence. Soon, Ngan Thai Lang was completely enveloped by the shimmering light. Ngo Thieu Than could no longer see what was happening inside, but he could hear stifled, agonizing howls echoing from within, as if the wolf were enduring an extremity of pain. Ngo Thieu Than clenched his fists and whispered a silent encouragement. "Hang in there." The cries lasted for a full half-hour. Yet, instead of a system notification announcing a successful evolution, Ngo Thieu Than received a message that left him stunned. "Ding, your pet, Ngan Thai Lang, has undergone an unknown mutation. The pet contract has been automatically dissolved." What on earth? Ngo Thieu Than stood dazed, not knowing how to react. Could such a thing even happen? He hurriedly opened his pet space, only to find it completely empty. Normally, when a pet was deployed, a phantom image would remain in the space to allow for recall or summoning, but now everything was gone. Checking the pet rankings, the top-ranked Ngan Thai Lang had indeed vanished, and Hoi Hoi had climbed from second place to first. Many other players also noticed the disappearance of the top-ranked pet, and the regional channel immediately exploded into chatter. Hey, did anyone see that? The number one pet just vanished. Yeah, I heard it belonged to the big shot Tran Phong. Why would it suddenly disappear? Did it die? Even if it died, it would only drop a level. It wouldn't just vanish. There are only two possibilities. Either the player released it, or the pet betrayed him. But why would Tran Phong release it? Does he have something better? Who knows? But if he had a better pet, it should have appeared on the rankings by now. Ngo Thieu Than stared blankly at the sphere of light before him, still unable to grasp the situation. Whatever. I'll just wait a bit longer and see how this ends. After another half hour, the motes of light began to dissipate, and a small, majestic wolf gradually appeared before him. Indeed, it was a small wolf, barely the size Ngan Thai Lang had been when he was first born. As for why he looked majestic, Ngo Thieu Than couldn't quite put it into words. It was a feeling. This little wolf radiated the aura of a lonely, arrogant king. His silver fur was much sleeker than before, especially from his head down to his neck, where it shimmered with a brilliant luster. At that moment, the little wolf still had his eyes closed, sensing something. Out of curiosity, Ngo Thieu Than's cast skill on him. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, Awakening. Triggered by the bloodline potion, which stimulated the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf lineage within the body. Having endured the pain of ancestral bloodline reversion, he is currently awakening. All attributes have returned to initial values. Level, HP, attack, lineage awakening in progress, cannot be inspected. What? This is possible? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, the name alone sounded incredibly powerful. A complete leap in status. But what was the current situation? Should he treat it as a boss to be killed, or should he stay away to avoid being killed by it? This creature was no longer his pet. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was hesitating, the little wolf suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the sky. It was a gaze that looked down upon the world, filled with a profound sense of solitude and isolation. A few seconds later, the light in his eyes faded, and he turned his head to look at Ngo Thieu Than, making him tense up. Is this going to be a case of brothers turning against each other? Ngo Thieu Than gripped his short sword tightly. Truthfully, unless driven to a corner, he really didn't want to draw his blade against this little wolf. Regardless of how much he had changed, he had once been a companion. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf requests to become your pet. Do you accept? Huh? Hearing the notification, Ngo Thieu Than froze for a moment before a joyous expression broke across his face. He hurriedly pressed accept. The feeling of regaining something lost was truly wonderful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the pet. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Please name your pet. Ngan Thai Lang. He decided to stick with the old name. He was used to it, after all. Ding! Naming successful. As the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf is still in his awakening period and requires a large amount of energy, do you agree to share your earned experience with your pet? Once fully awakened, experience distribution will return to normal. I agree with both hands, Ngo Thieu Than said happily. For him, leveling up wasn't difficult. Upgrading his immortal body and his talent was the real key. After confirming, Ngo Thieu Than eagerly checked the pet's attributes. A Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was bound to be over the top. Ngan Thai Lang aptitude. Awakening level, 0 HP, 400 mana. 200 physical attack, 50 physical defense. 30 magic defense, 20 speed. 20 Howling Moon Celestial Wolf unique talent. Increases attack damage and lifesteal. Skill 1. Extreme speed. Increases attack speed and movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2. Bolster. Releases a howl that increases damage and defense for self and allies for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Are these level 0 attributes? You've got to be kidding me. With these stats, he's basically a boss. If he stood at the entrance of a beginner village, he'd slaughter anyone he met. Ngo Thieu Than was utterly shocked. These base attributes were far stronger than the previous Ngan Thai Lang, and he was born with 2 skills and a talent. He was incredibly fierce. Looking at Ngan Thai Lang, who was now acting obediently, a complete contrast to his appearance just moments ago, Ngo Thieu Than still didn't dare to lean in for a hug. The gaze of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf from earlier made it impossible to treat him like a mere pup. He patted Ngan Thai Lang's head and said grandly, "Let's go. Big brother will take you to level up." He then led the awakened Ngan Thai Lang deeper into the area to find more wraiths. Because the light was so dim, even though there were many wraiths, the map was vast, and they had to be hunted one by one. The efficiency was far lower than grinding skeletons. After 4 hours of continuous farming, including the 9 from before, he had killed a total of 341 wraiths. At this point, Ngo Thieu Than stopped, because when he killed the 341st wraith, his talent continued to increase. When he first arrived, his talent was at 540 points. After 341 wraiths, it had reached 881 points. This wasn't right. He was currently a level 22 silver rank player. Theoretically, his talent should be capped at 40 times his level, meaning his maximum toxin damage should have been 880 points, but it was now 881. Could it be that reaching silver rank doesn't just add 10 times the multiplier? Ngo Thieu Than thought. To test his hypothesis, he continued hunting wraiths. It took another 3 hours, but after killing 220 more wraiths, Ngo Thieu Than's talent finally reached its limit at 1,100 points. 50 times, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes flashed with a sharp light. That's it. Reaching silver rank increased the talent multiplier by 20. This means the talent increase for each rank isn't fixed. Thinking of this, Ngo Thieu Than was ecstatic. Who would complain about their talent being too overpowered? Chapter 69. The Toofest Assassin. Because Ngan Thai Lang had shared this experience, those 561 phantoms only yielded Ngo Thieu Than over 110,000 experience points. His level remained stuck at 22. Had Ngan Thai Lang not taken such a large portion, Ngo Thieu Than would have leveled up long ago. However, he did not mind much. Experience was something he could always acquire in abundance. What concerned him more was that, despite the massive influx of experience, Ngan Thai Lang had only reached level 10, though its growth in strength could only be described as terrifying. Ngan Thai Lang potential. Awakening level, 10 health, 200. Physical attack, 550. Physical defense, 3 funds, 330. Magic defense, 220 speed. These level 10 attributes were already far superior to the previous Ngan Thai Lang, and since its potential was still awakening, they were bound to improve further. Most importantly, Ngan Thai Lang's speed had grown significantly, reaching 220 points by level 10. This meant it could now assist him in boss hunts. Previously, he had not dared to let Ngan Thai Lang tank hits because its speed was lower than the boss's. Releasing it would have been a death sentence. Although a sacrificed pet could be summoned again an hour later, at the cost of 1 level, repeated deaths would plummet its loyalty. If loyalty dropped too low, a pet would betray its master. So Ngo Thieu Than never intended to let Ngan Thai Lang go on a suicide mission. Perhaps this was the very reason why, after its awakening, Ngan Thai Lang remained willing to be his pet. The level 10 Ngan Thai Lang had grown considerably, yet it only reached the height of his calf. Since my talent has hit its limit, I'll head back to the upper floor to farm health. The efficiency here is just too low. He decided to log off and eat first, then return to grind until midnight before tackling the dungeon. By then, his strength would surely see another massive leap. Finding a monster-free spot to log out, he reheated the meal he had bought at noon and browsed the forums on his phone. The most discussed topic remained that piece of dark gold equipment. At this stage, Dark gold items should not normally appear, nor should anyone be capable of dealing with a dark gold boss. Then, someone leaked that Tran Phong possessed dark gold equipment after exiting the dungeon, which immediately ignited everyone's fervor. Countless players began to forego sleep and meals to grind, hoping to reach level 20 as soon as possible to enter the dungeon. Ngo Thieu Than smiled to himself. They could keep dreaming about dark gold gear. Normally, successfully clearing the dungeon only rewarded a silver chest. Being able to pull a piece of gold equipment was already a stroke of immense luck. After eating, Ngo Thieu Than returned to the game and led Ngan Thai Lang back to the first floor, heading toward the left passage. Farming health on the first floor was truly the most satisfying. Reaching the end of the corridor, he indeed found a mine dense with monsters. These were level 24 skeleton shield soldiers, carrying bone shields with 8,200 health, 620, and a slightly lower attack of 610 weaker than the level 23 skeleton mages. However, their shield bash skill was a headache. It only dealt 1,000 damage but forced a 1-second stun, which was incredibly vexing. TSK. Looking back, those skeleton warriors in the first mine were the easiest to deal with. No matter how difficult, he had to fight to increase his health while power leveling Ngan Thai Lang, striving to slay that tiger within the next 2 days. His strength would skyrocket then. And following it up with the gold grade war, God's Secret Realm would be perfect. Ngo Thieu Than began his long journey of monster grinding once more. These skeleton shield soldiers used shield bash so often it left him feeling stifled, forcing him to lure only 4 or 5 at a time. Shield bash had a 10-second cooldown. If he pulled too many, he would be stunned to the point of nausea. In Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than asked, "Have you found Tran Fong's location yet?" "Not yet. He hasn't appeared in Jinling for a long time. He's likely been out hunting monsters the whole time. Moreover, the places he frequents usually have very high-level monsters that our people cannot reach." Ngo the Puong Vu replied. "I'll see how long you can hide." Ngo the Thian Ha spoke coldly, then instructed, "Tell them to keep searching. We also need to hurry up and try to reach level 20 today to tackle the dungeon." In Kulu City, a flash of leveling light flickered as Than Vuong, the leader of the Than Vuong Pavilion, finally became the first person after Tran Phong to reach level 20 with the assistance of his guild's experts. "Then Vuong, are we heading to the dungeon?" Then Chi Ta Thu, standing nearby, asked. "Yes, I'll go take a look first. You all probably won't hit level 20 today, so I'll go in alone to scout their strength. Since that Tran Phong could clear it solo, the difficulty shouldn't be too high. We shouldn't waste the daily attempt." Then Vuong nodded. Soon after, they arrived at the Lin Lang dungeon of Kulu City. Then Vuong looked at the words Tran Fong's team displayed as the first to clear the stage on the stone monument and smiled. Finally, he could indirectly compete with him. With that, he pressed the challenge button. "Do you think Than Vuong will succeed?" The accompanying Than Vuong Pavilion experts began to discuss. "Of course, he is Than Vuong, after all. That Tran Phong guy came out of nowhere. How could he possibly compare to Than Vuong?" Then Chi Ta Thu said confidently. "True, Tran Phong only gained an advantage through his talent in the early stages. His actual strength is probably mediocre." Then Chi Hu Thu added. They had not been chatting for long when a figure was suddenly teleported out. They then saw Than Vuong emerge with a grim expression. "What happened, Than Vuong?" they hurriedly asked. "This dungeon is very difficult. We can only challenge it once you all reach level 20, Than Vuong said. He took one last deep look at the name on the monument before turning to leave. The others looked at each other in bewilderment and hurried after him, not daring to say another word. It was clear Than Vuong had failed. Now was not the time to rub salt in his wounds. Along with the emergence of the first level 2020 players, the top rankers on the leaderboard followed suit. The first thing every expert did upon leveling up was rush to the dungeon, only to be battered and kicked out. Fortunately, dying in the dungeon did not result in level loss, or dropped equipment one was merely teleported out. Otherwise, these people would have surely turned green with regret. While the outside world was in an uproar, Ngo Thieu Than, who was indifferent to worldly affairs and focused solely on grinding his passive, suddenly received a private message. Tuyet Ni, Tran Phong, is there a strategy for the dungeon? Tran Phong, what strategy? There are 3 paths. Just clear them one by one. Tuyet Ni. But the number of monsters keeps increasing. It's basically impossible to win. Tran Phong, can't you form a team? It's easy once you have a full party of 10. Tran Phong, don't tell me you went into the dungeon alone. Tuyet Ni. Tran Phong, just how many bowls of wine did you drink to get this drunk? To dare challenge the dungeon solo. At that moment, Ngo Thieu stood before the dungeon entrance, gritting her teeth in anger as she read Ngo Thieu Than's reply. She desperately wanted to retort, "Didn't you go in alone too?" but ultimately refrained. That man was simply not human. After replying to Ngo Thieu's message, Ngo Thieu Than opened the level rankings and found that, aside from himself, the players below had all reached level 20. These people are leveling up fast, Ngo Thieu Than thought. He could not afford to be lazy and continued his grind. It took over 3 hours to finally clear out the skeleton shield soldiers. With a total of 604 kills, Ngo Thieu Than's level reached LV 23, 82,400,000. After level 20, the experience required for each level increased by 100,000, significantly raising the difficulty. But for Ngo Thieu Than, it did not matter. Even if he didn't level up, he could still farm health. His goal was to become an incredibly resilient assassin. Immortal Body, combined with the previous 561 kills, had increased his health by 1,165 points. Combined with the 80 points from leveling up and the bonuses from his title, his health had increased by a total of 1,369 points. His maximum health reached 20,820. He still had 40 unallocated stat points from the previous level, all of which he dumped into Constitution. His main goal was still to deal with that tiger. His physical and magic defense increased by another 57 points. Physical defense reached 950, and magic defense reached 939, nearly 1,000 points. This amount of health and defense undoubtedly made him the toughest assassin in the entire server. The 600-plus skeleton shield soldiers also helped Ngan Thai Lang reach level 14. However, what made Ngo Thieu Than frown was that Ngan Thai Lang's required experience after awakening was far greater than before. Currently, it was taking 50% of the experience. Even after killing over 1,000 level 20-plus monsters, it had only reached level 14. If it were before, it would likely have reached level 20 or higher by now. Chapter 70. Killed once more. After clearing the area and finding no other paths, Ngo Thieu Than returned to the center and headed toward the right. Before long, he entered another mining zone, where a swarm of skeletal monsters stood scattered across the cavern. He cast an insight skill toward them. Level 25 skeleton assassins. Their attack reached as high as 720, with 20,000 health and 560 defense. Their signature skill was backstab, a hallmark of the assassin class. However, the backstab used by these creatures was clearly superior to Ngo Thieu Than's. It ignored defense, dealt damage equal to 120% of their attack, and had a cooldown of 25 seconds. An upgraded version? Ngo Thieu Than muttered in doubt. The skill name was identical, yet the attributes were significantly enhanced. Could it be that skills can be leveled up? But I haven't seen any upgrade button. Ngo Thieu Than wondered briefly before dismissing the thought. He told himself it would surely become clear later. He wasted no more time on speculation. These assassins lacked crowd control skills. Although a single backstab could shave off over 700 of his health points, he could still withstand the heat even when facing a dozen at once. Furthermore, Ngan Thai Lang occasionally unleashed its inspiration skill to boost his attack and defense, making the grind far from difficult. The hunt lasted until past midnight. By the time he was finished, he had cleared all 612 skeleton assassins. His experience reached level 23. 1,258,400, 1,800,000. His talent, Undying Body, granted him an additional 612 health points, bringing his total HP to 13,812. Ngan Thai Lang also rose to level 17, its health reaching 10,200 points, physical defense 750, magic defense 500, attack hitting the 1,250 mark, and its speed reaching a staggering 500 points. With such attributes, excluding its health pool, it was in no way inferior to a silver boss. All right, time to head back for the dungeon. I'll likely net another piece of gold gear, Ngo Thieu Than calculated silently. He used a town portal scroll to return to Kim Lang City, and, without a moment's rest, dashed straight toward the dungeon. Big brother, Tran Phong is back. He's heading toward the dungeon. Ngo Thieu Than marched directly to the Lin Lang Secret Realm. The area was no longer as crowded as before. Perhaps the players' curiosity had faded as they realized that leveling up was the true priority. He stepped before the entrance, formed a solo party, and was quickly teleported inside. At that same moment, a commotion began to stir within Kim Lang City. Many players noticed members of the Ngo Thieu Than Guild returning to the city one after another and massing at the gates. Ngo Thieu Than is preparing another major move. Haha, there's a good show coming. Kim Lang City has been too quiet these last 2 days. So quiet I'm not used to it. True, but with such a massive mobilization, are they planning to declare war on another guild? Who knows? Do you think they're going after the great god Tran Phong again? Don't even joke about it, the chances are high. Let's follow them. A blockbuster is about to start. Before long, a legion of over 3,000 men from Ngo Thieu Than aggressively marched toward the Lin Lang Secret Realm. They quickly and tightly besieged the entrance. Ngo Thieu Than, clad in silver tier equipment, stood amidst the crowd. He glared at the entrance to the secret realm, his eyes flickering with a hateful light. Tran Phong, today shall be your day of mourning. After 2 days of regrouping and development, the overall strength of Ngo Thieu Than's members had improved significantly. Each of these 3,000 elites was fully equipped with black iron tier gear, or better, their classes perfectly coordinated. A dozen core members even possessed full sets of bronze tier equipment, a complete transformation compared to their previous state. Inside, Ngo Thieu Than swept through the Lin Lang Secret Realm once again. This time, everything had become intimately familiar. His current strength was far greater than before, supplemented by the incredibly fierce Ngan Thai Lang. Truth be told, if not for his own troublesome poison skills, he might not have been able to defeat Ngan Thai Lang in their initial encounter. Now, relying on its damage-boosting and lifesteal talents combined with its extreme speed, Ngan Thai Lang charged through the monster swarms with great relish, finally escaping its fate as a mere freeloader. This time, with his poison damage doubled and Ngan Thai Lang's assistance, Ngo Thieu Than took only 16 minutes to clear the stage, shattering his own record. After defeating the Guardian, he received another piece of gold equipment. The final reward was a silver chest, but before he could even open it, he was teleported out. Ngo Thieu Than had expected the teleportation, but he had not anticipated being surrounded the moment he stepped out. The second he appeared, before he could even regain his bearings, a barrage of attacks rained down. His health began to plummet continuously. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his void skill to phase through the remaining strikes. Looking ahead, a vast sea of people filled his vision. Spotting several familiar faces in the crowd, Ngo Thieu Than finally realized who they were. Fortunately, pets were automatically retracted into the pet space upon exiting a dungeon. Otherwise, given this sheer number of enemies, Ngan Thai Lang would have found it hard to avoid being killed and losing levels. On the side of Ngo Thieu Than, when they saw the attacks from the archers and mages hitting Tran Phong for hundreds of damage instead of the previous one, everyone was ecstatic. The shield guards and warriors immediately charged toward Ngo Thieu Than. Damn it. Luckily, this isn't a wide city gate that can hold tens of thousands, or I'd be finished. Last time at the city gate, the 10,000 members of Ngo Thieu Than could spread out in a line, allowing thousands to attack him simultaneously. Here, it was impossible. Although the Lin Lang Secret Realm area could hold several thousand people, there were no space to deploy a formation. In reality, only a few hundred people standing nearby could actually land their attacks. Those behind were completely blocked. It was also fortunate that Ngo Thieu Than's appearance was so sudden that most of the Ngo the Quan Hung members failed to react in time to strike all at once. Otherwise, a coordinated volley from just 200 or 300 people would have been enough to send him on his way. Once players possessed powerful equipment, the feat of standing alone against 10,000 was no longer possible. He had escaped last time only thanks to a protection scroll. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out long ago. At present, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, it had its limits. Numbers remained the deciding factor. Soon, Ngo Thieu Than's void effect wore off. The shield guards and warriors of Ngo, the Quan Hung, had already rushed forward, sealing off every possible escape route. Just as the next wave of long-range attacks was about to descend, Ngo Thieu Than's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. While the crowd was still dazed, they heard Ngo Thieu Than roar. "He's here." By then, Ngo Thieu Than had appeared directly behind Ngo Thieu Than, unleashing a heavy strike combined with a weak point strike. Although Ngo Thieu Than did not invest points into strength, his attack power was still as high as 1,700 points. The two skills combined instantly stripped away over 5,700 health points. As a warrior, Ngo Thieu Than's health clearly had not reached that level yet. Ngo Thieu Than collapsed, dropping two pieces of equipment which Ngo Thieu Than swiftly snatched up. At that precise moment, the other members of Ngo the Quan Hung finally reacted, pouring a deluge of skills toward him. However, Ngo Thieu Than had already pulled out a teleportation scroll. He crushed it and vanished instantly, leaving the members of Ngo the Quan Hung standing stunned in the howling wind. This Ngo the Thieu Than swallowed hard, finding himself speechless. Thousands of people had surrounded one man, and the result was their leader being killed before the enemy departed at his leisure. "What do we do now?" Ngo the Kofong asked. He had originally disagreed with besieging Tran Phong, knowing the man was not so easily killed, but his leader had refused to listen. "I've reported the situation to Big Brother. He told us to withdraw for now," Ngo the Phuong Vu said. Meanwhile, at the respawn point in Kim Lang City, Ngo the Thieu Than's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His deduction had not been wrong. A few thousand men following him could indeed break the opponent's defense. After all, 1 point of strength increased attack by 2, while 1 point of constitution only increased defense by 1 attack would always outpace defense. However, he had still underestimated Tran Fong's trump cards. Being killed once again in broad daylight, his hatred for Tran Phong had reached a point where it could no longer be contained. Chapter 71. Fully equipped in silver tier and above. On the other side, Ngo Thieu Than scratched his head as he stared at the unfamiliar landscape before him. After using the random teleportation scroll, he had been whisked away to this unknown location. Opening the map, his current position was shrouded in inky blackness. He had to zoom out several times before Kim Lang City finally appeared. By a rough calculation, he was at least several hundred kilometers away from the city. Is this scroll really that powerful? One use and I'm sent hundreds of kilometers away? Luckily, I stocked up on plenty of return scrolls. Otherwise, I might have walked myself to death. Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself. In that earlier predicament, he had no choice but to use the teleportation scroll. The attack power of those players had all exceeded 1,000, meaning every single one of them could breach his defenses. It seemed he needed to find a few more life-saving skills. At least I picked up something good. Ngo Thieu Than looked at the Lin Lang necklace he was wearing and smiled faintly. Lin Lang necklace gold tier. Physical attack plus 200. Critical rate plus 5%. Luck plus 8. Additional attributes: strength plus 25, agility 25, constitution plus 25. Attached skill: blink, teleport to a designated location, maximum distance 20 meters, 5-minute cooldown. Equipment requirement: physical classes. If not for this necklace, he truly wouldn't have been able to kill that fool Ngo Thieu Than. Glancing at the two pieces of equipment that had dropped from Ngo Thieu Than, the corners of Ngo Thieu Than's mouth twitched. It seemed his penchant for jinxing things was occasionally prophetic. He had managed to burst out two pieces of silver gear from the man, one of which was the tiger head hat he had once put up for auction. At the time, he had casually remarked that if Ngo Thieu Than bought it, he would eventually beat it out of him and sell it again. He hadn't expected it to actually come true. A real god of wealth, Ngo Thieu Than marveled, then turned his attention to the other silver item. His eyes lit up once more. It was a silver ring. Coincidentally, the only bronze item left on his person was a tiger head ring. Everything else was silver tier or higher. This Ngo Thieu Than really understood his needs. What a good guy. Qingwen ring silver tier. Health plus 600, physical attack plus 160, cooldown reduction plus 5%. Additional attributes: strength plus 17, stamina plus 18, agility plus 17. Equipment requirement: physical classes. He equipped the ring, replacing his last remaining bronze accessory, the tiger head ring. His overall strength didn't increase by much since both were attack-oriented accessories. For Ngo Thieu Than, the jump was marginal. Furthermore, because he had reached level 23, killing level 20 monsters in the dungeon no longer triggered the immortal body. So his attributes only saw a slight bump. Health, 11 fort 60, attack, 65, physical defense, 9 fun 83, magic defense, 972, movement speed, 724, attack speed, 15%, critical rate, 18 experience, a 1,580,000. His other stats remained unchanged. From this dungeon run, he had actually obtained 5 silver items. The 3 dungeon bosses seemed guaranteed to drop silver gear, and Thu Ho Jia had also dropped 2 pieces, but none of these 5 items were usable for him. Opening his inventory again, only 1 silver chest remained. Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his hands together. Although it was a silver chest, there was still a chance it could yield a gold item. Though the probability was low, he had once pulled a dark gold item from a gold chest, proving that his luck was top tier. He tapped to open the chest. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the skills Heavy Strike. Oh, a skill? Now that's good. Items from chests always corresponded to the player's class, so this was definitely an assassin skill. Initially, Ngo Thieu Than hadn't held high hopes for a silver chest, thinking it would at most yield a silver piece of equipment. To find a skill instead was a pleasant surprise. Heavy Strike. Consumes 50 mana, deals 150% physical damage to the target, and stuns them for 2 seconds. 30-second cooldown. Usage requirement: Assassin. A crowd control skill, truly a find. One could never have too many skills, so he quickly learned it. Afterward, Ngo Thieu Than checked his inventory. He had 6 silver items remaining, 9 bronze items, and 16 black iron items, including those dropped by the shield guards and skeletal assassins. He had been too lazy to clear his inventory earlier, but now he handled it all at once. He listed everything on the auction house. The black iron gear went for 5,000 each, netting him 80,000 coins. He lowered the price for the bronze items slightly, selling them at a flat rate of 80,000 each to earn 648,000 coins. Finally, of the 6 silver items, he kept 2 meant for mages. His sister would likely be leaving the beginner village soon, so he saved them for her. The remaining 4 silver items were put up for a 30-minute auction. Having finished his business, Ngo Thieu Than surveyed his surroundings. This place resembled a valley with quite beautiful scenery. Since I'm already here, I might as well take a look around, Ngo Thieu Than thought as he ventured deeper. He didn't encounter a single monster along the way. The silence was almost eerie. After walking for a long time, he reached the end of the valley, where a pool lay beneath a cliff. The water wasn't transparent, but a milky white, with gentle wisps of steam drifting above it. A hot spring? Ngo Thieu Than blinked, surprised to find a hot spring in the game. He slowly approached the edge of the pool. Just as he was about to reach down and test the temperature, He caught sight of a dark shadow at the bottom. Because the water was milky white, the dark shape beneath was quite distinct. Ngo Thieu Than's curiosity was instantly piqued. He tried to use insight, but found the distance was too great. Should I go in? Ngo Thieu Than wondered. The outline of the stoat looks somewhat humanoid, though he couldn't tell if it was a living thing. If it was alive, he might be in danger, but if not, it might be a treasure. The curiosity gnawed at him like a cat's claws. Finally, he gritted his teeth. To hell with it. At worst, I'll die once and lose a level. It's not like I'll die for real. With that, he stepped lightly into the pool and slowly submerged himself. Ding. You are absorbing diluted spring of life. Health +1. Ding. You are absorbing diluted spring of life. Health +1. Ding. You are absorbing diluted spring of life. Health +1. Ngo Thieu Than froze mid-dive. Just soaking here increased his HP? Was this spring of life really that potent? The moment Ngo Thieu Than entered the water, the dark shadow sitting at the bottom of the pool suddenly opened its eyes and looked upward. Ngo Thieu Than remained submerged, the system notifications chiming repeatedly in his ear. Gaining 1 point of health every second was an incredibly refreshing sensation, causing him to momentarily forget his original purpose for diving in. In the midst of his enjoyment, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly felt something rushing up from below. He looked down in a hurry, only to see a figure lunging toward him with extreme speed. Ngo Thieu Than's pupils dilated and he immediately used blink to escape the pool. Whatever it was, he had to get out of the water first. He had no way to fight beneath the surface. To his shock, however, the moment he blinked outward, the figure followed in hot pursuit. Before he could react, a kick sent him tumbling to the ground. One speak. How did you find this place? An icy voice pierced Ngo Thieu Than's ears. Chapter 72. Ngo Thieu Than remained in a daze, his mind reeling. A single kick had shaved off over 10,000 health points. Was such a thing even possible? He hurriedly looked toward the figure before him, a peerless beauty, dressed in black robes. Cold, murderous intent flickered in her eyes, suggesting that if his answer displeased her, she would send him straight to the afterlife. Secretly, he cast an insight spell. ZU demon race level. Health, attack, a demon? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. Hadn't the demon race been driven back to the demon realm ages ago? Why was one appearing here? Answer or die. ZU's icy voice rang out once more. I said I stumbled upon this place by accident. Would you believe me? Ngo Thieu Than replied. Upon hearing this, ZU's gaze grew even colder, clearly unconvinced. She extended her palm, and a swirl of pitch-black demonic chi manifested. Since you refuse to tell the truth, there is no need to keep you alive, she said coldly. Wait. Killing me is useless. I'm an adventurer. I can resurrect, Ngo Thieu Than said hurriedly. This woman could even keep pace with his flash. Escaping her grasp was an utter impossibility. Dying and losing a level was fine, but he was currently decked out in top-tier equipment. Losing even a single piece would be agonizing. An adventurer? A hint of doubt flickered across ZU's face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked at Ngo Thieu Than with a peculiar expression. A moment later, her cold facade vanished, replaced by a look of extreme allure. If you are an adventurer, I can spare your life. I might even give you a quest with a reward, of course. Ngo Thieu Than marveled at how she changed her tune faster than one could flip a page. What quest? And what's the reward? If the reward was good enough, he would certainly take it. He didn't care if she was a demon or not. He was just a player. The squabbles of NPCs had nothing to do with him. The quest is simple. Help me find an item. As for the reward, how does a drop of life spring water sound? ZU said seductively. Life spring water? What does it do? Ngo Thieu Than asked. For you adventurers, drinking a single drop can permanently increase your health by 10,000 points. For real? Ngo Thieu Than asked, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. With a wave of her hand, ZU caused a droplet of liquid to hover before him, radiating a dense aura of vitality. Ngo Thieu Than rushed to inspect it. Life spring water. Upon consumption, permanently increases maximum health by 10,000. Each person can use a maximum of 3 drops. Ngo Thieu Than's breathing grew ragged. The effect of this item was too overpowered. No wonder the water in the pond, even when diluted, could still increase his health by 1 point per second. "What do you want me to find?" he asked. Refusing a reward this good would mean there was something wrong with his head. "The nether spirit fruit," Ziyu stated. "What is a nether spirit fruit? I've never even heard of it. How am I supposed to find it for you?" "In Jinling City, there is an old man surnamed Sun. He is a master alchemist, and his to happen have a nether spirit fruit in his possession. If you can bring it back to me, this drop of life spring water will be yours," Ziyu replied. "Ding, Ziyu has issued a quest to you. Quest content: travel to Jinling City, find Old Man Sun, and obtain the nether spirit fruit to deliver to Ziyu. Quest reward: 1 drop of life spring water. Do you accept? Note: this quest involves factional conflict. If discovered by the people of Jinling City, you will be hunted by the entire city. Please choose carefully." Damn it, is it that serious? This time, Ngo Thieu Than truly hesitated. If he was hunted by the entire city, how was he supposed to keep playing? "Can I not accept it?" he asked weakly. "What do you think?" Ziyu's gaze instantly turned frigid again. "What is this nether spirit fruit used for, anyway?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "It only has an effect on us demons. It is of no use to your kind," Ziyu replied, assuming he wanted to keep it for himself. "Crap. Then if I go and ask him for it and he asks what it's for, how am I supposed to answer?" Ngo Thieu Than grumbled in frustration. "That is for you to figure out," Ziyu said. If he weren't so outmatched, Ngo Thieu Than would have definitely hit her with a few stacks of poison. This was clearly a comply or die situation. "So what if I lose a level? It's fine." He tried to think lightheartedly, but he didn't move. He couldn't bring himself to give up that drop of life spring water. It was a priceless treasure. "Whatever, I'll agree first. If I really can't do it later, then so be it," Ngo Thieu Than thought. He then turned to Ziyu and said, "Fine, I agree. Hee, a wise choice. However, to prevent you from being obedient in person but defiant in heart, I must leave a little something on you." As Ziyu spoke, her hands moved in complex mudras. A few seconds later, she flicked her wrist, and a streak of black light flew straight into Ngo Thieu Than's forehead. A pattern formed on his brow before quickly fading away. "Damn it, what did you do to me?" Ngo Thieu Than startled, touching his forehead. He felt nothing unusual, but he knew for certain that something had just burrowed inside. "It's nothing, merely a unique secret technique of our demon race. As long as you don't speak out of turn, you will be fine. But if you say things you shouldn't, this demon mark will kill you instantly. Even if you die and resurrect, it will be useless. This mark is etched into your soul. Unless I personally remove it, you won't escape no matter how many times you revive," Ziyu said with a smile. Son of a Ngo Thieu Than was so angry he wanted to curse. Was his life now in someone else's hands? He wanted to slap himself for his own curiosity. Why didn't he just use a return scroll earlier? "Very well, you may go. I give you a limit of 5 days. If you haven't obtained the item by then, I will trigger the mark to kill you once every day," Ziyu said with a smirk. With that, her figure blurred and vanished. Ngo Thieu then wanted to cry but had no tears left. He cursed his own stupidity for insisting on seeing who she was. Sigh. "I'll head back and figure it out then," he thought. He pulled out a return scroll and crushed it, only to receive a notification. "Ding, you are currently in a special map. Return scrolls cannot be used." "Are you kidding me?" Ngo Thieu Than cursed under his breath, helplessly beginning the long walk out of the valley. "Damn it. You can't even use a return scroll here, yet that random teleportation scroll managed to dump me in here. If I hadn't been teleported here, none of this mess would have happened," he grumbled. After more than 10 minutes of twisting and turning, he finally exited the valley into a primeval forest. After a moment's thought, he used a teleportation scroll to mark the coordinates. Next time, he could teleport directly back. If he had to run hundreds of kilometers on foot to deliver the item later, it would be the death of him. "Ha, and I wasted another teleportation scroll. This trip is a total loss," he muttered irritably. "Ding, an item you listed on the auction house has been purchased. Transaction price, 250,000. After a 37,500 processing fee, a balance of 212,500 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding ding for consecutive system notifications rang out, finally lifting Ngo Thieu Than's mood slightly. 4 silver tier items. 2 sold for 250,000, 1 for 260,000, and 1 for 240,000. Exactly 1 million credits total, yielding 850,000 in cash after fees. With money coming in, his frustration eased. He pulled out a return scroll, and soon enough he was back in Jinling City. It was very late, so Ngo Thieu Than logged off immediately. Taking off his gaming helmet, he collapsed onto his bed to get some sleep. He set an alarm for 6 hours later. There was a mountain of work to do tomorrow, and he couldn't afford to oversleep. He hoped he wouldn't have nightmares. He had spent the whole day fighting skeletons, only to end it by meeting a terrifying woman. Chapter 73, Are You Even Human? When the blare of the alarm clock pulled Ngo Thieu Than from his slumber, he was in a wretched state. It was true, he had suffered through a nightmare. He reached to touch his forehead, feeling as though something were out of place, before letting out a self-deprecating laugh. It seemed that woman had terrified him so much that he was beginning to confuse the game with reality. He told himself he would simply return her things later to break the curse. If she refused, he would find another way. If she were truly as formidable as she seemed, she wouldn't have been forced to skulk away in that dark pool. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, Ngo Thieu Than switched off the alarm and rolled back over. He needed enough sleep to maintain the stamina required for hunting monsters. The next time he woke, it was to the insistent ringing of his phone. Ngo Thieu Than answered it, still half lost in a daze. "Hello? Who is it?" "Brother, it's me. Oh, Tungam. What's the matter?" "Brother, I've reached level 10. Which main city are you in? I'm coming to find you." "Oh, level 10 already? That was fast." Ngo Thieu Than finally snapped awake. "Brother, it's 10 o'clock. Why are you still sleeping? Aren't you afraid of being overtaken by other players?" "What? It's 10 already." Ngo Thieu Than scrambled out of bed. He still had a tiger to deal with today. "I'm in Kim Lang City. Come over here," he told Tungam before hanging up. He rushed through his morning routine, grabbed a quick snack from the stash he had bought previously, and logged into the game. His character materialized in Kim Lang City, and Ngo Thieu Than headed straight for the city lord's manor. Now that he had a way to deal with that tiger, he naturally had to inform the city lord. This was a major quest, and the rewards were bound to be generous. Upon arriving at the manor, the guards, who were now well acquainted with his face, let him pass without a word. He followed the familiar path into the main hall to meet the city lord, who was still wearing an expression of deep anxiety over the tiger situation. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than approach, the city lord spoke hurriedly. "Tran Phong, have you come because you've thought of a solution?" "Indeed, I have found a way to deal with the demonized Kung Lam Tiger King," Ngo Thieu Than replied directly. "Excellent. Then I must trouble you to head to Lu Village immediately. Escort the Sealing Master deep into the Tiger Roar Forest to completely seal the passage to the Demon Realm," the city lord said excitedly. "Ding, the city lord of Kim Lang City has issued you a quest. Quest content. Escort the Sealing Master into the depths of Tiger Roar Forest to seal the Demon Realm passage. The sealing source, the Sealing Master, requires 10 minutes to perform the seal. You must hold off the demonized Kung Lam Tiger King for 10 minutes to buy him time. Quest reward: unknown." "Ah, so the city lord only wants me to stall the Tiger King for 10 minutes, not kill it. He probably doesn't believe I'm capable of slaying that beast," Ngo Thieu Than mused. However, for him, killing the tiger would actually be easier than trying to restrain it for 10 minutes. After accepting the quest, Ngo Thieu Than had just stepped out of the city gates when a private message arrived from Tu Nam. "Phong Ngum Nhi. Brother, I've finished my class advancement. Where are you?" "Wait at the class advancement hall. I'm coming now," Ngo Thieu then messaged back and turned toward the hall. Arriving at the destination, he quickly spotted a young girl in novice gear looking around expectantly. There weren't many people in the hall at this hour, as players who hadn't advanced their class by now were rare. Ngo Thieu Than walked right up to Tu Nam. Seeing her still scanning the crowd, he spoke up, "What are you looking for? I'm standing right in front of you, and you don't recognize me?" Ah, Tu Nam jumped in surprise. How is anyone supposed to recognize you when you're wearing a mask like that? So, you became priest? Ngo Thieu Than asked. Classes were impossible to hide. One glance was all it took. Yes. Didn't you say my talent was suited for either a mage or a priest? Mages require so much technical skill, and since I'm such a noob, playing a mage would be a waste. A priest is better, I just have to stand in the back and heal. But you have to carry me, okay? Otherwise, I'll never level up, Tu Nam said piteously. Fine, Ngo Thieu Than nodded. Tu Nam had the virtue of being very self-aware. If he were to bring her along, a priest was definitely more suitable than a mage. Furthermore, the automatic stat growth for a priest favored intelligence and spirit, which suited her perfectly. Ngo Thieu Than then handed over 2 pieces of silver tier equipment he had set aside, a set of magic robes and a ring. He had sold off the other gear, leaving only these 2. However, for someone of his caliber, helping Tu Nam obtain a full set of silver gear would be no difficult feat. Wow, silver equipment, Tu Nam exclaimed as she took them. Even though she had only been playing for 2 days, she knew that silver tier items were absolute top-tier treasures at this stage of the game. Brother, maybe we should sell these? Vi said a single silver item can sell for over 200,000. If we sell these, we could buy a house back home. Tu Nam's eyes sparkled. I gave them to you, so just wear them. Do I look like someone who's short on cash? Ngo Thieu Than said, exasperated. I guess that's true. You are the legendary Tran Phong, after all, Tu Nam said with an admiring look. All right, put the gear on. I'm taking you to do something big. Oh, okay. Okay, Tu Nam's eyes filled with excitement. Was she about to go boss hunting with her brother? She wondered if it would be a bronze or silver tier boss. Right. Take this and put it in your inventory. Don't lose it. Ngo Thieu then pulled the mana pearl from his bag and handed it to her. This was the item that truly suited her best. Tu Nam took the mana pearl, gave it a passing glance, and tucked it away, clearly not realizing how overpowered the item was. Seeing her reaction, Ngo Thieu Than shook his head. It was exactly what he had expected. He cautioned her seriously. Tu Nam, you must always keep that pearl with you. Don't let anyone else see it, understand? I know. Brother, is this pearl even better than silver equipment? Tu Nam asked. Ngo Thieu Than's lip twitched as he affirmed. For you, that pearl is a divine artifact. Oh, Tu Nam didn't fully understand, but she decided to just listen to her brother. Ngo Thieu Than took Tu Nam to a clothing shop to buy a few fashion outfits, and he also picked up a veil for her to wear. Wearing base equipment looked quite unsightly, and even with effects hidden, an observant person could still identify silver tier gear. Fashion outfits were a better cover. As for the veil, she was bound to become famous by association with him. It was better to keep her face hidden. Tu Nam happily accepted the gifts. As they set out, Ngo Thieu Than tried to slow his pace, but Tu Nam hadn't put a single point into agility. The boots she was wearing were likely drops from level 2 mobs. Her movement speed couldn't have been more than 2 points. It was agonizingly slow. After a while, Ngo Thieu Than couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that there was no one around, he summoned Ngan Thai Lang. Wow, brother, is this your pet? The Ngan Thai Lang that was ranked number 1 on the leaderboard? It's so cute. Tu Nam was instantly smitten and tried to rush forward to hug the wolf. Unfortunately, as a proud Moon Celestial Wolf, Ngan Thai Lang was a haughty creature. It would never allow anyone other than its master to embrace it, and it nimbly sidestepped her attempt. Was ranked number 1. Ngo Thieu Than froze, opening the rankings to check. Sure enough, Ngan Thai Lang was no longer there. Is it because its potential is currently awakening that it's not being displayed? Ngo Thieu then thought. But this was fine. It was one less leaderboard for him to worry about. After clearing the dungeon yesterday, Ngan Thai Lang had reached level 18, but its height only reached Ngo Thieu Than's knees. He looked at Tu Nam's 1.68-meter height, then at Ngan Thai Lang's few dozen centimeters of stature. Though his conscience pricked him slightly, he still crouched down and said, "Little wolf, could you let my sister ride you for a bit?" Upon hearing this, both Ngan Thai Lang and Tu Nam stared at Ngo Thieu Than with expressions of pure horror. "Brother, are you joking? He's so tiny, how am I supposed to ride him?" "I can walk, I'm not tired at all," Tu Nam said. Ngan Thai Lang looked at Ngo Thieu Than with an incredulous gaze, as if to say, "Are you even human?" "This isn't about being tired or not," Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself before issuing a direct command. "If I say ride, then ride." Chapter 74. You're telling me this is a pet? Thus, a peculiar group appeared on the road. Ngo Thieu Than walked in the lead, followed by a small wolf only a few dozen centimeters tall. However, what left onlookers truly speechless was the young girl riding upon the small wolf's back. This bizarre combination naturally drew a flurry of whispers along the way. "Good heavens, what a brute! How could he have the heart to let someone ride such a tiny wolf?" "Exactly. That girl is far too pampered. Would it kill her to walk a few steps? To do that to such a small cub, how could she? Truly, people's hearts aren't what they used to be." Hearing the constant murmurs, Ngo Tu Ngam buried her face against Ngan Thai Lang's neck. Despite the veil she wore, she felt as though she had no face left to show. "Brother, maybe I should get down and walk?" Ngo Tu Ngam asked weakly. "No, just keep going. We're almost there," Ngo Thieu Than replied firmly. At level 18, Ngan Thai Lang's speed reached 540, which was not much lower than Ngo Thieu Than's own. It was certainly not something Ngo Tu Ngam's meager movement speed could compare to. Soon after, the two arrived at Lu Jikia village. A group of people seemed to be waiting for them at the village entrance. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than approach, they hurried forward to meet him. However, as they drew closer, their faces collectively fell into expressions of disappointment. "Excuse me, are you the one the city sword sent to help us seal the demon realm portal?" an old man among them asked. "I am," Ngo Thieu Than replied. "Then, aside from the two of you, did the city lord dispatch any other masters who are waiting for us further ahead?" the old man asked, a glimmer of hope remaining on his face. "No, it is just the two of us," Ngo Thieu Than stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present displayed profound disappointment. Seeing this, Ngo Thieu Than immediately understood. These people were looking down on him. "Let's go. I am enough," Ngo Thieu Than said. Such arrogance, not knowing the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. How does a level 23 silver-rank brat like you have the confidence to face a level 30 gold-rank forest tiger king? Just don't end up getting us all killed when the time comes. Within the crowd, another old man sneered without the slightest bit of courtesy. "Whether I have confidence or not is my business. You can come if you like, or stay if you don't. Regardless, I have arrived. If you have a problem with it, go take it up with your city lord." Having said his piece, Ngo Thieu Than turned and walked away with Ngo Tu Ngam, leaving the group staring at one another in a daze. Little skill but quite a temper. "I don't know what the city lord was thinking, sending someone of his sort," the old man continued to grumble. "All right, enough. Since the city lord sent him, must be a reason. We should just follow. Otherwise, if the mission fails and the city lord places the blame on us, none of us will be able to bear it." The leading elder spoke up. Ngo Thieu Than did not bother with the people behind him. His objective was to kill the demonized forest tiger king. Once it was dead, they would naturally know what to do. Seeing that the group eventually followed him obediently, Ngo Thieu Than curled his lip. They were simply spoiled, and needed to be put in their place. As they entered Tiger Howl Forest, Ngo Thieu Than frowned slightly when he saw a party already hunting forest tigers within the woods. The commotion from his upcoming boss fight would surely be immense, and these people would undoubtedly hear it. He truly did not want others watching him fight a boss. Are these people's heads on straight? Tigers are so scarce in Tiger Howl Forest that it takes half a day just to find one. What kind of efficiency do they expect by coming here to grind? Ngo Thieu Than muttered. At that moment, the other party also noticed the strange combination of the two siblings. Immediately, a hint of greed surfaced on their faces. Pilling and looting for equipment in the wilderness was a common occurrence. The leader led 4 members toward them. "Hey, brother. That little wolf of yours has some decent strength, doesn't it? Such a tiny thing already carrying a person," the man teased. "It's all right." A faint smile touched the corner of Ngo Thieu Than's mouth, but his heart grew cold. Some people really were tired of living. "In that case, I wonder if you'd be willing to part with it. I'll pay you a whole copper coin." "Ha ha ha." The man and his lackeys burst into laughter. Ngo Thieu Than laughed along with them, then turned to Ngo Thieu Than. "To Ngam, get down. These gentlemen want the wolf cub, so we'll just give it to them." Though Ngo Thieu Than did not understand what was happening, she obediently stepped down from Ngan Thai Lang's back. Seeing this, the men opposite them were stunned. Was he really that compliant? Once Ngo Thieu Than was clear, Ngo Thieu Than spoke to Ngan Thai Lang. "These guys say you're only worth a copper coin. Can you stomach that?" Ngan Thai Lang seemed to understand Ngo Thieu Than's words. It immediately activated its extreme speed and lunged forward. This was an absolute insult to a wolf. "Damn, he's playing us. Go kill this wolf cub first," the leader roared. However, they very quickly realized the meaning of true despair. Ngan Thai Lang's extreme speed, terrifying damage, and massive health pool were not things these people could handle. "What the hell? You're telling me this is a pet? It's stronger than a boss. Damn it, a single swipe took 800 or 900 of my HP. Even when I tank a boss, it's never been this painful," the party's shield warrior wailed. "Boss, we've hit a wall this time. Retreat, retreat," the leader ordered decisively. Unfortunately, their speed could not possibly compete with Ngan Thai Lang's. In short order, the entire group was sent back to the city by the wolf. Ngo Thieu Than stood frozen as she witnessed the entire process. She had never imagined that the small wolf she had been riding all this time could be so terrifying. Ngo Thieu Than walked over and picked up the equipment dropped on the ground: 5 pieces of black iron gear and 2 pieces of bronze gear. Their equipment was fairly decent. No wonder they dared to hunt tigers here. He handed 2 pieces of black iron gear that Ngo Thieu Than could use to her, then threw everything else onto the auction house. Since these were low-level items, Ngo Thieu Than listed them cheaply. They were picked up for free, after all. He sold the 3 black iron pieces for 3,000 and the 2 bronze pieces for 50,000, which was roughly their market value. "All right, the trouble is dealt with. Let's continue. You can get back on," Ngo Thieu Than said to Ngo Thieu Than. Ngo Thieu Than shook her head like a rattle. Thinking of Ngan Thai Lang's recent ferocity, she didn't dare sit on him anymore. Seeing his sister's reaction, Ngo Thieu Than didn't force the issue. She would adapt eventually. And they didn't have much farther to go anyway. Ngan Thai Lang was finally liberated, and his footsteps became significantly lighter. Although Ngo Thieu Than wasn't heavy, he was still very small. Had it not been for his superior bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to carry her at all. After walking for a few more minutes, Ngo Thieu Than stopped. Moving any deeper would mean encountering that tiger at any moment. The two stood waiting for a long time before the sealing mages and the protecting soldiers finally arrived. "Wait here. Once I've finished off that big tiger, you may enter. Tungam, you wait here too. When the tiger is near death, I'll call you in to share the experience," Ngo Thieu Than instructed. "Yes, brother," Ngo Thieu Than replied obediently, then asked, "Are you going to fight a boss? What rank is it? Can I help at all? I can heal you, a gold boss. Your equipment is too poor right now, so your healing output is quite low. Wait until I get you a set of silver rank gear or better. Then you can help me," Ngo Thieu Than said. "What? A gold boss? You can already defeat a gold boss?" Ngo Thieu Than was astonished, more or less. "My win rate is about 100%. The commotion from the fight will be a bit loud. If anyone approaches, have these soldiers block them. Don't let them enter and interfere with me, understood?" Ngo Thieu Than warned. This was only a level 21 monster area, and the average level of players had already reached about level 18, with the top players hitting level 19 or 20. He wasn't sure if there were any other eccentric players who might wander into Tiger Howl Forest to grind. Chapter 75. battle against the demonized jungle tiger king. After giving his final instructions to Ngo Thieu Than, Ngo Thieu Than turned to the group following behind him. In a moment, I will head inside to deal with that demonized jungle tiger king for you. That way, you can focus on sealing the tunnel without worry. However, I don't want anyone interfering and disrupting my battle. You all will be responsible for stopping anyone who tries to force their way in. Can you do that? Yes, sir. The soldiers behind him replied in unison. Although the elderly seal masters looked at Ngo Thieu Than with disdain, the soldiers were different. Their duty was to obey orders. The man before them had been sent by the city lord, and his commands carried the same weight as the city lord's own. They had to be followed. Good. Ngo Thieu Than nodded with a smile, then led Ngan Thai Lang deeper into the tiger's roar forest. In truth, he alone was not yet strong enough to face this tiger king, but Ngan Thai Lang, having awakened, could now fight side by side with him. The moment he had seen Ngan Thai Lang's attributes, he knew this tiger was a fight they could win. What did he just say? He claims he's going to kill the tiger king? The old man who had mocked Ngo Thieu Than earlier spoke up again. Pure boasting. With his strength, how could he possibly defeat the tiger king? Another elder added. He's probably just looking for a chance to abandon us here and run for his life. The most aggressive of the old men barked. You're the ones who would run. My brother said he can kill it, so he will. Just wait and see. Ngo Thieu Than's face darkened with displeasure upon hearing them speak ill of her brother. What does a little girl like you know? That is a level 30 gold tier tiger king. He is only at the level 23 silver rank. How is he supposed to fight it? Initially, I thought he might have some trick to stall it for 10 minutes. But I didn't expect him to be so shamelessly arrogant as to claim he'd kill it. Truly the most ridiculous joke in the world, the elder jeered. Anyway, if my brother says he can kill it, he definitely will. Just stay here quietly. If you try to run off, I'll tell my brother to report you to the city lord for desertion. Tu Ngam was genuinely angry now. It was one thing to criticize her, but insulting her brother was unacceptable. The old man was choked by her words, unable to find a retort. Enough. Stop arguing and just wait, the lead elder commanded. Ngo Thieu Than led Ngan Thai Lang forward with caution. This tiger king was incredibly cunning. It had dared to ambush him last time, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Currently, he still couldn't survive a full combo of the beast's skills. Suddenly, Ngan Thai Lang, who was walking ahead, stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on a patch of grass to the right. Seeing this, Ngo Thieu Than knew the crafty beast was lying in wait again. He followed Ngan Thai Lang's gaze. Though he saw nothing, he trusted the pet implicitly and drew his short sword, bracing for combat. Moments later, a black shadow lunged from the brush, pouncing toward Ngo Thieu Than. Prepared, he stepped aside to dodge the strike and immediately went on the offensive. A flicker of doubt crossed the jungle tiger king's eyes. Doesn't this human run away every time he sees me? Why does he have the courage to attack today? However, the tiger king's reactions were lightning fast. Seeing the human close in, it whipped its tail around with immense force. Ngo Thieu Than had anticipated this move. He activated the evasion skill on his boots, completely neutralizing the attack. The evasion skill was somewhat similar to the void skill, but while evasion only dodged the next single strike, void allowed him to evade all attacks for 1 second and cleanse any crowd control. In that regard, evasion still paled in comparison to void. Having bypassed the beast's 2 key control skills, Ngo Thieu then closed the distance and unleashed a stunning strike, dazing the tiger king. He followed up with a heavy strike to silence it, then unloaded a flurry of skills, successfully stacking 4 layers of poison before immediately spinning around to retreat. At the same time, he commanded Ngan Thai Lang, who was attacking fiercely, to retreat in a different direction. With his current poison damage at 1,100 points per second, 4 stacks could drain over 260,000 health in a single minute. Under normal circumstances, this tiger king with 2 million health would be dead in less than 10 minutes. He hadn't run far when a tiger's roar erupted behind him, just as expected. Ngo Thieu then decisively activated Void, dodging the sonic wave. Fortunately, because Ngan Thai Lang had run in a different direction, and the tiger's roar was directional, the pet remained unharmed. Once the roar ended, the Tiger King had almost no way to deal with Ngo Thieu Than. Lacking the necessary speed, it could only chase him in circles. Before long, a minute had passed, and the Tiger King's 3 skills had finished their cooldowns. Not daring to charge in blindly, Ngo Thieu Than sent Ngan Thai Lang to bait the skills. With 100,000 health, Ngan Thai Lang could tank a full set of moves without an issue. Sure enough, as soon as Ngan Thai Lang charged, he was struck by the tail, followed by a pounce and a savage bite that tore away over 20,000 health. Had it been Ngo Thieu Than, he would have been forcibly logged out by the death penalty right then and there. Ngo Thieu Than rushed in, landing another stunning strike, gifted the beast another full set of skills, and then both man and wolf scattered once more. With Ngan Thai Lang's assistance, Ngo Thieu Than's hunt became remarkably leisurely. The Tiger King's health was plummeting at a rate of 4,400 points per second. At that moment, a private message arrived from Ngo Tu Ngam. Phong Ngam Ni. Brother, people are coming. Tran Phong. How many? Phong Ngam Ni. About a dozen, but it looks like they're calling for backup. Tran Phong. Just hold them off for a bit. I'm almost done here. Ngo Thieu Than didn't pay it much mind. He was usually the one stealing bosses from others. No one was skilled enough to steal a boss from his hands. As the battle continued and the Tiger King's health neared the bottom, a massive group of players suddenly charged in, numbering around 600 or 700. The leader froze for a moment when he saw Ngo Thieu Than soloing the boss. But seeing the boss's critical health, excitement took over. 10 of you go kill him. The rest of you, seize the boss. The several hundred-strong formation quickly split. A dozen players lunged at Ngo Thieu Than, while the rest surrounded the boss. Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. So arrogant? Just going to steal it outright? Glancing at the jostled Tiger King's remaining health, still around 400,000, he immediately backed out of the fray. Go ahead. Today, I'll stay back and watch how exactly you plan to kill it. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than retreat, the middle-aged leader, who was none other than Huyet Hai Vo Nai, the guild leader of Bloodsea, let out a cold laugh. At least you know your place. He immediately ordered his members to attack the jungle Tiger King. The result was a battle that turned into a one-sided massacre the moment it began. Although the Tiger King's roar hadn't finished its cooldown, its attack power was a staggering 4,200. Even a basic strike sent a player to their grave. Meanwhile, its physical defense of 2,400 and magic defense of 2,200 were simply not things players at this stage could pierce. Big brother, something feels wrong. This isn't a level 21 boss. The crowd finally sensed the anomaly. Damn it, boss. This is a level 30 gold tier boss. We can't even touch it. Huyet Haivo Nai hurriedly cast an insight technique, and his face turned ashen. He had assumed it was at most a level 20 bronze or silver boss, thinking it couldn't be that strong since one man had managed to bring it to low health. But as he looked closer, he was utterly stunned. Now, it wasn't just a question of whether they could kill the boss. The fact that someone could bring such a monster to the brink of death made him reconsider the identity of the man from before. He had heard from his subordinates that a boss had appeared here but was guarded by a group of NPCs. He had led the elites of his guild from nearby to seize it. With a force of 600 or 700, those NPCs hadn't dared to stop them. Seeing someone fighting a nearly dead boss upon entering, he had acted on instinct to seize the kill. Now, he felt he had done something incredibly foolish. As for Ngo Thieu Than, he was currently leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You dare steal my boss? Fine, it's all yours. Let's see if you have the ability to kill it. Chapter 76. The power of a roar. While Huyet Hai Vo Nai was still nursing a massive headache, the battle showed no signs of stopping. His squad of 600 or 700 players was being utterly decimated by the jungle Tiger King. The beast had already been fuming from Ngo Thieu Than's shameless hit-and-run tactics. These newcomers had essentially walked right into the muzzle of a loaded gun. "Retreat," Huyet Hai Von Hai ordered decisively. This was a boss they simply could not handle. However, while they wanted to leave, the jungle Tiger King was not so easily appeased. It had finally found a crowd to vent its bottled-up rage upon. It wasn't about to let them go. Opening its maw wide, it unleashed a world-shaking roar. A massive wave of white light erupted across the front lines, followed by the sight of equipment carpeting the ground. "Wow, now that is a spectacular sight," Ngo Thieu Than remarked, leaning against a tree with a look of pure schadenfreude. He watched the dozen or so players who had been fastest to flee. They were currently sprinting into the distance, faces pale with terror. "You think you can steal my boss and just walk away? You're dreaming." Ngo Thieu then activated haste and gave chase. Before long, another dozen pieces of equipment were added to the trail on the ground. Looking at the items scattered everywhere, Ngo Thieu Than sighed in mock sentimentality. "Oh my, a whole crowd of people coming all this way just to gift me equipment. I'm almost embarrassed to accept." He quickly sent a message to Ngo Tu Ngam, telling her to come over and help gather the loot. As for the Tiger King, its poison had long since worn off, and its health was likely fully regenerated. He would just come back and kill it later. After all, it wouldn't take much time. At the Jinling City respawn point, the area was packed to the rafters. 600 or 700 people appearing simultaneously at a respawn point was truly an astonishing sight. Huyet Hai Von Hai was squeezed into the center of the crowd, his expression looking worse than if he were crying. Because he had been personally killed by Ngo Thieu Than, he had finally confirmed one thing. They had actually tried to steal a boss from Tran Phong. Now, the boss was gone, the guild's elites had been wiped out, and they had offended Tran Phong in the process. The phrase, losing both the bait and the hook, didn't even begin to describe the depth of his misery. Back at the tiger howling forest, Ngo Tu Ngam rushed over after receiving her brother's message. When she saw the ground littered with equipment, she stood frozen in shock. "Brother, did you kill everyone who just came in here?" "I didn't kill them. The Tiger King did," Ngo Thieu Than replied. "I told them you shouldn't stroke a tiger's backside, but they insisted on doing it anyway." Tu Ngam stuck her tongue out. "But there's so much equipment, how are we going to pick it all up?" "Be selective. Pick up the bronze-grade items first, then the black iron ones. Swap out anything you can use for yourself, and the rest goes straight to the auction house. List the black iron pieces for 2,000 and the bronze for 30,000. We need to move them fast." Player, dropped equipment only lasts 10 minutes before the system refreshes it. Soon after, a warehouse clearance sale appeared on the Jinling City auction house. Black iron equipment, usually priced between 3,000 and 5,000, was being sold for 2,000. Bronze-grade items, typically worth 40,000 to 80,000, were listed for a mere 30,000. This immediately triggered a shopping frenzy across Jinling City, with the Huyet Hai Guild being the most aggressive buyers. Since the items were their own drops, they had to swallow the bitterness and buy them back regardless of the cost. Even though Ngo Thieu Than and Tu Ngam worked quickly, a large portion of the equipment was still reclaimed by the system, as listing items on the auction house took time. Aside from replacing all of Tu Ngam's basic white gear with bronze-grade pieces, the siblings managed to sell 45 bronze items and 136 black iron items. Though the prices were low, the sheer volume was immense. This single haul brought in over 1.4 million yuan, causing Tu Ngam's small face to flush with excitement. "Picking up money really does feel great," Ngo Thieu Than said, stretching his limbs. He turned to Tu Ngam, who was still basking in the thrill. "Go back and keep those NPCs calm, or something might go wrong. I'm going to finish off the Tiger King." "Oh, okay, but the money from the sales you keep it to spend in Makbok City." Across a vast desert, thousands of players were besieging a colossal scorpion. Because the desert offered no obstacles, their numerical advantage was fully utilized. However, Their formation was far from ordinary. Aside from shield guards rotating to take hits and archers and mages dealing consistent damage, the rest were mostly assassins. In reality, assassins were often the least effective class against a boss, but these particular assassins mostly possessed crowd control skills. One by one, they would enter stealth, rush in to land a chain of stuns or silences, and then retreat. This severely limited the boss's power, making the fight much easier for everyone else. Even though most players couldn't break the boss's defense, the Desert Scorpion's health was still dropping by thousands of points every second. These players belonged to Dia Ngoc Chi Mon, the largest guild in Mac Buck City. Big brother, this gold-grade boss will be dead in about 5 minutes. We're definitely going to be the first guild to take down a gold boss, the Dia Ngoc Hall Master said excitedly. To fight this boss, they had been battling for over an hour. The losses were heavy, but gaining the title of the first gold boss kill is worth it. Not only will there be gold-grade equipment, but there are also bonus attribute points. Dia Suk Suk Sujia nodded, a trace of excitement finally touching his face. Just as every member of Dia Ngoc Chi Mon was filled with anticipation, a server-wide announcement rang out, making them want to jump with rage. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tran Phong for slaying the gold-grade boss demonized Jungle Tiger King. As the first player across the entire server to kill a gold-grade boss, he is rewarded with 2,000 reputation, 50 gold, and 40 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. Tran Phong, Dia Ngoc Sujia's expression turned terrifyingly grim. Those who knew him well understood this was the sign of an impending explosion of fury. Simultaneously, everyone who heard the announcement reacted differently. Great God, Tran Phong is still as legendary as ever. Exactly. It feels like he's taken every single first kill reward. I heard Great God Tran Phong plays solo. I can't even imagine how good his gear must be. Look at the big guilds they have to stack bodies just to take down a silver boss. A gold boss? That's unimaginable. Powerhouses in other main cities paused what they were doing. In truth, every guild was actively searching for gold bosses to claim the first kill. But just as silver bosses were rare under level 20, gold bosses under level 30 were extremely scarce. Areas above level 30 were not places players at this stage could set foot in. Thus, the first gold boss kill had remained unclaimed until Tran Phong snatched it away once again. This Tran Phong, just the attribute points he's gained from first kills, must total over 100 by now. Once the city portals open, I must find a way to make contact with him, Than Vuong muttered to himself. In Jinling City, Huyet Hai Von Hai heard the announcement and let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Others didn't know, but he knew exactly how terrifying that Tiger King was. A single skill had wiped them all out. With attributes like that, he still managed to kill it? Tran Fong's strength could no longer be described as monstrous. To offend a man like that was my head kicked by a mule. I wonder if there's still a chance to fix this. Over at Ngo the Quan Hung, Ngo the Thian Ha's face was also incredibly unsightly. Tran Fong's growing strength was certainly not good news for him. Tiger Howling Forest and Ngo Thieu Than listened to the string of system notifications, his mood soaring. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the gold-grade boss, demonized Jungle Tiger King. You have received 1,000 reputation and 150,000 experience points. Your pet, Ngan Thai Lang, has received 150,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP plus 80, MP plus 40, and 20 free attribute points received. Current level, LV 24, 12,250,000. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1 point, maximum poison stacks increased by 1. Current poison damage is 1,101 points, maximum stacks. 5. Undying Body triggered. Maximum HP increased by 1. Undying Body has currently granted a total of 5,149 bonus maximum HP. Standing not far away, Ngo Thieu Than was bathed in 3 successive pillars of golden light, her level jumping from 10 to 13. When the Tiger King was near death, Ngo Thieu Than had called her over. In Divine Oracle, Party experience was shared equally. There was no distribution based on contribution. Either you weren't in a party, or you were, and so the experience was split evenly among all members. Thus, even though Tu Nam had done nothing, she received 100,000 experience points, instantly gaining 3 levels. The sheer speed of it left her reeling with excitement. Ngo Thieu Than looked at the loot scattered across the ground with a grin. He had always loved this feeling. Quickly gathering everything, he began to check the items with great anticipation. In total, he had gained 6 gold and 72 silver, 2 gold-grade items, 4 silver-grade items, and 5 bronze-grade items. There was no black iron gear likely, because high-level monsters didn't bother dropping low-tier equipment. Additionally, there was a scroll, a bottle of special medicine, a gemstone, an attribute fruit, and something that looked like a crystal. It was a massive haul, though he lamented not having any more double drop rate scrolls. Chapter 77. The skill scroll first, he examined the 2 pieces of gold tier equipment: Tiger Head Greatsword, gold tier. Physical attack plus 800, defense penetration plus 10%. Additional attributes: strength plus 35, constitution plus 35, endurance plus 35. Attached skill damage augmentation, increases attack damage for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Equipment requirement: warrior. Tiger Howl bracelet. Physical attack plus 350, attack speed plus 10%, defense penetration plus 5%. Additional attributes: strength plus 35, agility plus 35, constitution plus 35. Attached skill attack haste, increases attack speed for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Equipment requirement: physical type classes. Looking at the Tiger Head Great Sword, Ngo Thieu Than was utterly stunned. This weapon was the perfect definition of raw damage, so much so that he felt a pang of reluctance to sell it. Why wasn't this an assassin's weapon? If any warrior brandished this blade, their damage output would surely explode to unimaginable levels. If he put this up for sale, it would likely set a new record for the highest price. Fortunately, among the 2 gold-tier items, there was one he could use. As for the 4 silver-tier items, one was suitable for him, 2 were for Tu Nam, and the last could only be auctioned off. Tiger Hide Greaves, silver tier, health plus 800, physical defense plus 60, magic defense plus 60, increases health regeneration rate. Additional attributes: constitution plus 34, endurance plus 33, strength plus 34. Equipment requirement: physical type classes. Tiger Bone Necklace, silver tier, magic attack plus 300, mana plus 300, cooldown reduction plus 5%, luck plus 5. Additional attributes: intelligence plus 33, spirit plus 34, constitution plus 32. Equipment requirement: mage, priest. Tiger Hide Belt, silver tier, health plus 900, physical defense plus 55, magic defense plus 55, reduces crowd control duration. Additional attributes: constitution plus endurance plus 33, spirit plus 34. Equipment requirement: all classes. Ngo Thieu Than could use the greaves. As for the belt, he already had the Dream Buffalo belt, and certainly didn't care for this one. It just so happened that Tu Nam could use it. The remaining piece was a set of tiger hide armor for shield, guardians, and warriors, which neither of them needed. Among the 5 bronze-tier items, there were also 2 that Tu Nam could use, which he handed directly to his sister, while the rest were set aside for sale. He listed the 3 bronze items on the auction house for 100,000 each. These were level 30 items with attributes nearly equal to level 20 silver gear. Someone would surely buy them. The silver tier armor was put up for a 30-minute auction. While the auction duration in the novice village was fixed at 10 minutes, the maximum time in the main city was 30 minutes. Any longer would incur additional processing fees. He temporarily held onto the Tiger Head Greatsword. If he listed it at the same time as the others, it would cause the value of the silver equipment to plummet, just like before. Continuing his inspection of the remaining items, he first looked at the vial of potion. Unfortunately, it wasn't the seal-breaking medicine Ngo Thieu Than had hoped for, but rather a damage potion, a concoction that increased damage for 10 minutes. For others, it was excellent, but for Ngo Thieu Than, it was mediocre at best as it did not boost poison damage. However, the item that truly surprised and delighted him was the scroll. Skill Scroll enhances the quality of a designated skill. Each skill can be upgraded a maximum of 3 times. Skill quality? Ngo Thieu Than wondered briefly. Does this game even categorize skills by quality? They all seem the same. But he quickly recalled the skeleton assassin he had encountered earlier. Though it used the same backstab skill, its strike had been slightly more powerful than his own. Could that be what's meant by different skill qualities? Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. However, he still didn't know where to check the quality. Regarding the skills he had encountered, only Immortal Body stood out because it was colored gold, whereas all other skill books shared the same color. One try will tell. After a moment's thought, Ngo Thieu Than designated Immortal Body and chose to use the scroll. Ding! The current skill quality has reached its maximum level. It cannot be used. Ngo Thieu Than had anticipated this outcome. Since every other skill lacked color, while this one alone was gold, he was merely testing his hypothesis. Aside from Immortal Body, Ngo Thieu Than's most powerful skill was naturally Void. He selected Void and used the scroll once more. Ding! Use successful. The quality of the skill Void has been enhanced, and Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly checked the description. The skill still lacked a specific color, but its effects had improved. Void removes all negative status effects from the self and shifts the body into a void space, becoming untargetable for 1.5 seconds. Mana cost 150, cooldown 4 minutes. The duration had increased, the cooldown had decreased, and the mana cost had risen by 50. Overall, it was a significant leap forward, leaving Ngo Thieu Than extremely satisfied. Continuing through his inventory, the attribute fruit turned out to be a strength fruit. Consuming it granted 10 points of strength. While this wasn't vital to Ngo Thieu Than, he ate it anyway. He wasn't short on money and had no need to sell it. One could never have too many attribute-boosting fruits. The remaining items were a gemstone and a crystal. The gemstone was meant for socketing into weapons to grant 100 strength, but it required a blacksmith to drill a socket first. As for the crystal, Ngo Thieu Than found it incomprehensible. Damaged essence crystal, unidentified item. This thing surely isn't simple, if even the system can't appraise it. Ngo Thieu Than muttered, stowing it back into his inventory. Having finished inspecting all the items, he felt quite content. Next was to bring those seal masters over to seal the tunnel. When Ngo Thieu Than returned, he found the group of seal masters actually gossiping about whether they should flee back to Lu Jia village. He was so incensed, he nearly gifted each of them 2 stacks of poison. Eventually, under his stern demeanor, they obediently followed him to the sealing site. Upon seeing some carcass of the Tiger King sprawled on the ground, the group finally fell completely silent. The seal master, who had been the most vocal earlier, didn't dare utter another word, fearing Ngo Thieu Than might settle scores with him after the job. Leading them deep into the cave, the moment they laid eyes on the sealing formation, these seal masters, whom Ngo Thieu Than had previously deemed useless, suddenly took on an air of solemnity. They stepped forward one by one, producing various prepared materials, and began their work. At least they looked the part, Ngo Thieu Than muttered before turning to walk away. He understood none of it anyway, and staying wouldn't help. But just as Ngo Thieu Than turned his back, he suddenly felt as though something was staring intently at him. He whirled around, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Is it an illusion? He wondered, scoffing at himself for becoming so paranoid. While waiting outside, a system notification informed him that the tiger hide armor had successfully sold for 280,000, setting a new record for silver equipment. This was expected, however. The attributes of level 30 silver gear were indeed formidable. Ngo Thieu Than waited outside for a full 10 minutes before the group of seal masters emerged, dragging their exhausted bodies. How is it? Is the seal successful? Ngo Thieu Than asked. It is done. There should be no more problems, the lead seal master replied. Should be? And Ngo Thieu Than frowned slightly, thinking, you're telling me should be regarding something this important? He felt a wave of irritation, but then reminded himself that this had nothing to do with him. As long as the mission was marked complete, he didn't care how well they had sealed it. "Then let's go," Ngo Thieu Than said, pulling out a town portal scroll. However, the old leader spoke up. "We must trouble the young hero to escort us back to Kim Lang City. Can't you lot walk back yourselves? You have so many soldiers protecting you. What is there to fear?" Ngo Thieu Than snapped back. Without hesitation, he activated the town portal scroll. Ding, mission in progress. Town portal scroll cannot be used. Damn it. How many times has this happened? Does the system not want to make money from these scrolls anymore? Despite having encountered this situation many times, Ngo Thieu Than could not hide his fury. He turned and handed the scroll to Ngo Tu Ngam. "Tu Ngam, you try and see if it works." "Yes, brother." Tu Ngam obediently took it, and right before Ngo Thieu Than's frustrated eyes, she vanished, successfully returning to the city. Central Brain, "You're targeting me because I'm too fast, aren't you?" Ngo Thieu Than grumbled under his breath. He could only helplessly lead the Seal Masters on a slow trek back to Kim Lang City. What infuriated him further was that the group moved at a snail's pace, taking a full hour and a half to finally crawl back to the city gates. Chapter 78. Recognition from the war god. He walked straight to the city lord's manor. Upon hearing the news that everything had been settled, the weight in the city lord's heart was finally lifted. He looked at Ngo Thieu Than and said, "Tran Phong, I truly cannot thank you enough. This is the reward you deserve." Ding, quest completed. Rewards received: reputation plus 1,000 title, demon sealing envoy, 1 property in Jinling City. Property? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened. Could it be the kind of real estate that cost tens of thousands of gold coins at every turn? Was the city lord really this generous? Ngo Thieu Than had looked into it before. Players could buy houses in the city, but the prices were absurdly high, with the cheapest costing several tens of thousands of gold coins. Given the current amount of gold coins players possessed, virtually no one could afford one. He hadn't expected this quest to grant a house directly. This was a gift worth tens of thousands of gold coins. "City Lord, where is that house?" Ngo Thieu Than asked hurriedly. The city lord pulled out a map, pointed to a specific area, and said magnanimously, "You may choose any property within this district." Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He scanned the map for a while before deciding on a house in a prime location. He hadn't expected that while he hadn't bought a house in the real world yet, he would own one in the game first. At the current exchange rate, this in-game house wasn't much cheaper than one in reality. The city lord quickly finalized the paperwork, handing Ngo Thieu Than a piece of parchment bearing the seal of the city lord's manor. He cautioned, "Keep this safe. From now on, that house belongs to you." "Very well, thank you, city lord." Ngo Thieu Than happily took the parchment and left the manor. Walking down the street, he sent his location to Ngo Tu Ngam, telling her to come find him. Then he examined the remaining rewards. Title: Demon Sealing Envoy, awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to sealing the demon race. When equipped, damage reduction is increased and crowd control duration is reduced. Excellent. Ngo Thieu Than's eyes sparkled again. The rewards for this quest were incredibly practical. The attributes of this title were simply overpowered, and he equipped it immediately. Before long, Ngo Tu Ngam came running over, and the two walked together toward the house. "Brother, why are we here?" Tu Ngam asked curiously. "This is about to become our home," Ngo Thieu Than replied gleefully. As they stood at the door for a moment, it opened, and an NPC who looked like a butler saw Ngo Thieu Than and asked, "May I ask who you two are looking for? It even comes with a butler." Ngo Thieu Than became even more excited. This was perfect. He presented the parchment for the man to see, and the butler immediately welcomed them inside with great respect. Ngo Thieu Than led the still-dazed Ngo Tu Ngam on a tour of the premises. "Brother, is this really going to be our home in the game from now on?" Tu Ngam still couldn't believe her eyes. If you don't feel like going out to grind mobs later, you can come here to rest. I've already instructed the butler. You can come here anytime," Ngo Thieu Than said. After walking around, he felt very satisfied. The main hall, bedrooms, and study were all fully furnished. There was even a small courtyard in the back with a fish pond. The environment was exceptionally serene. "This is wonderful." Ngo Thieu Than ran off excitedly to explore. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than sat down in a grandmaster chair in the middle of the main hall and drifted off. This chair was truly comfortable. He didn't know how long he had slept before he was woken up by Ngo Thieu Than. "Brother, it's past 1 in the afternoon. I have to log off to eat," Thieu Than said. "Ah, it's already past 1? Ngo Thieu Than was a bit groggy. Calculating it, he had woken up at 10, spent nearly 2 hours traveling, and added the time spent fighting the tiger. It was indeed past noon. "Yeah, let's log off and eat. I'll go grab a bite and then come back," Ngo Thieu Than said. Thinking for a moment, Ngo Thieu Than decided to list the tiger head greatsword on the auction house. Although he was a bit reluctant, he couldn't use it, so selling it was the only option. With the attributes of this weapon, it was bound to bring him a massive profit. After listing the tiger head greatsword, Ngo Thieu Than chose to log out. The appearance of the tiger head greatsword sent all of Jinling City into a frenzy. "What is this? A gold-tier weapon? Good heavens! This attack power is terrifying. Damn, look at these attributes. I finally know what real damage looks like. Big brother, this weapon was probably listed by Tran Phong," Ngo Thieu Than said. "I don't care who listed it. I must win this weapon at auction." With this, why would I still fear that Tran Phong? At this moment, Ngo Thieu Than's eyes were fixed solely on the blade, his rationality plummeting. Elsewhere, Lin Lang Hung's breathing grew heavy as he looked at the weapon. "No matter the price, we must seize this weapon." In a level 25 monster zone, a young man looked at the auction house, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Finally, a piece of equipment worth my while." The tiger head greatsword drove countless people into a bidding frenzy. Although many knew they couldn't afford it, it didn't stop them from placing bids. Who knew if luck might strike? The attributes of this weapon were absolute god tier for players at this stage. The price soared relentlessly until it surpassed 500,000, at which point the number of bidders began to dwindle. That price was enough to make many hesitate. After eating, Ngo Thieu Than logged back into the game, appearing in the hall of his house. Glancing at the auction house, he saw the competition for the tiger head greatsword was still fierce. As the auction time neared its end, the weapon was finally bought by someone for the staggering price of 880,000. "There really are a lot of rich people," Ngo Thieu Than remarked. He hadn't expected a piece of gold equipment to sell for over 800,000. One had to realize that silver equipment only went for around 200,000. This was a several-fold increase. But then again, its attributes were truly exceptional, and several tycoons happened to crave it. At that moment, in the level 25 monster zone, the young man looked at the tiger head greatsword in his hand, his face filled with excitement. This weapon suited him perfectly. "Congratulations, Lang Tu. With this weapon, I'm afraid even Tran Phong is no longer your match." A youth beside him flattered. "It's not certain yet. We'll have to fight to know," Lang Tu said. Despite his words, his face was brimming with confidence. His talent increased damage, and combined with the skill of this weapon, his burst damage would be immense. After equipping this blade, his attack could reach 3,500. By then, a single normal attack could deal 5,000 or 6,000 damage. Who could withstand that at this stage? Ngo Thieu Than waited in the living room for over 10 minutes before Ngo Thieu Than finally logged in. He asked, somewhat exasperated, "How can eating take so long?" Ngo Thieu Than stuck out her tongue and said, "The dormitory is far from the dining hall, you know. Didn't you just get several 100,000 after selling your equipment? Why are you still eating at the dining hall?" "I'm just not used to it yet," Thieu Than whispered. Ngo Thieu Than shook his head. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Hall of the War God." He hadn't used his entries for the Hall of the War God today. Having just killed a gold boss, he had stacked his talent layers. It was the perfect time to challenge the gold-tier war god Secret Realm. As for Ngo Thieu Than, she now had 3 pieces of silver gear, and her other items were all bronze. Clearing the Black Iron Tier War God realm shouldn't be too difficult for her. When a priest entered the realm, it would automatically generate an illusory copy to fight the war god's phantom. This copy was slightly weaker than the war god's phantom and required the priest to constantly heal it. As long as the healing was sufficient to keep the copy alive, the trial could be cleared. The two reached the Hall of the War God, bypassed the crowds, and headed straight to the deepest part to select their challenges. Ngo Thieu Than could kill even a level 30 gold boss, so facing a war god phantom of the same level was naturally no problem. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished off the gold tier war god phantom. While waiting to be teleported out, he suddenly received a system notification. Ding, your strength has earned the recognition of the war god's heroic spirit. Among Dak Thu Tai Kach. Heroic Spirit Tai Kak wishes to impart his signature technique, Sevenfold Shadow Strike, to you. Do you accept? Damn, a war god finally took notice of me. I knew it with my strength. How could no one notice? Ngo Thieu Than was ecstatic and hurriedly pressed accept. Suddenly, Ngo Thieu Than felt as though he were standing in a forest. Ahead of him was a middle-aged man fighting a massive tiger. The man lunged toward the tiger in an instant, his figure turning into a shadow that pierced through the air around it, as a series of terrifying damage numbers erupted from the beast. A second later, the figure stopped, and the tiger collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head toward Ngo Thieu Than. Though they were only a few meters apart, it felt as if they were separated by an eternal, insurmountable rift of time and space. His lips moved, saying something indiscernible, before he dissolved into fragments and vanished. A majestic voice echoed in Ngo Thieu Than's mind. The Holy Light Continent depends on you to protect it. Immediately after, a surge of information flooded into his brain. The scene shifted again, and he reappeared within the War God's secret realm. Ding, congratulations, you have mastered the skill. Sevenfold Shadow Strike. Chapter 79. Gold Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly opened his skill bar to check. He discovered that behind the golden immortal body skill, a brilliant crimson skill had appeared. Shadow Sevenfold Kill. Upon activation, the user transforms into a shadow, darting through the target to deal 7 instances of damage within 1 second. Each strike stacks and increases in power. Starting with base physical damage, the second and third strikes increase sequentially. During the skill's duration, the user is uninterruptible and untargetable. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damn, this skill is truly overpowered. As expected of a technique personally bestowed by the war god, Ngo Thieu Than muttered excitedly. This cumulative damage was terrifying, and the skill essentially provided a second of invincibility. It was a perfect execution tool. While Ngo Thieu Than was still marveling at his luck, he was teleported back out. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. Your realm has ascended to the gold rank. You have received plus 40 to all attributes, 40 free attribute points, and your War God medal has been upgraded from silver to gold. As the first player to reach the gold rank, the system rewards you with an additional 40 free attribute points. In an instant, Ngo Thieu Than felt his strength surge significantly. His accumulated free attribute points had reached a total of 140. 40 points from slaying the Tiger King, 20 points from reaching level 24, plus the 80 points he had just received. This attribute boost was massive. Surveying his status, Ngo Thieu Than allocated 10 points into Constitution to push his defense over 1,000. The remaining 130 points were all dumped into Agility. Currently, he could stack his passive 5 times. He needed to reach a speed of 5 strikes per second as quickly as possible to maximize the potential of his toxin. After finishing his point allocation, he glanced at the gold-grade War God medal. Its attributes were indeed explosive, increasing all basic stats. Ngo Thieu then equipped it and reviewed his attribute panel once more. Character: Tran Phong Realm, Gold Level, 24 Health, 11,208, Mana 2,530 Physical Attack, 2,235 Magic Attack, 294 Physical Defense, 1,133 Magic Defense 1. 133 movement speed, 1033 attack speed, 355 critical rate lifesteal, 10% damage reduction, 10% control reduction, 10% defense penetration, 10% cooldown reduction, 10% health regeneration, 100 critical resistance, 10% luck, 18 experience, 254,000 200,000 strength, 449 intelligence, 147 physique, 541 constitution, 75 spirit, 191 agility, talent, toxin deals 101 damage, can stack 5 times. Immortal body increases maximum health by 149. Titles: Novice Village Hero plus 10 luck, Bandit Slayer Hero, health plus 500, defense plus 50, Demon Sealing Envoy, increases damage reduction and control reduction. Skills: Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weakness Strike, Stun Strike, Suppression Field, Shadow 7-fold Kill. Equipment: Soul Devouring Short Sword Silver, Black Wind Helmet Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor Silver, Tiger Skin Leggings Silver, Blood Bowl Belt, Dark Gold, Lin Lang Boots Gold, Lin Lang Necklace Gold, Tiger Roar Bracer Gold, Leopard King Bracer Silver, Tiger Head King Ring Silver, Green Pattern Ring Silver. Looking at his current attributes, a fierce sense of pride surged within Ngo Thieu Than. Was there anyone in all of Divine Oracle who could rival him? However, the sudden memory of that woman made him shiver. Never mind, I should stay humble. There's still a long way to go. Ngo Thieu Than waited at the War God Temple for a while, until Tu Ngam finally emerged. Unsurprisingly, she had successfully completed the challenge. With her current equipment and that talent of hers, it would have been difficult for her phantom opponent to even scratch her. Tu Ngam, what are your magic attack and mana stats now? Ngo Thieu Than asked. My magic attack is 1,650 and my mana is 4,280, Tu Ngam replied. Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. So high. But reflecting on the fact that Tu Ngam had 3 silver pieces and the rest were all bronze, it seemed reasonable. He thought for a moment and then asked, check if your talent has changed at all. If his talent could evolve through rank advancement, then surely others could as well. Tu Ngam hurriedly checked, then cried out in surprise. It changed, brother, now. Every additional point of mana consumed, skill effectiveness increases by 0.06. As I thought, Ngo Thieu Than mused. This meant most people's talents could be upgraded. Given such a massive population base, there were bound to be many players hiding terrifying talents that simply hadn't manifested yet. It seemed he really did need to be more modest in the future. Ngo Thieu then calculated for a bit. Tu Ngam likely hadn't learned any skills other than the 2 default priest abilities. Healing Art. Single target heal based on a percentage of magic attack, 5's cooldown, and Mass Healing Art. Group heal for up to 5 people. With Tu Ngam's magic attack, a single healing art could restore 1,980 health. If she consumed 4,000 mana at a critical moment, a single heal could restore over 6,700 health, providing him with immense sustain. It was a pity her skill pool was so small. Ngo Thieu then opened the auction house and searched for priest skills. To his surprise, he actually found one. Sustained Healing. Cast a continuous healing buff on a target, restoring health every second based on a percentage of the caster's magic attack, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The reason this skill hadn't been bought yet was that the seller had priced it in gold, a staggering 200 gold coins. Currently, players with over 100 gold coins could be counted on one hand. Ngo Thieu Than decided to buy it anyway. Enhancing Tu Ngam's strength was an extra layer of insurance for his own survival. While 200 gold was a lot now, it would be a pittance later. And skill books would only become more expensive. Handing the skill book to Tu Ngam, Ngo Thieu Than said, "Learn this, I'm taking you to level up." Today was Sunday, and Tu Ngam likely had classes tomorrow. He wanted to take advantage of today's free time to boost her level. After all, she was his sister. Her level couldn't be too pathetic. Okay, thank you, brother. Tu Ngam happily accepted it and tapped to learn. Ngo Thieu Than opened the map and searched for a while but couldn't find an ideal leveling spot. Most of the revealed areas contained monsters no higher than level 20. except for places he had already visited. However, taking Tu Ngam to level up in the abandoned mine was clearly out of the question. Her courage was such that she'd probably be scared sick just stepping inside. Eventually, Ngo Thieu Than picked a random direction and led Tu Ngam away. As they traveled further, the level of the monsters naturally increased. He summoned Ngan Thai Lang and forced a reluctant Tu Ngam to mount. The two humans and one wolf moved quickly toward a forest in the east. The outskirts of this forest were filled with level 15-25 monsters, and many player parties were already there, grinding. As equipment improved, players' overall strength had increased significantly. By now, almost everyone had a full set of black iron gear, and those who were more scored already possessed a few bronze pieces, allowing them to solo normal monsters of the same level without much pressure. Ngo Thieu then led Tu Ngam deep into the interior, doing his best to avoid the crowds. Although he had changed his mask's appearance and his fashion set so that most wouldn't recognize him, Tu Ngam riding Ngan Thai Lang still drew far too much attention. Chapter 80. Able to dodge attacks now. The two walked for a long time until the monster levels reached 25 to 26, a place where players were almost non-existent. It was then that Ngo Thieu Than spotted a figure engaged in a solitary duel against a level 26 lion-tiger beast. The figure moved with extreme speed and nimble footwork, wielding a bow that sent arrows flying, each one stripping nearly 3,000 health from the beast. What astonished Ngo Thieu Than the most was that almost every shot was a critical hit, a critical strike talent. Ngo Thieu Than mused. Such a talent, paired with the archer class, created a veritable damage-dealing machine. He looked on with envy. Damn, if my talent could be triggered from a distance, that would be amazing. I could switch to archer, farm monsters, without losing a drop of health, and wouldn't have to waste attribute points on constitution. Ngo Thieu Than observed for a moment. Based on the silhouette, it was a woman. Her features were unclear due to the distance, but her figure seemed excellent. He opened the leaderboards and glanced at the third rank, a level 22 archer named Wu Fai. He wondered, is it her? At this stage, few players could solo level 26 monsters. In the top 10, there were only two archers. One was Quan Lam, clearly a male name, though it was possible the person before him wasn't in the top 10 at all. The archer also noticed the two of them. Her movements immediately became guarded as she carefully lured the lion-tiger beast backward, distancing herself from them. In the wilderness, encountering others often led to player killing for loot, a common occurrence. Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. I don't think I look like a villain. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he led Ngo Tu Nam deeper into the forest in a different direction. On the other side, as she watched the two leave, a flash of surprise crossed Wu Fi's exquisite face. Further in, the monster levels rose to 27 or even 30. However, that was none of her business, and she returned her focus to slaying the lion-tiger beast. Ngo Thieu Than led Ngo Tu Ngam straight through the dense forest, which eventually opened into a vast prairie. Ahead, monsters finally appeared that were worth his time. A pride of lions even larger than oxen. Blood Hell Frenzied Lion level. 30 health, 28,000 physical attack, 1,200 physical defense, 800 magic defense, 700 movement speed, 200 movement speed, life conversion, passive. Damage dealt during attacks is automatically converted into stored vitality within the body, slowly regenerating the user's health. Skill 2, Berserk. Increases health, defense, and attack power for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The strength of level 30 common monsters far exceeded the imagination. But this level of power meant nothing to the current Ngo Thieu Than. With 1,133 defense points and damage reduction effects, he felt no pressure at all. Most importantly, the lion's passive skill was completely countered by him, rendered practically useless. Without hesitation, Ngo Thieu Than told Ngo Tu Nam to stay back and focus on healing while he charged forward with Ngan Thai Lang. With his lifesteal and the super healer Tu Ngam behind him, he didn't hold back, pulling groups of monsters to hit them with area of effect damage. When the blood-hell-frenzied lions weren't in their berserk state, they only dealt a few dozen damage to him. Even with berserk active, the damage barely reached 200. Compared to Ngo Thieu Than's nearly 20,000 health, it was like an itch. While fighting, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly thought of the female archer from earlier. Is long-range combat the only way to farm without losing health? Seeing a lion's claw swiping at him, Ngo Thieu Than reflexively leaned to the side. To his surprise, he successfully evaded the strike. His eyes lit up. This had been impossible before. He had tried many times, but no matter how he moved, the hits always landed. Now he had actually dodged it. Is it because my speed has surpassed 1,000? Ngo Thieu Than began repeatedly testing his ability to dodge the lion's attacks. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed. He constantly gathered experience. As a veteran gamer, he quickly identified the core of the issue. He could dodge some attacks now because his speed had increased enough that, provided his reactions were fast enough, he could shift his position within 0.1 seconds. It wasn't about retreating. Retreating was too slow. It was about sidestepping. However, he couldn't dodge everything perfectly because the monster's reactions weren't static. They could sometimes predict his movement. For instance, several times when he intended to dodge left, the lion's attack would shift left as well, eventually hitting him. Ngo Thieu Than continued to practice while farming. Consequently, because he had pulled too many monsters at once, he lacked the space to maneuver. He was hit consecutively by a dozen lions, losing several hundred health. Sigh, having high defense still feels better. In melee AoE farming, there was simply no room to dodge. This was where the importance of defense shone. Even surrounded by a dozen monsters, he only lost a few hundred health. Right then, a green light flashed over his head, +6732. Looking at Ngo Thieu Than in the distance, who was holding her staff with a triumphant expression, Ngo Thieu Than's lip twitched. You little spendthrift. Ngo Thieu Than finished off the lions around him and walked back to Tungam, patiently teaching her how to manage her mana and achieve the most efficient results. While Ngo Thieu Than and Ngo Thieu Than were busy grinding levels, the Lin Lang dungeon remained the hottest topic on the forums. It was known that no fewer than 100 teams had attempted the challenge, yet the stone tablet at the dungeon entrance still bore only one team's name. No, it would be more accurate to say it bore only one person's name. The dungeon's difficulty caused every team to vent their frustrations after failing. Despite this, as soon as players hit level 20, their first priority was to party up with friends and enter, because the drop rates inside far exceeded the outside world. Outside, one might kill over 100 common monsters just for a chance at a black iron item. Inside, clearing the first wave could yield bronze gear. Many teams had obtained bronze equipment, and rumor had it that the strongest teams had even found silver gear. Julu City, the 10 top experts of the God King Pavilion, were gathered here. Because Than Vuong had scouted the dungeon the previous day, they hadn't rushed in blindly today. Instead, they had hunted 2 silver bosses so that everyone had at least a few pieces of silver gear before returning. Among the 10, Than Vuong wore a full set of silver equipment. Than Chi Ta Thu and Than Chi Hu Thu, his 2 right-hand men, were mostly decked out in silver as well. The others had 1 or 2 silver pieces, with the rest being bronze. Their equipment could be considered the absolute peak. Than Vuong, do we really need to be this formal? Even that Tran Phong guy could solo this. The 10 of us shouldn't have any trouble clearing it, one of the experts remarked. Than Vuong remained silent. He glanced at the name on the stone tablet and led his group directly into the dungeon. Was that the God King Pavilion just now? Someone nearby asked. Yeah, the 10 great experts of the God King Pavilion. Even Than Vuong is here. Looks like they're planning to take down the dungeon in one go, another replied. That's great. Finally, someone from Julu City will be on the tablet. Half an hour later, the 10 experts of the God King Pavilion were teleported out one by one, looking dejected. The onlookers were stunned. When the last person, Than Vuong, was teleported out, everyone looked at the stone tablet. However, It still displayed only that one solitary team. They failed? The watching players couldn't believe it. The God King Pavilion was full of experts, and their top 10 were the elite of the elite. If a 10-man team like that still failed, how difficult was this dungeon? The 10 members of the God King Pavilion shared the same look of disbelief. How can there be such a terrifying boss? It must be gold rank. Let's go. We'll keep leveling and prepare better. We'll definitely clear it tomorrow, Then Vuong said, although the final guardian of the dungeon had exceeded his expectations. Now that he knew its attributes, he was certain of success next time. Such was the indomitable spirit of Than Vuong. As the leading groups of players reached level 20, the dungeons in every main city were swamped with people. Yet no team could achieve a clear. On the stone tablet, that single name continued to reign supreme at the top. Chapter 81. Ngan Thai Lang's third skilled Jinling city. Inside a private booth of a restaurant, the senior executives of the two corporation were gathered in full. Following Ngo Thieu Than's rise as the #1 mage, the two corporation had expanded at a staggering pace, successfully taking root in Jinling City and establishing itself as the 5th largest guild, trailing only Arrogant Above All and 3 other major powerhouses. At this moment, the executives waited in silence. Today, the chairman of the two corporation, Tran Phong, had finally departed the novice village and was due to arrive shortly to outline their next objectives. Before long, the door to the booth opened, and a middle-aged man with a dignified, imposing countenance stepped inside. The room rose as one to greet him. Greetings, Chairman Tu. Very well, everyone. Please be seated. This is a game. There is no need for such formalities. I have come today to see how our corporation's development in this world Tran Phong said. He then turned to the man beside him. Old Lu, give me a brief overview of the current situation in Jinling City. Understood, Lu Thuk replied before providing a detailed report on every piece of intelligence gathered, including the various factions currently vying for power within the city. After listening to Lu Thuk's presentation, Tran Phong fell into a brief silence before asking, in other words, there are still several large guilds standing in our way. That is correct, sir, Lu Thuk answered. Tran Phong's brow furrowed. Though he did not play games himself, his business acumen was exceptionally sharp. From Lu Thuk's report alone, he had recognized the immense potential of this game, leading him to invest heavily. However, if they were to grow, they had to ascend to the very top. After a moment of deliberation, Tran Phong issued his orders. Increase the investment. Offer high salaries to recruit personnel on a massive scale. According to what you've said, Jinling City has at least 30 million players, while the current major guilds only have a few tens of thousands. This is only the beginning. First, bolster our ranks. In most cases, numbers are the key to victory. Furthermore, top-tier experts are an indispensable factor. It seems our guild currently lacks a truly prominent powerhouse. Turning his gaze toward Ngo Thieu Than, Tran Phong asked, Thieu Ni, haven't you befriended that Tran Phong? Is there any way to bring him into our guild? Ngo Thieu Than shook her head decisively. It isn't possible. He seems to have no interest in joining any guild. Tran Phong pondered for a moment. Then, is there a way to arrange a meeting between him and me? I will try. But father, this man is susceptible to neither carrots nor sticks. You should be mindful of your tone when speaking with him. Even if he doesn't join us, it doesn't matter. We currently maintain a fairly friendly, cooperative relationship. We must absolutely avoid any friction, or it will bring us no benefit whatsoever, Ngo Thieu Than cautioned. I understand the boundaries, Tran Phong nodded, though his expression remained somewhat dismissive. Seeing her father's attitude, Ngo Thieu Than felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something were about to happen. Shaking the thought away, she sent a message to Tran Phong regardless. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than was constantly weaving through a pride of blood-hell-mad lions, occasionally dodging their lunges. After an afternoon of practice, he could now evade more than half of their attacks in a one-on-one engagement. If my speed were to double, I could probably reach a state of zero damage grinding against mobs that lack hard crowd control or targeted skills, Ngo Thieu Than mused. However, such monsters were relatively rare. Forget it. I just need to master the patterns for use in PK or against bosses. There's no need to dodge back and forth against regular mobs. It wastes too much time and kills efficiency. Besides, when pulling a large group, there isn't enough space to maneuver anyway, he told himself. Just then, his private message notification chimed. He opened it to look. Tuyet Ni, are you busy? Busy leveling up. Is something the matter? Ngo Thieu then replied. Tuyet Ni, message me when you return to Jinling City. I have something to discuss with you. I'll let you know when I'm back, Ngo Thieu Than replied briefly before returning to the slaughter. The two of them ground continuously until 11:30 at night, barely stopping except for a quick log out to eat. The territory of the blood hell mad lions was vast. Though they weren't as densely packed as the skeletons in the abandoned mines, their respawn rate was incredibly fast. Before Ngo Thieu Than could finish clearing one side, a new wave had already appeared on the other. Over the course of nearly 9 hours of tireless effort, he had slain a total of 1,880 blood hell mad lions. Against these monsters, without control skills, Ngo Thieu Than simply rounded them up and wiped them out. Despite the time spent practicing his dodges, his clearing speed remained at a level other players could never hope to match. To Ngo Thieu Than's surprise, level 30 common mobs could already drop bronze equipment. Out of over 1,800 monsters, 6 pieces of bronze gear had dropped. While the drop rate wasn't high, it was a welcome sight. Although bronze equipment was depreciating quickly, each piece was still worth several tens of thousands. Furthermore, these were level 30 items. Their attributes were incomparable to level 20 gear. Among the 6 bronze pieces, there were 2 that Ngo Thieu Than could use, so he handed them over for his sister to equip. He listed the remaining 4 pieces for 100,000 each to see if there were any takers. 14 pieces of black iron gear had also dropped. Though they were being phased out, they were still level 30. He listed them for 5,000 each. Small flies were still meat. After all, in the end, the black iron gear sold out instantly, while the 4 bronze pieces drew no interest. It wasn't until Ngo Thieu Than lowered the price to 80,000 that they were finally purchased. Level 30 mobs granted 800 experience points each. Since they were fighting 6 levels above their own, there was a bonus. The bonus was calculated based on the highest level player in the party. Each monster provided roughly 1,280 experience points, but after splitting it with Ngo Thieu Than and Ngan Thai Lang, the actual experience he received was only 384 per kill. The 1,880 blood hell mad lions provided Ngo Thieu Than with a modest amount of experience, just enough to level up once to level 25. In contrast, Ngo Thieu Than, who had simply followed him to soak up experience, had skyrocketed from level 13 to level 21, a leveling speed that was surely unprecedented. Ngan Thai Lang had also reached level 20. Its attributes surged, and it comprehended a new skill, much to Ngo Thieu Than's delight. Ngan Thai Lang Aptitude. Awakening level. 20 health, 15,500 mana, 6,200 physical attack, 1,050 physical defense, 930 magic defense, 720 speed, 620 unique talent Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf. Attack damage increased by 30%. Lifesteal on attack increased by 15%. Skill 1 Extreme Speed. Increases attack and movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2. Encourage receives a roar that increases attack and defense for itself and allies for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 3 Wolf's Bellow. Deals physical damage equal to 150% of attack to all targets within a 5-meter range in front, while inflicting silence for 2 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Ngo Thieu Than didn't care much for the skill's damage, but an area of effect silence was exactly what he needed. With this skill, dealing with mages in the future would be much easier. Naturally, even though Ngo Thieu Than had only gained 1 level, his strength had advanced significantly. His talent had reached the limit of 2,000 points. The Golden Realm also multiplied his talent by 30 times, making his current talent 80 times the base. Calculating based on his current 5 stacks of poison, he could drain 600,000 health per minute. With his incorruptible body adding 1,880 health points, his maximum HP had shattered the 20,000 mark, reaching 20,260, making him a literal mobile pool of health. Since Ngo Thieu Than had classes the next day, Ngo Thieu Than told her to log off after they finished at 11:30. He felt a bit weary himself and lacked the motivation to continue grinding. He planned to head back to the city to rest for a while, wait until after midnight to run his dungeon instances, and then go to sleep. Shortly after, he used a city return scroll to travel back to Jinling City. Just as he was about to head home to rest, he recalled Tumotuit's request to message her when he returned. Ngo Thieu Than gave it a brief thought before finally sending her a text. "I'm back in the city." Chapter 82. Negotiations break down. In another part of the world, within Thu Thuy City, Vivi was about to call Ngo Thieu Than to go offline when she noticed her friend's avatar had already faded to gray, indicating she had logged out some time ago. "Tu Nam certainly is punctual," Vivi murmured with a faint smile. Since they had classes the next day, she and Ngo Thieu Than had agreed to rest by 11:30. Seeing that her friend was already gone, Vivi intended to follow suit, but something felt off. She glanced at her friend list one more time. Phong Nam Nhi, Level 21 Priest. Level 21. Vivi's jaw dropped as she stared at the list, momentarily doubting her own eyes. Yet, after rubbing them and checking several times, the information remained unchanged. "How is that even possible?" Vivi whispered, unable to believe what she was seeing. She knew for a fact that Phong Nam Nhi had only just left the novice village today. For a priest to soar from level 10 to level 21 in a single day, it was unheard of. Could there be a bug in the game? Vi hurriedly logged out. If she didn't get an answer to this, she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Removing her gaming helmet, she saw Ngo Thieu Than tidying her bed. Vivi immediately lunged forward, catching her friend in a hug and pinning her down. "Spill it. What did you do today?" Startled, Ngo Thieu Than looked at Vivi with confusion. "What do you mean? What did I do?" "Your level. How did you level up so fast? From level 10 to 21 in a single day. Tell me, did you find a glitch?" Vivi pressed. "What glitch? Does a game like this even have glitches?" Ngo Thieu Than's counter-question left Vivi speechless. Indeed, this game was known for being virtually flawless. "Then how did you level up so quickly?" Hoo. I'm only level 18 and you're already 21. It's so unfair," Vivi cried out in mock grievance. "All right, it's actually nothing special. My brother carried me," Ngo Thieu Than said, trying to soothe her. "Didn't you say he was an expert? When I went over to him, I realized my brother really is a top-tier master. With a master leading the way, leveling up is naturally fast." "Ah, what's your brother's name? Quick, introduce me. I want to add him so he can carry me too," Vi said excitedly. "Oh, how nice. Here I am treating you like my best friend, and you want to become my sister-in-law," Ngo Thieu Than teased, feigning offense. "Ah, Thieu Than, you've got it all wrong. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted a power leveling session." Caught off guard by Thieu Than hitting the nail on the head, Vivi began to stammer incoherently. Seeing that she had successfully diverted her friend's attention, Ngo Thieu Than smiled. "We aren't in the same main city right now. Once the cities are connected, I'll definitely introduce you to him. I really didn't mean it like that." "Fine, I won't ask anymore." Vivi's face turned bright red as she burrowed deep into her blankets. After a moment, she poked her head out again. "Thieu Than, your brother isn't one of those gods on the leaderboards, is he? A normal expert couldn't possibly take a level 10 player to level 21 in one day." "I'll tell you when I introduce him later," Ngo Thieu Than replied. After that, Vivi didn't dare ask another word. Meanwhile, after Ngo Thieu Than sent a message to Tumotuit, he received a prompt reply. "Tuit Ni, is it convenient for you to come to Fukvan Tavern for a bit?" Sure. It wasn't midnight yet, and he had nothing better to do, so Ngo Thieu Than made his way toward the tavern. Upon arrival, he spotted Ngo Thieu Than waiting at the entrance. She was still clad in her familiar white robes and veil, a striking figure that drew countless gazes. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than approach, her eyes brightened, and she took the initiative to step toward him. "You arrived quickly. Let's go to a private room. There's someone I'd like to introduce you to," Ngo Thieu Than said. Ngo Thieu Than frowned slightly, but followed her inside nonetheless. In the center of the private room sat a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. Ngo Thieu Than found him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place the memory. Standing behind the man was an older gentleman. Observing the middle-aged man's commanding presence, Ngo Thieu Than felt a flicker of discomfort. This was clearly someone accustomed to a position of high authority, and he generally avoided such people. However, since he was already here, he decided to make himself at home. This was a game. He had no reason to fear anyone. He pulled up a chair and began to sample the food on the table, finding the in-game cuisine quite excellent. "You must be Tran Phong," the name currently shaking all of Divine Oracle. Tran Phong spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. I'm Tran Phong, and you are?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "I am Tran Phong, the leader of the Tu clan in this game and the chairman of the Tu group in the real world," the man introduced himself. "Oh, is there something you need?" Ngo Thieu Than's tone was indifferent. He knew of the Tu group. It was a massive, ultra-wealthy conglomerate. He had assumed the guild name in the game was just a coincidence or a tribute, but it turned out it truly belonged to the corporation. This, to Tran Phong, had likely appeared on television, which explained the familiarity. But what did that have to do with him? He was just an ordinary person with no ties to their world. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Tran Phong had not expected the youth to maintain such an attitude after hearing his name. He felt a flash of displeasure, but as a seasoned veteran of the business world, he quickly masked it. "It is like this. The Tu group intends to develop aggressively within this game, but our guild lacks true top-tier experts. I would like to invite you to join us as our pillar of strength. What do you say?" "Not interested," Ngo Thieu Than replied bluntly. He had no desire to join any guild. Since that incident, he had lost the ability to trust others, even in a game. He preferred to be a lone wolf. He wasn't built for guild life. "Young man, do not be so quick to refuse. If you agree to join, you won't be required to perform any specific duties. I will pay you an annual salary of 10 million. "How does that sound?" Tran Phong said. With his business acumen, he understood the value of the name Tran Phong in Divine Oracle right now. The man's reputation alone would bring immense benefits to the guild. He believed this level of compensation was something very few could walk away from. A salary of 10 million a year? Ngo Thieu Than blinked. Such a figure was beyond his wildest dreams in the past, and it surprised him that he was worth so much now. Nevertheless, he shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I have no interest in joining a guild. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave." Tran Phong was stunned, not expecting such a flat rejection. Seeing that the young man was truly standing up to leave, he spoke up hurriedly. "Wait, if it's a matter of money, name your price. As long as it is within my power, I will meet it." In his worldview, there was no deal that couldn't be closed if the price was high enough. Ngo Thieu Than paused for a moment. "It isn't about the money. I simply don't want to join a guild." With that, he continued toward the door. "Young man, sometimes it is best not to be too sharp. You must learn to understand the times. A game, in the end, is just a game." Tran Phong's voice rang out again, heavier this time. Ngo Thieu Than stopped and turned around. "Are you threatening me?" Tran Phong shook his head. "This is not a threat, merely advice from a senior. Everyone has moments of youthful arrogance, but glory in a game cannot follow you for a lifetime. You must know when to seize an opportunity." "Then I thank you for your advice. I don't possess your grand vision. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. In return, I'll offer you a piece of advice. This is a game, and as of this moment, no one in this game is capable of threatening me." Having said his piece, Ngo Thieu Than walked out of the room. Seeing him leave, Ngo Thieu Than, who had remained silent until then, rushed after him. Tran Phong, I'm sorry, she said quickly. My father is just like that when he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. He doesn't mean any harm. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. Just remember what you promised me, Ngo Thieu Than replied. Ngo Thieu Than was the only person who had seen his real face, and he didn't want to cause too deep a rift. After all, in the real world, he was just a small fish. Back in the private room, Tran Fong's expression was grim. He turned to Lu Thuk, who was standing behind him. Old Lu, what do you think? Lu Thuk sighed. Master, you were a bit too impatient today. If we want to thrive in Divine Oracle, it would be best not to have a conflict with him. Tran Phong merely shook his head. Even though I haven't played this game much, I know that no matter how strong a person is, there are limits. No one can stand against an entire guild. Someone like him will eventually have to learn that the hard way. Chapter 83. The dual Ngo Thieu Than stepped out of the private booth, took a deep breath, and leisurely made his way toward the dungeon. It was nearly midnight, and the walk there would time his arrival perfectly. Every dungeon clear yielded at least one piece of gold tier equipment and more than 3 silver tier pieces. For Ngo Thieu Than, this was an opportunity he certainly could not afford to miss. Arriving once more at the Lin Lang dungeon, he found the area packed with people. By now, the majority of players had reached level 20, so the crowd waiting for the midnight reset was immense. It took Ngo Thieu Than quite a while just to squeeze his way inside. Following his established routine, he spent just over 10 minutes clearing the dungeon. His haul included 1 gold tier item, 5 silver tier, 7 bronze tier, and 13 black iron tier pieces. The gold tier equipment was a helmet, which happened to be exactly what Ngo Thieu Than needed. Lin Lang Helm Gold Tier, Health plus 800, Physical Defense plus 60, Magic Defense plus 60, Crit Resistance plus 5%. Bonus attributes, Constitution plus 25, Bone Structure plus 25, Agility plus 25. Attached skill, Crit Immunity. Upon activation, the user becomes immune to critical hits for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Requirements, all classes. Ngo Thieu Than equipped the new helmet immediately. Of the 5 silver tier items, 2 were suitable for Ngo Thieu Nam, so he set those aside for his sister. The remaining items, along with the black wind helmet he had just replaced, were put up for bidding on the auction house. Ultimately, of the 4 silver tier pieces, 1 chess piece sold for 250,000, while the other 3 fetched only 220,000 each. Due to the appearance of the tiger head greatsword earlier, the price of silver equipment had begun to drop sharply. It seemed the top-tier whales were now shifting their hunt toward gold-tier gear. The 7 bronze-tier items were listed at 50,000 each and took a while to sell out, while the 13 black iron-tier pieces required Ngo Thieu Than to drop the price from 3,000 down to 2,000 just to move them. Sigh. Level 20 equipment is losing its value by the day, Ngo Thieu Than lamented. The total income from this dungeon run was just over 1.1 million, nearly half of what he had earned the first time. There was no helping it, however. As player strength increased, low-quality equipment was bound to depreciate rapidly. After finishing the dungeon, Ngo Thieu Than intended to return to his residence in Kim Lang City to log out and rest. But 3 young men suddenly blocked his path. The leader was holding the very tiger head greatsword that Ngo Thieu Than had recently sold. The young man stepped in front of Ngo Thieu Than and spoke directly. Tran Phong, interested in a PK match? Not interested, Ngo Thieu Than replied curtly. Who did this guy think he was? Did he think buying a gold-tier weapon made him invincible? To be honest, though he hadn't truly engaged in PK with anyone yet, he couldn't imagine anyone at this stage being able to withstand even a single stack of his poison. I didn't expect the legendary #1 player of Divine Oracle to be such a coward. A man standing behind the youth sneered. Ngo Thieu Than glanced at him and said indifferently, "You aren't qualified to challenge me. What did you say? Don't think leading the pack a bit in the early stages makes you special. Lang Chu is giving you face by wanting to PK with you. Don't refuse a polite offer only to be forced into a difficult one." another young man barked. Ngo Thieu Than's expression suddenly went cold. You want to PK? Fine, let's add a wager. What kind of wager? Let's hear it, Lang Thieu replied confidently. If you lose, that tiger head greatsword belongs to me. And while we're at it, tell that guy to slap his own face 3 times. Ngo Thieu Than said, pointing at the one who had just spoken so arrogantly. You. The young man began to flare up, but was stopped by Lang Thieu. Lang Thieu looked at Ngo Thieu Than and asked, And if you lose? Ngo Thieu Than unequipped his blood ox belt. If I lose, this is yours. Dark gold equipment. All 3 men gasped in unison. Deal, Lang Thieu agreed decisively. The group headed toward the Kim Lang City Arena. The arena was a dedicated space for players to PK where death resulted in no losses. Additionally, if a wager was set, the system would temporarily hold the items, though. They could still be used during the match and automatically transfer the stakes to the winner once it concluded. Ngo Thieu Than hadn't wanted to go through the trouble, as a PK would only take a few strikes, but he feared the opponent might go back on his word. Furthermore, killing him outside the city wouldn't guarantee the weapon would drop. Using the arena was a much surer bet. Somehow, word had leaked out, and many people learned that Tran Phong was about to engage in a PK at the arena. Immediately, countless players flocked to the scene, all eager to witness Tran Phong's prowess and see which formidable character dared to challenge the great god. The group quickly entered the arena, and Ngo Thieu Than walked straight onto the stage. Following the system prompts, he placed the blood ox belt as the wager and stood on the platform, urging Lang Thieu, who was still lingering below. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. He hated the feeling of being stared at by the crowd like a monkey in a circus. Lang Thieu's face twisted with ferocity as he stepped up and placed the tiger head greatsword as his stake. The two stood at opposite ends of the stage, waiting for the system countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Lang Thieu took the lead, activating his weapon's damage buff and a speed skill before charging straight at Ngo Thieu Than. Seeing his opponent standing motionless, Lang Thieu unleashed a sky-rending slash, a triumphant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So arrogant, it seems you know nothing of my damage. Watching the blade sweep toward him, Ngo Thieu Than used flash to evade, appearing instantly beside Lang Thieu and swinging down with a heavy strike. However, Lang Thieu's reactions were remarkably sharp. He spun around to parry, blocking the blow. He immediately followed up by slamming an shattering slash into the ground, dealing damage and stunning targets within a 3-meter radius for 1 second. Decent reactions, Ngo Thieu Than silently appraised. He activated the evasion effect of his boots to escape the strike. In truth, killing him would only take a single Shadow 7 consecutive strike, but with so many people watching, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. Besides, it was rare to meet a player with decent skill. He treated this as an opportunity to practice. Seeing a large miss appear over Ngo Thieu Than's head, Lang Thieu frowned slightly and launched a savage charge toward him. With a movement speed that had already exceeded 1,000, skill's savage charge posed no threat to Ngo Thieu Than. He leaned aside to dodge, intending to rush in and finish the fight, but to his surprise, the moment the charge ended, Lang Thieu spun around in a split second to deliver a heavy bash. Ngo Thieu then twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the blow. Had this been before his speed reached 1,000, he definitely wouldn't have dodged it. Though a single strike wouldn't have killed him, it would have been quite embarrassing. This guy is an expert, Ngo Thieu then thought. No longer hesitating, he activated extreme speed and the attack speed buff from his bracer before lunging forward. Lang Thieu's skills were likely mostly on cooldown. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than approach, he threw out a normal attack, but Ngo Thieu Than's current speed was at its peak. He easily sidestepped and circled behind his opponent. Before Lang Thieu could react, Ngo Thieu Than hit him with a heavy strike to silence him, followed by a weakness strike and a final normal attack to end the match. With his buffs active, Ngo Thieu Than reached a speed of 4 strikes per second. Lang Thieu had absolutely no time to resist before he collapsed. However, what surprised Ngo Thieu Than slightly was that Lang Thieu had over 7,000 health. He had originally thought a combination of heavy strike and weakness strike would be enough to send him packing, but seeing a sliver of health remaining, he had added the extra normal attack. One had to realize that with his current attack power of 2,235, a weakness strike could deal over 4,000 damage. Combined with heavy strike, it had drained nearly 7,000 of the opponent's health, yet he hadn't died instantly. This gave Ngo Thieu Than a slight sense of pressure. It seemed other players had their own fortuitous encounters as well. The PK ended, and the arena erupted in stunned exclamations. As expected, the great god Tran Phong is still superior. What do you mean a bit superior? He's miles ahead. That Lang Thieu fellow didn't even manage to touch a single drop of his health. Exactly. I don't know where he got courage to challenge a great god. As the loser, Lang Thieu was teleported off the stage, his face grim to a terrifying degree. He glared at Ngo Thieu Than with a look that could kill before turning to walk away. You haven't forgotten our deal, have you? Ngo Thieu Than's voice rang out as he blocked the path of the three men. Tran Phong, don't push it. The tiger-head greatsword is already yours. What else do you want? The man following Lang Thieu barked. I don't want anything. I just want to see someone slap their own face. Ngo Thieu Than sneered. He wasn't some saint. Did they really think they could offend him and then just walk away? I advise you to leave yourself a way out, the man threatened aggressively. At that moment, Lang Thieu suddenly commanded, Slap yourself, Lang Thieu you? The young man looked at Lang Thieu in disbelief. I said slap yourself. Lang Thieu's voice was incredibly dark. The young man shrunk back and finally gritted his teeth, delivering 3 hard slaps to his own face. His skin flushed a bright red, and his bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Ngo Thieu Than. Lang Thieu looked toward Ngo Thieu Than and said through gritted teeth, Tran Phong, very well, I will find you again. With that, he led his men away. Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose, feeling a bit puzzled. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Glancing at the tiger-head greatsword in his inventory, a slight smirk appeared on his face. Not a bad haul. I can sell it for a second time now. He immediately put the greatsword back on the auction house, then returned home and logged out of the game. Meanwhile, Lang Thieu was walking down the street when he saw that the tiger-head greatsword he had just lost was already back on the auction house. A fire of sky-high rage ignited in his eyes. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Chapter 84. Buying a house upon logging out. Ngo Thieu Than checked his bank balance, only to find it had unexpectedly surpassed 10 million. His heart pounded as he thought to himself, I'll go buy a house tomorrow, and then quickly get myself a gaming pod. The strength of the players was growing rapidly. To maintain his lead, he needed to equip himself with a gaming pod as soon as possible. The following morning, Ngo Thieu Than woke at 8 o'clock. After finishing his morning routine, he left his apartment, grabbed a quick breakfast from a street stall, and hailed a taxi to a showroom on the outskirts of the city. Since he spent most of his time gaming, it wasn't strictly necessary to live in the city center. Even with a staggering 10 million yuan in hand, he didn't feel quite confident enough to face the property prices in downtown SC. At this hour, the showroom was so deserted that there was hardly a soul in sight, save for a few sales representatives standing around chatting. As soon as Ngo Thieu Than stepped inside, a sweet-looking female employee immediately hurried over to greet him. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at some properties? Yes. Do you have any units that are already furnished and ready for immediate move-in? Ngo Thieu Than asked. We do, please. Let me show you, the girl said, leading him toward the architectural models. Property prices in the suburbs weren't excessively high, hovering around 30,000 per square meter. After browsing for a while without finding anything to his liking, Ngo Thieu Than asked, Do you have any detached villas? Pardon. Tong Thon Na blinked in surprise before replying. We do, but the price is significantly higher, about 50,000 per square meter. That's fine. Take me to see them, Ngo Thieu Than said. Certainly. The two walked over to a different set of models. Eventually, Ngo Thieu Than took a fancy to a villa with an excellent location and great natural lighting. It had a ground area of 160 square meters and consisted of 2 floors. After Tong Tan Na took him on a physical tour of the property, Ngo Thieu Than decided to sign the contract on the spot. The total lump sum payment came to 8.6 million yuan, which included some basic furniture. The paperwork would take about 3 days to complete. After signing and paying, Ngo Thieu then prepared to leave, instructing Tong Than Ha to finalize the procedures quickly and contact him. Long after Ngo Thieu Than had departed, Tong Than Na remained in a daze. Was buying a house truly this swift? Including the time it took to get here and back, it didn't even take half an hour, and this was over 8 million yuan. Returning to his rented room by taxi, Ngo Thieu Than informed his landlord that he would be vacating in a few days. Then he went back inside and quickly logged into the game. Ding. The item you listed on the auction house has been successfully purchased. Transaction price, 1.12 million. After a service fee of 168,000, the remaining 952,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. Why was the price higher than the first auction? He pondered it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he stopped dwelling on it. Either way, it was to his benefit. While Ngo Thieu Than was offline, the tiger head great saber had been put up for auction for the second time. Ngao the Thian Ha and Lon the Q Hung, both of whom had regretted missing out the first time, naturally refused to let the opportunity slip away again. Compounded by Lang Tu's determination to reclaim the item, the price was driven significantly higher than the initial sale. However, as it was only a gold-tier piece of equipment, they hadn't entirely lost their reason. In the end, Lang Tu bought it for 1.12 million. Considering this weapon had been auctioned twice, Lang Thieu had spent over 2 million yuan in total to secure a single item, a fact that left him so enraged he felt like spitting blood. Ngo Thieu Than opened the level rankings. Although he still held the top spot, the players from 2nd to 6th place had all reached level 24, trailing him closely. Furthermore, the rankings had shifted considerably. Wu Fifi, who was previously 3rd, had overtaken Than Vuong to claim 2nd place. Names like Than Chu and Dian Guksu Gia, who once sat at 9th and 10th, had dropped out of the top 10, replaced by 2 unfamiliar IDs. Rank 9, Fan Thian rank 10. Thu Sak Yenvu both were mages, likely having learned AoE skills. Mages were the class with the most area of effect abilities. As more skills became available, their leveling speed began to truly manifest. Currently, 5 of the top 10 players were mages. The equipment rankings were now entirely filled with gold-tier items. His dark gold blood ox belt held the top spot, followed by the tiger head great saber, with the rest being gold-tier. Aside from himself, it seemed others had also managed to slay gold-level bosses. Time to pay Old Man's son a visit and scout things out, Ngo Thieu Than thought. The mark on his forehead was like a thorn in his side. He had to deal with it as soon as possible. After questioning many NPCs, he finally found Old Man Son's residence. It was an area of low, dilapidated houses, and Old Man Son lived in the most run-down one among them. It was hard to imagine a master alchemist living in such a place. Ngo Thieu Than walked up to the door and knocked. After a long wait, the door creaked open. A disheveled old man with messy hair and unkempt clothes appeared, staring at Ngo Thieu Than with cloudy eyes. "Who are you looking for? May I ask if you are Master's son?" Ngo Thieu Than asked politely. "Master's son? That's a name from the past. Now, I'm just Old Man's son. What do you want?" Old Man Son grunted. "Well, it's like this. I heard you are very skilled in alchemy. I was wondering if you had any potent potions for sale." "I'd like to buy some," Ngo Thieu Than said. "Scram. I don't sell medicine." With that, Ngo Thieu Than was unceremoniously shoved out. This Ngo Thieu Than stood frozen at the door. "What now? I didn't even get to mention the main business. This old man is way too temperamental." And Ngo Thieu Than scratched his head in frustration. If he couldn't complete this quest, the penalty for failure would be catastrophic. Sigh, Ngo Thieu Than groaned. What a hellish quest. I'd rather be told to kill a dark gold boss That would be easier than this. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was about to leave, he spotted a youth around 18 or 19 years old, carrying a jar of wine toward the house. Initially, he didn't pay much attention. But then he saw the boy go straight to Old Man Sun's door and knock. "Master, I've brought you some wine." Almost immediately, the old man happily opened the door and welcomed the youth inside. Witnessing this, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his chin. "So the old man likes to drink? I wonder if I could get him drunk and then steal the nether spirit fruit? Probably not a good idea. Not only do I not know where he's hiding it, but even if I did steal it, I doubt I'd be able to escape once he woke up. It looks like I'll have to start with that youth. He seems very close to the old man, likely a master-disciple relationship. He'll certainly be easier to deal with than the old guy. And most importantly, he's a player." With that thought, Ngo Thieu Than waited patiently outside. The wait lasted for over an hour before the youth finally emerged from Old Man Sun's house. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Ngo Thieu Than standing nearby. "Are you here to see my master too?" the youth asked. "Yeah, but it seems the old man doesn't take much of a liking to me," Ngo Thieu Than replied. "Master's temperament is indeed a bit eccentric, but he's a good person." "How about I introduce you?" the youth offered. "No need. It's nothing major. Do you have a moment to find somewhere to chat?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. Chapter 85. Adongmu, the two of them, made their way to a nearby tavern and found a place to sit. Just as Ngo Thieu Than was about to order, the young man hurriedly stopped him. "There's no need to spend so much. Is there something you need my help with?" "Smart kid," Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. Nevertheless, he ordered a few dishes, mainly because he was hungry as well. Once the order was placed, he looked at the youth and asked, "What is your name? I mean, your in-game ID." The youth's ID was currently hidden. Ngo Thieu Than could only see that he was a warrior. "My in-game name is Adongmu. If there's something you need, just say it." "If I can help, I'll do my best," the boy replied. "There is indeed something. I'm currently in need of a specific medicinal ingredient that only your master possesses. I originally planned to buy it, but I ended up being kicked out," Ngo Thieu Than said helplessly. "Is that so? Let me help you think of a way. Master has a very eccentric temperament. If it's something he doesn't want to sell, no amount of money will do you any good," Adongmu said. How did you manage to become his disciple anyway?" Ngo Thieu Than asked curiously. "Well, I arrived at the main city 2 days ago. Because of my personal talent, I chose to learn alchemy as a sub-profession immediately. Once, while I was refining medicine, I happened to run into him. He said my talent for alchemy was very high and told me to follow him to learn the trade," Adongmu recounted. "Your talent, does it have something to do with alchemy?" Ngo Thieu Than's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, it increases the success rate of refining medicine," Adongmu answered candidly. Ngo Thieu Than had originally assumed that talents only existed for combat professions. He hadn't expected there to be talents for sub-professions as well. Looking into the clear, innocent eyes of the youth before him, an idea began to take shape in his mind. "Which ingredient do you need? I'll see if I can ask Master for it. But if it has to be purchased, you'll have to pay for it yourself." "I don't have much money left," Adongmu said, sounding a bit embarrassed. "That goes without saying. Rest assured, I won't let you help for nothing. If you truly manage to get the ingredient for me, I'll give you 100 gold coins. What do you think?" Ngo Thieu Than proposed. No need, really. It's just a small favor. I don't need money," Adongmu said, waving his hands frantically. Seeing Adongmu's reaction, Ngo Thieu Than became even more certain of his decision. A youth like this was truly a rare find in today's society. "It's fine. Alchemy is very expensive. If you don't invest in the early stages, it's basically impossible to advance. Don't be so quick to refuse. This thing won't be easy to get," Ngo Thieu Than said. "What exactly is it?" Adongmu asked curiously. "The nether spirit fruit," Ngo Thieu Than said. "I received a quest that requires it, but if you ask for it directly, he definitely won't give it to you. You'll have to find another way." Then how should I get it?" "You aren't suggesting I steal it, are you?" Adongmu asked, startled. "No need for that. Go back and see if there are any medicines that require this fruit to refine. Then, tell him you want to practice making that medicine, so he'll give it to you. That thing probably serves no purpose sitting in his possession anyway, Ngo Thieu Than suggested, though he wasn't entirely certain. Oh, will that really work? Dongmu asked softly, clearly unconvinced. Just do what you can. I'll add you as a friend first. If there's any progress, let me know, Ngo Thieu Than said. Currently, he could only place his hopes on Dongmu. As for himself, it was likely a lost cause. He had been kicked out before even getting 2 sentences in. All right. Dongmu nodded. Immediately after, a system notification rang out. Ding! Player Tran Phong has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Huh? Dongmu looked at Ngo Thieu Than in shock. You are the great god Tran Phong? Yeah, I'm Tran Phong. I wouldn't call myself a great god, but I'm counting on you for this, Ngo Thieu Than replied. Yes, I will definitely do my best. Dongmu suddenly became very excited. All right, let's eat first. We ordered so much. Let's not let it go to waste. After finishing their meal, the two went their separate ways. Before leaving, Ngo Thieu Than insisted on trading 20 gold coins to Dongmu. An alchemist in the early stages was extremely expensive to maintain. No matter how good Dongmu's talent was, without materials to practice with, his alchemy level would never rise. Dongmu was currently an intermediate alchemist, but that was only because he gathered the herbs himself rather than buying them. If he had enough money for materials, with his talent and old man son's training, he likely would have reached senior alchemist long ago. Giving him the 20 gold was both a test and a way to ensure he would put his heart into helping. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this society. Even when dealing with someone pure-hearted, one couldn't expect sincere help based on empty promises alone. After parting with Dongmu, Ngo Thieu Than thought for a moment. It was time to focus on leveling up, or others would catch up to him. He had originally planned to hunt blood-hell mad lions, since they spawned quickly and lacked crowd control skills. But in the end, he turned his steps toward the abandoned mining area. He had a lingering feeling that a boss must exist deep within that place, and nothing compared to the thrill of a boss fight. Ngo Thieu Than walked straight into the abandoned mining area. As soon as he entered, he heard sounds coming from within. Has someone already arrived? Ngo Thieu Than thought. He activated his stealth and moved inside. The monsters in the abandoned mining area had already respawned. When Ngo Thieu Than reached the first mining zone, he indeed saw a group of people fighting level 20 skeletons. Moreover, they were mobbing them. Several players had their backs against a wall. In front of them stood 4 shield guardians holding their ground, while 2 priests healed from behind. Finally, a mage was casting Sea of Flames to incinerate the skeletons. The level 20 skeletons had no ranged attacks, so only those in the front could hit the shield guardians, while those behind could only run in circles within the flames. Furthermore, the mage's damage was very high, causing the skeleton's health to drop rapidly. Ngo Thieu Than watched with envy. Mages truly had it easy when it came to farming. Following the principle of not bothering those who don't bother me, he didn't disturb them and directly bypassed the group to head deeper. Since people had already found this place, many more would likely follow soon. If there really was a boss below, he had to reach it quickly, lest it be snatched by others. Along the way, because the monsters were so dense, Ngo Thieu Than was forced to clear a path. However, killing skeletons at a lower level than himself provided little more than a bit of experience. It didn't even trigger his immortal body, so he had no intention of wiping them all out. It took some effort before he reached the second floor, where the monsters were slightly more sparse. Ngo Thieu Than ventured deeper. He didn't even bother to lift a hand when encountering a few will-o-wisps. Fighting spirits was far too slow. The light here was incredibly dim. At this point, Ngo Thieu Than only wanted to know how many floors this mine had, and whether there was a boss at the bottom. The further he went, the more spirits appeared. But fortunately, they didn't block the path entirely like on the floor above. After walking for a while, a different kind of monster began to appear. Level 29 wraiths. and Ngo Thieu Than ignored them as well, continuing his descent. Finally, even with his movement speed of over 1,000, it took him 20 minutes to find a stone door. This was likely the passage to the next floor, and the mechanism to open it was right beside it. Confident in his own strength, Ngo Thieu Than pressed the mechanism directly. After a series of mechanical grinding sounds, the stone door slowly ground open. Ngo Thieu Than peered inside, but it was pitch black, revealing nothing. Since he had come this far, there was no reason to back down. Ngo Thieu Than stepped cautiously inside. As soon as his feet crossed the threshold, the stone door behind him slammed shut with a heavy thud. Then, one by one, oil lamps flickered to life, revealing the scene before him. Inside was a massive hall. 8 enormous pillars stood tall in the center, each carved with a lifelike dragon. An iron chain extended from each pillar, and the ends of these chains were connected to a colossal coffin suspended in the air. Surrounding them were hundreds of stone statues, their expressions so vivid they looked like living people who had been turned to stone. Ngo Thieu Than felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He turned around only to find that the stone door appeared to only open from the outside. There was no mechanism on the inner side. He pushed against the stone door with all his might, but it remained motionless. He pulled out a town portal scroll to use, but as expected, a system notification appeared. Cannot be used in a special map. Chapter 86. The gatekeepers Ngo Thieu Than searched around the stone door for a long while, before finally concluding that there was truly no mechanism inside. The door could only be opened from the exterior. The door won't budge. There must be another way out, he muttered to himself. He began a thorough search of the great hall, tapping and knocking on every surface. As he approached one of the statues, the rough stone exterior began to peel away rapidly, revealing a living man beneath. Without a word, the figure thrust a long spear directly at Ngo Thieu Than before he could even react. 1676, startled by the high damage, Ngo Thieu Than recoiled and immediately cast Insight. Gatekeeper, elite level, 30 HP, 35,000 physical attack, 150 physical defense, 980 magic defense, 850 movement speed, 80 skill 1. Cloud-piercing spear, a powerful forward thrust that deals physical damage and ignores defense. Range, 3 meters, cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2. Triple thrust, 3 consecutive strikes against the target, dealing physical damage thrice. Range, 3 meters. Cooldown, 1 minute. An elite monster. Aren't those exclusive to dungeons? Ngo Thieu Than said in surprise. Its damage is a bit high, but that's all. I'm not afraid. His voice trailed off as his face paled with horror. Following the awakening of the first gatekeeper, the stone layers on every statue in the hall began to shed. In short order, every statue except for the 4 unique ones surrounding the sarcophagus had come to life. They turned in unison to face him, marching forward with rhythmic, disciplined strides. Ngo Thieu Than swallowed hard, a cold shiver running down his spine. Their attack power was absurd. A single strike had stripped away over 1,600 health points. A dozen of them would be enough to send him to his grave, and there were hundreds here. Worse still, the hall was completely sealed, leaving him with nowhere to run. They moved with the precision of a trained regiment, blocking every exit and slowly tightening the noose. As the gatekeepers advanced, Ngo Thieu Than retreated until his back hit the cold stone wall. The soldiers closed in, raising their spears in a synchronized thrust. Are these guys a literal army, he thought. With no room left to maneuver and a dozen spear tips inches from his chest, he instantly activated Void to phase through the attack. Instead of retreating further, he lunged forward, slashing twice at one of the guards. Just as he prepared to poison the next target, the second rank of soldiers unleashed a perfectly timed triple thrust. Ngo Thieu Than pivoted toward another gatekeeper and activated 7-chain shadow kill. Using the skill's invulnerability frames to dodge the incoming damage, while carving away 18,000 health points and stacking 5 layers of poison on his target. Out of tricks yet? Ngo Thieu Than grunted. But before the words had fully left his mouth, the first wave of gatekeepers stepped back, and a fresh group surged forward to unleash another volley of cloud-piercing spears. What the hell? They're using rotating formations? Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly used flash to blink behind them, widening the gap. Despite losing their target momentarily, the gatekeepers did not fall into chaos. All 100 of them turned as one to resume the pursuit. "This is definitely a highly trained unit," he muttered, looking for a weakness while maintaining his distance. Once he saw he had dropped out of combat status, he quickly activated stealth to hide and reassess the situation, intending to wait for his cooldowns before picking them off one by one. However, a new problem arose. Although the gatekeepers could no longer see him, it didn't stop their advance. 100 soldiers divided themselves into 3 rows, spanning the width of the hall from left to right, and began a systematic sweep toward him. Ngo Thieu Than was forced to retreat step by step. His survival skills were mostly spent, leaving only the evasion active from his boots. Yet, evasion could only dodge a single instance of damage. It was useless against a literal wall of spears. As the enemy drew closer, he ducked behind a massive stone pillar, silently praying they wouldn't strike blindly into the shadows. His prayers seemed to be answered. As the gatekeepers reached the pillar, they simply marched around it, never once thrusting their spears into the space behind the stone. Ngo Thieu Than's heart hammered against his ribs as the soldiers marched past, nearly brushing against him. Had he been bumped, his stealth would have broken instantly, and the consequences would have been fatal. Fortunately, these gatekeepers were not living men and lacked the intuition to check behind them. Once the army had passed, Ngo Thieu Than exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. There was still a chance. Shortly after, the gatekeeper he had poisoned with 5 stacks finally collapsed. To his amazement, the creature granted 10,000 experience points, a fixed amount, unaffected by level differences, much like a boss. Since Ngan Thai Lang had not been summoned, Ngo Thieu Than absorbed the full amount alone. With exactly 100 gatekeepers in the hall, clearing the room would easily net him over a full level. The gatekeepers circled back to the sarcophagus, looking around in confusion before resuming their stationary guard positions. A short while later, the second poisoned guard fell. Ngo Thieu Than remained in the shadows, patiently waiting for his skills to refresh. Once his cooldowns were ready, he crept forward again. The moment he reached them, he activated haste and began a frantic poisoning spree. The gatekeepers' reactions were lightning fast. The second he revealed himself, they swarmed. He only managed to poison a 3rd target before a dozen spears converged on him. He initiated 7-chain shadow kill on a nearby guard to evade the first wave. Before the second wave could land, he managed to poison 2 more. Attacking at a speed of 4 strikes per second allowed him to work quickly. Each target only needed 2 stacks of poison to eventually succumb. Seeing the next volley of skills incoming, Ngo Thieu Than used Void to phase through, poisoned another 2 targets, and then used Flash to blink out of the fray. Once out of combat, he slipped into stealth and hid behind the pillar again. Luckily, perhaps due to their long slumber as stone, the gatekeepers' movement speed was strangely slow. Their insistence on maintaining formation gave him just enough time to drop aggro and hide. Thus, Ngo Thieu Than began a war of attrition. Since several of his core skills had 5-minute cooldowns, he could only strike once every 5 minutes, taking down 4 to 6 guards per rotation. After over an hour of calculated strikes, the last of the 100 gatekeepers finally collapsed under the poison. He was rewarded with a massive 1 million experience points, propelling him to level 26, 180,000, 1,100,000. To his surprise, these mobs dropped silver-tier equipment, and at a remarkably high rate. From the 100 gatekeepers, he scavenged 3 silver pieces and 9 bronze pieces, with not a single black iron item in sight. Ngo Thieu Than tried to open the auction house to check the market, but a system notification informed him that the feature was unavailable in this special map. He tucked the loot away. For now, the most pressing matter was finding a way out of this tomb. Chapter 87. 4 gold bosses. Ngo Thieu Than gazed at the coffin positioned in the very center. If there were truly a way to leave this place, the key had to lie within that casket. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, looking at it sent a shiver down his spine, as if some ultimate horror was sequestered inside. Whatever. Let's see what these 4 statues guarding the coffin are first, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. 4 stone statues stood around the sarcophagus. They were markedly different from the gatekeepers, more majestic, taller, and the spears they held were significantly longer. If it is a blessing, it is not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Ngo Thieu Than encouraged himself. He had no way back now, so he cautiously approached the stone figures. As he stepped within a 1-meter radius, just as he had expected, the stone shells of the 4 statues began to peel away rapidly. Ngo Thieu Than hurried back to a safe distance. A few seconds later, the 4 statues came to life. Ngo Thieu Than immediately cast his insight skill. The Watcher, Gold Boss, level, 30 health, 1/800,000 physical attack, 4/800 physical defense, 2/200 magic defense, 2,000 movement speed, 150 skills. 1. Cloud-piercing spear. 2. Triple thrust. Skill 3. Great sweep. Vigorously swings the spear, dealing physical damage to all targets within a 3-meter range in front. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 4. Thunderous strike. Locks onto a target and hurls the spear, dealing physical damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damn it, 4 gold bosses at once. Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. System, you're truly trying to drive people to their graves. Watching the 4 watchers slowly stride toward him, Ngo Thieu Than's brow furrowed deeply. Their attack power was absurdly high. If he were hit by a sequence of skills from all 4, he would be finished. Even with a slew of life-saving skills, they would be useless due to the long cooldowns. This wasn't like fighting gatekeepers, where he could simply slash twice and run. These were gold bosses, with 1.8 million health. Even with 5 stacks of poison, he couldn't finish them instantly. If he didn't follow up with more attacks, he would just have to watch them regenerate back to full health. While Ngo Thieu Than was still calculating a strategy, 4 spears crackling with electricity suddenly shot toward him with the speed of a lightning bolt, seemingly intending to end him in a single strike. To hell with it, using your ultimates right at the start? Ngo Thieu Than used Flash to dodge the blow, reappearing directly in front of the Guardians. If you want to fight, let's fight. Possessing Void and Shadow 7 Fold Kill, Ngo Thieu Than wasn't actually afraid. It was only the follow-up attacks that would be a bit troublesome. He activated Haste and Attack Speed Boost, landing 4 consecutive slashes on the nearest watcher. He had expected them to retaliate with skills simultaneously and was prepared to trigger Shadow 7 Fold Kill. But to his surprise, their first reaction wasn't to fight back. Instead, they ran toward the spears they had just thrown. Could it be? And Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He had assumed that after throwing the spears, the weapons would automatically return to their hands. He hadn't expected them to have to go and retrieve them. If that were the case, there was still hope for this battle. Ngo Thieu Than immediately activated his suppressive field, slowing their already sluggish movement even further. He stayed glued to his target, preventing it from reaching its weapon, while simultaneously summoning Ngan Thai Lang to stall another. The watcher he was hindering, seeing it could not break free, abandoned the attempt to retrieve its weapon and swung its fist directly at Ngo Thieu Than. 983. Seeing this damage number, Ngo Thieu Than smiled. Without their weapons, the Watcher's attack power was halved. Normally, with 4,800 attack, even after being debuffed by the suppressive field and accounting for his defense and damage reduction, a regular hit would still drain about 1,700 to 1,800 of his health. Now, it was barely over 900. Furthermore, it seemed that without their spears, they couldn't use their skills. This was getting interesting. To prevent it from running off to pick up the spear, Ngo Thieu Than engaged it in a direct melee. Unfortunately, its defense was too high. Aside from his skills, his normal attacks only dealt a few dozen points of damage. making him lose interest in swinging his short sword. Fortunately, Ngan Thai Lang activated its encouragement skill, giving Ngo Thieu Than a slight boost to his defense and damage. Aside from the two watchers pinned down by Ngo Thieu Than and Ngan Thai Lang, the other two had retrieved their weapons and were now advancing toward him. "Xiao Lang, hold them off," Ngo Thieu Than commanded. He had to quickly eliminate one. That would make the fight much easier. If they gathered together later, it would be a massive headache. Luckily, Thunderous Strike had already been used. For the next 5 minutes, they lacked a ranged attack, and Ngan Thai Lang's speed was sufficient to lead them on a chase, as long as it didn't lose aggro. Ngan Thai Lang was very obedient. It let out a howl at the two newcomers, successfully drawing their attention, and then led all three watchers away, ensuring they wouldn't interfere with Ngo Thieu Than. "Xiao Lang is getting smarter and smarter." Ngo Thieu Than smiled with satisfaction, then focused entirely on the defanged tiger before him. Once suppressive field and encouragement wore off, he didn't even bother with normal attacks, simply dodging and blocking the path to keep the boss away from its spear. Ultimately, this watcher lasted less than 3 minutes before falling dejectedly to the ground. It granted Ngo Thieu Than 120,000 experiences and Ngan Thai Lang 80,000, while dropping a pile of items. Now this is more like it. And Ngo Thieu Than happily scooped up the loot, a total of 640 silver coins, 2 gold-grade items, 3 silver items, 5 bronze items, a scroll, a skill book, and a strange key. What made him happiest was that he could actually use one of the gold items. Guardian's Ring Gold Grade, Health plus 900, Physical Attack plus 47, Cooldown Reduction. Additional stats: Strength plus 35, Constitution Vitality plus 35. Attached skill: Cooldown Reduction, reduces the cooldown of a designated skill by 5 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Equipment requirement: Physical type classes. He hurriedly equipped it. The ring skill came at the perfect time. He had been worried about his long cooldowns, and now this was equivalent to having an extra use of Void or Shadow 7-fold kill. With this, the pressure from the remaining 3 was no longer so overwhelming. The skill book was Triple Thrust, which dealt heavy damage but required a spear to use. Spears were limited to warriors and shield bearers, so Ngo Thieu Than could only sigh in regret. However, the remaining scroll made Ngo Thieu Than's eyes burn with excitement. Skill Extraction Scroll. Can extract a skill attached to a designated piece of equipment. Extracted skills have no learning requirements and cannot be leveled up after being learned. Ngo Thieu Than quickly stowed it away. This was truly a treasure. Equipment would eventually be replaced, but the skills attached to many items were magnificent, such as the flash on his necklace or the cooldown reduction on this ring. Usually, changing gear meant losing the skill, but if he extracted it into a personal skill, the effect would be permanent. As for the key, he didn't know what it was for yet and didn't bother thinking about it, tossing it straight into his backpack. Looking toward the 3 watchers, chasing and stabbing at Ngan Thai Lang, Ngo Thieu Than activated stealth and moved in. He circled behind one, landing a heavy blow to stun it, and let Ngan Thai Lang lead the other 2 away to play. He focused his full attention on this one. Though this opponent had its weapon, the pressure was manageable in a one-on-one fight, especially since the enemy lacked crowd control skills. Chapter 88. Dark Night Monarch. In this manner, with Ngan Thai Lang keeping the enemies at bay and Ngo Thieu Than systematically dismantled his foes, within 10 minutes, he had eliminated the remaining 3 guardians, earning an additional 360,000 experience points and 17 gold coins. The loot was bountiful. 5 pieces of golden-grade equipment, 8 silver, 11 bronze, 4 special scrolls, 1 skill book, 2 special potions, an attribute fruit, and 3 strange keys. This haul nearly filled Ngo Thieu Than's 60 inventory slots. Among the 5 golden items, 2 were usable for him. The other 3 were destined for warriors or shield guards. Guardian leather armor golden grade, health plus 1200, Ma plus 800, physical defense plus 120, magic defense plus 120, damage reductions plus 5%. Added attributes: Constitution plus 35. Spirit Bone Root plus 35. Attached skill. Protection creates a shield equal to 20% of maximum health, lasting 30 seconds or until broken. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Equipment requirement. Assassins, archers. Guardian Bracelet Golden Grade. Physical attack plus 340. Physical defense plus 110. Attack speed plus 10%. Added attributes. Strength plus 35. Bone agility plus 35. Attached skill. Physical immunity grants immunity to 10% of physical damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Equipment requirement. Physical classes. The skills on these two pieces were highly practical. Furthermore, the Guardian Bracelet increased defense, a rarity he had never seen before fitting for the Guardian set. Ngo Thieu then immediately equipped them. Among the remaining 3 items, there were actually 2 he could technically use, a belt and a necklace. However, he already had the Blood Ox belt and felt no need to switch. As for the necklace, the one he wore was also golden grade. While the new one's attributes were slightly superior to his Lang Lang necklace, its skill was nowhere near as useful as Blink. He couldn't be bothered to swap it for a few meager attribute points. Although he intended to extract the Blink skill eventually, he wanted to see if a better item would drop first. The main issue was Blink's long cooldown. If it couldn't be leveled up, it remained somewhat underwhelming. He decided to wait until a Blink skill book dropped, then use an unsealing potion to learn it properly, as a leveled skill would be far superior. Turning his attention to the rest, the skill book was Cloud-Piercing Spear, which required a polearm. Since he couldn't use it, he planned to sell it later. However, while such skills dealt high damage, their restrictions were too great, and he estimated they wouldn't fetch much gold. The items that excited Ngo Thieu Than the most were the 4 scrolls and 2 special potions. 3 of the scrolls were familiar: a skill upgrade scroll, a fixed-point teleportation scroll, and a random teleportation scroll. The 4th was titled Thunderous Strike, which dealt a fixed 50,000 damage. While powerful, it was less effective against bosses than his own toxins. He applied the skill upgrade scroll to Shadow 7-fold Kill, only for the system to notify him that the skill had already reached its maximum quality and could not be upgraded further. Ngo Thieu Than now had a rough understanding of the mechanism. Skills that already displayed a specific color likely couldn't be enhanced this way. He redirected the scroll toward Void. Ding, use successful. The quality of the skill Void has been upgraded. Void clears all negative status effects from the user and shifts the body into a Void's base, becoming untargetable for 2 seconds. Mana cost 200. Cooldown 3 minutes. Ngo Thieu Than nodded in satisfaction before looking at the 2 potions. Defense Potion increases defense by 20% for 10 minutes. Refinement Potion refines the attributes of a piece of equipment, including its attached skill. After refinement, new attributes and skills will be generated. Both were quite good. The refinement potion, in particular, tempted him to experiment on the golden necklace he had just picked up. Ultimately, he desisted. He doubted any result would be more satisfying than his current Blink skill. He didn't lack damage output. What he lacked was survivability, and one could never have too many life-saving skills. The attribute fruit granted 10 points to Bone Root, which Ngo Thieu Than consumed immediately. Such items were always welcome. As for the 3 keys, they were identical to the one dropped by the first Guardian Monarch. Their purpose remained a mystery. He checked his updated stats. Health, 15,430. Physical defense, 1,479. Magic defense, 358. Attack, 2,007. Damage reduction, 23.5%. Cooldown reduction percent. Experience, LV 26, 372,000, 1,100,000. His strength had grown significantly, but the pressing issue was how to escape. He scanned his surroundings. The grand hall was empty save for that colossal coffin. Deep down, a sense of dread emanated from it, making him hesitate to approach. After a moment of thought, Ngo Thieu Than pulled out the random teleportation scroll, hoping for a stroke of luck. Despite his past trauma with such items, he had to try. In places where city return scrolls failed, These often still worked. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. The system notified him. Cannot be used in a special map. Ngo Thieu Than was officially out of options. Sigh, he let out a long breath. No matter how terrifying that place was, if he wanted out, he had to investigate. Recalling Ngan Thai Lang into the pet space, Ngo Thieu Than cautiously approached, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. After a long walk, he finally stood before the sarcophagus. Seeing the massive coffin bound by 8 heavy iron chains, he knew whatever lay within was far from ordinary. It better not be a mummy in there, he muttered. He shoved the lid with all his might, but it didn't budge an inch. He circled the coffin and found nothing unusual, save for the points where the chains converged. There were 4 massive locks, exactly 4. Realizing this, he quickly pulled the 4 keys from his inventory. They were a perfect match. Ngo Thieu Than hesitated. Every instinct told him that unlocking this was a mistake. Damn it. It's not like my actual life is on the line. At worst, I lose a level. It's not real death, so what am I afraid of? He spurred himself on and began inserting the keys. As each lock clicked open, nothing seemed to happen, yet he refused to lower his guard. Even when the final lock fell away, the air remained still. Just as his heart began to settle, a faint sound echoed from within the coffin. The noise grew louder and louder until the entire stone structure began to shake violently. Ngo Thieu Than scrambled backward, but before he could get far, a thunderous explosion knocked him off his feet. He spun around to see the massive coffin shattered into 100 fragments. In its place stood a towering figure. It had horns protruding from its head, wore a tattered black robe, and hovered in the air with a pair of wings beating slowly behind its back. Though humanoid, it stood 3 meters tall. Its flesh was rotted, and a gaping hole pierced its chest as if it had been skewered by a massive weapon. It was a grotesque sight. The figure raised its hands before its eyes, letting out a strange, rasping ak-ak laugh, seeming oblivious to Ngo Thieu Than on the ground. Seizing the moment, Ngo Thieu Than cast insight. Dark Night Monarch, resurrected vessel of the nether race level. Health, attack. Unsurprisingly, the stats were all question marks. Even the boss's rank was hidden. He had no idea what a resurrected vessel of the nether race was, but he knew one thing for certain. He was doomed. Ngo Thieu Than flashed a bitter smile. Well, he thought, it looks like I really am going to lose a level today. Chapter 89. Fallen from grace? After a moment, the Dark Night Monarch's gaze finally shifted toward Ngo Thieu Than. It emitted eerie, garbled sounds. Human blood before licking its rotting lips, eyeing Ngo Thieu Than as if he were a delectable morsel. Ugh, damn it. You think I'm just a piece of clay to be molded. The Dark Night Monarch's actions nearly made Ngo Thieu Than lose his dinner from the night before. He had his pride. No matter how good-natured he was, being viewed as food was enough to ignite his fury. Gripping his short sword, he lunged straight at the Dark Night Monarch. GG. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than charge, the Dark Night Monarch reached out to snatch him. Ngo Thieu Than used flash to evade the grasp, flickering behind the Dark Night Monarch. His short sword blurred into afterimages as he slashed relentlessly at the creature. 1-1-1-1 damage numbers that failed to break through the defense appeared. This was within Ngo Thieu Than's expectations. After all, his damage had never relied on basic attacks. Soon he had stacked 5 layers of toxins. At that moment, the Dark Night Monarch slowly turned around, reaching for him once more. The slashes on its body were like mere itches it couldn't be bothered with. Ngo Thieu Than retreated hastily, wanting to maintain his distance, but the Dark Night Monarch's mouth suddenly gaped open like a black hole. Ngo Thieu Than felt his body lose control, pulled toward the creature's maw. To hell with this, it's revolting. Ngo Thieu Than activated Void to break free from the control, utilizing the 2 seconds of intangibility to sprint away. Seeing its prey about to escape, the Dark Night Monarch flapped the wings on its back. In an instant, its figure appeared directly in front of Ngo Thieu Than. Damn it! Ngo Thieu Than screeched to a halt, changing direction to continue his flight. However, with a single flap of its wings, the Dark Night Monarch caught up instantly, delivering a light palm strike to his back. Sensing the pressure of the strike from behind, Ngo Thieu Than immediately activated the physical immunity skill of his bracer. This was clearly a physical attack. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't let it kill him so easily. The palm landed, sending him flying, but Ngo Thieu Than acted as if nothing had happened, scrambling up to keep running. This time, the Dark Night Monarch seemed truly enraged. It spreads its arms, and a black halo enveloped Ngo Thieu Than. No matter how he ran, he could not escape the radius of the light. 3 seconds later, the halo erupted. 360,000, a terrifying damage number, rose above him. Without a doubt, Ngo Thieu Than was dead as dead could be. Ding! You have been killed by the Dark Night Monarch. Level 1. Corresponding attributes deducted, Tiger Howl braces dropped, and 2 random items from your inventory have been dropped. Damn it, I'm finally free. Once I'm stronger, I'll definitely come back for revenge, Ngo Thieu Than thought. As a flash of white light faded, Ngo Thieu Than respawned, and then Ngo Thieu Than stood dazed. He realized he was still in the Great Hall, exactly where he had just died. Why didn't I return to the city? What the hell is this instant respawn on the spot? At this moment, Ngo Thieu Than truly panicked. Respawning on the spot meant the consequences were no longer as simple as losing a single level. Seeing the ant that should have disappeared reappear. Even the Dark Night Monarch's mind, not yet fully functional after its own resurrection, was filled with confusion. However, that did not hinder its resolve to kill the vermin before it. A pitch-black spear manifested in its hand, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged, piercing through Ngo Thieu Than's body. 250,000. Ngo Thieu Than died again, his level dropping to 24. He could have used Flash or 7 Shadows Strike to dodge, but he chose not to. Living for 2 more seconds would have served no purpose. Being skewered by a spear really hurts, Ngo Thieu Than thought. Even if it was just simulated pain, the sensation of his body being pierced felt all too real. Soon, Ngo Thieu Than respawned once more. As their eyes met, it wasn't him who was dazed this time, but the Dark Night Monarch, whose head was figuratively filled with question marks. Taking advantage of the creature's confusion, Ngo Thieu Than quickly gathered his dropped equipment and checked his status. It seemed the level loss didn't impact him too severely. While the attributes from leveling up were gone, the bonus health gained from his toxin and immortal body talents remained. Thus, the actual impact was negligible. What surprised him most was that, despite dying twice, the poison on the Dark Night Monarch hadn't vanished. It was still ticking away, draining 65,550 HP every second. Seeing this, a strange light flickered in Ngo Thieu Than's eyes. After Ngo Thieu Than was killed twice in quick succession, Tran Phong instantly plummeted from the top spot to 9th place on the global level rankings, triggering a wave of shocked discussions in the outside world. What is this? What's going on? Why did God Tran Phong lose 2 levels at once? Exactly. Could he have been killed by someone? Who has that kind of power to kill God Tran Phong twice? Who knows? I heard God Tran Phong offended many factions in Jinling City. Maybe he was ganked. Even if he was ganked, he should only lose 1 level. Why 2? Probably didn't accept the loss, went back for more, and got killed again. My God, look. He's off the rankings entirely. Someone cried out in alarm. It's true. Could he have been killed again? Just what kind of powerhouse is so formidable that they dare to kill God Tran Phong 3 times in a row? Wah! God Tran Phong, you have to hold on. Don't go out and fight them anymore. You're my idol. This situation spread like wildfire through Divine Oracle, sparking heated debates on the forums. The #1 player in Divine Oracle has Tran Phong fallen from grace? What kind of person or faction could kill Tran Phong 3 times in such a short time? Let's hear your boldest predictions. No matter how strong an individual is, they can't rival a guild. Tran Phong might be hunted back to the novice village. A legendary generation finally becomes history. Posts flooded the internet, and baseless rumors cropped up everywhere. Major guilds and top-tier players paid close attention to the unfolding drama. In Mobe City, Dia Nguk Su Jia sneered. It seems treating him as a rival was a complete joke. In Kulu City, Than Vuong furrowed his brows deeply, muttering, "It shouldn't be like this." He had never personally felt how strong Tran Phong was, but based on his solo clear of the Lin Lang dungeon 2 days ago, such a man shouldn't be killed so easily. But if it were a boss, how could he be killed 3 times in a row? Many shared the same doubt. At that moment in Shui City, Mong Ao Kinvu also knit her elegant brows. What exactly is happening? If one were to ask who was the most jubilant, it was certainly Ngo Thieu Than. He was grinning, so wide his mouth wouldn't close. "Boss, who do you think was the hero talented enough to kill Tran Phong 3 times in a row?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "How should I know? As long as they're a good person, it's fine. Keep a close eye on the investigation. If you find out who or what faction did it, tell me immediately. I'll treat them to a drink." Ngo Thieu Than said happily. Since clashing with Tran Phong, nothing had gone right. Today, he finally felt a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, Lang Thieu's group of 3 was grinding monsters. The 2 accompanying Lang Thieu began to gossip. "Haha, that brat finally got what was coming to him." "Exactly. I bet he'll be killed all the way back to the novice village." Lang Thieu knit his brows slightly. Having just lost to Tran Phong, he didn't expect someone to be able to kill him 3 times in a row so soon. This news was quite a blow to his ego. Chapter 90. Back to level 0. In a valley within Jinling City, the high-ranking members of the Lan Wet Pavilion were gathered to grind for experience. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward Lan Wet in a panic, gasping out the news, "Sis, something terrible has happened. Tran Phong was killed 3 times in a row, and he's fallen off the rankings." "What?" Lan Wet frowned, quickly opening her friend list to investigate. She froze when she saw that Tran Phong's level had plummeted to level 20. He had lost 6 levels, meaning he had been killed 6 times. As she watched, his icon flashed once more, and his level dropped to 19. Lan Wet immediately sent a message. "What's going on?" There was no reply from the other side. She turned to Lan Phong and asked, "Has Ngo the Quan Hung made any major moves lately?" "No." Lan Phong shook her head. Their people had been monitoring Ngo the Quan Hung constantly. The group had been keeping a low profile recently to focus on their own development. Lan Wet's brow furrowed even deeper. If anyone held a deep-seated grudge against Tran Phong, it was Ngo the Quan Hung. But if it wasn't them, what other guild possessed the strength to kill Tran Phong 6 or 7 times in such rapid succession? Furthermore, if he couldn't win the fight, he should have been able to retreat into the safety of the city. Just then, Tran Phong's icon flashed again. Level 18. How is this possible? Lan Wet's cold features were filled with shock. Elsewhere, Ngo Thieu was also staring at Tran Phong's icon on her friend list with an expression of pure disbelief. "What is it, miss?" Lu Thuk asked, noticing her strange behavior. "Tran Phong's level is dropping continuously. He's already down to level 16. What? Lu Thuk was equally stunned. He immediately contacted the guild members stationed in Jinling City. "Miss, everything in Jinling is normal. No one has seen a trace of Tran Phong at the respawn point. Given the situation, could he be in a map with an on-site respawn mechanism?" Lu Thuk speculated. "It's possible. Otherwise, his level wouldn't drop this quickly," Ngo Thieu said. She paused before asking, "Lu Thuk, do you think he's being killed by players or a boss?" "If it's that kind of map, it's most likely a boss," Lu Thuk analyzed. Ngo Thieu nodded, her eyes lingering once more on Tran Phong's free-falling level. An unreadable expression crossed her face. 10 minutes later, he's back to level 0. Ngo Thieu sighed. She turned to Lu Thuk. "Didn't they say that dying before level 10 wouldn't result in a level loss? If I'm not mistaken, that only applies within the beginner village. If you die in the wilderness, the penalty still applies," Lu Thuk noted. At the Lan Wet Pavilion, Lan Wet stared at the name Tran Phong, now marked as level 0, and let out a soft sigh. "I owe you a favor," she murmured to herself. "In the future, if you have need of it, I will give my all to help you once." As the event unfolded, the news of Tran Phong's fall to level 0 seemed to grow wings, spreading across the entirety of Divine Oracle. Some gloated in delight, while others watched with concern. Meanwhile, The protagonist of the story was still in the Great Hall, enduring the relentless onslaught of the Dark Night Monarch. The opponent needed only a light touch to end his life, but Ngo Thieu Than had long since grown accustomed to it. In less than half an hour, he had been beaten from level 26 all the way down to level 0. There was nothing left to lose that he hadn't already accepted. The Dark Night Monarch seemed to lack intelligence, or perhaps it had lost its sanity after being resurrected. Each time it killed Ngo Thieu Than, it would turn to walk away, but the moment Ngo Thieu Than respawned, it would charge back to crush him, repeating the cycle in an endless loop. Is this guy sick in the head? And Ngo Thieu Than cursed under his breath. Once he hit level 0, he decided to simply give up on resistance. Fine, kill me all you want. I won't even bother dodging anymore. It's not like I can escape anyway. Though it was somewhat painful, it was only a virtual sensation, and he could endure it. Ngo Thieu Than's only concern was that the poison stacks on the monster must not disappear. He held onto his skills strictly to maintain the poison layers. The Dark Night Monarch didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to Ngo Thieu Than's attacks. To the creature, they were nothing more than an itch. Thus, despite being killed miserably, Ngo Thieu Than would strike twice, whenever he had the chance, ensuring the poison remained at 5 stacks. Over the course of more than half an hour, Ngo Thieu Than estimated that the poison had drained nearly 20 million of the creature's health. I don't believe I can't poison you to death, Ngo Thieu Than thought. The slaughter continued. Each time Ngo Thieu Than died, he would retrieve his dropped equipment and put it back on immediately after respawning. This was the sole advantage of respawning on the spot. Furthermore, equipment in the game did not have level requirements. One only needed to be of the correct class to wear it. Even at level 0, he was still an assassin, and his ability to wear his gear remained unaffected. In this manner, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate for 2.5 hours. Ngo Thieu Than didn't even know how many times he had died. After all, he had no more levels left to lose. But seeing that the Dark Night Monarch had only 1/10 of its health remaining, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Kill me, keep killing me. Once I kill you, everything will be made right. He calculated internally that the monster's total health was likely around 100 million. With poison damage dealing 10,000 per second, that was 36 million an hour. In 2.5 hours, it had lost 90 million health. With only 10 million left, he just needed to endure for 10 more minutes. However, a question remained unanswered in Ngo Thieu Than's mind. The presence of such a boss in this location was utterly illogical. Furthermore, this map's on-site respawn mechanism was brutal. If anyone other than him had entered this place, wouldn't they have been trapped and killed here for eternity? This was fundamentally not a setting a normal game should have. Then there was Yu, whom he had met before, who could plant a demon mark on him to control his life and death. All these signs suggested that this was no ordinary game. No matter how insane the developers were, they shouldn't have designed something like this. It was clearly driving players into a dead end. Muttering curses, Ngo Thieu Than scanned his surroundings. This time his gaze caught something that made the corners of his mouth twitch. At the spot where the coffin had previously stood, there was a recessed cavity. Within it sat a mechanism identical to the one outside. It turned out it had been hidden beneath the coffin all along, revealed only when the Dark Night Monarch burst out and shattered it. It was just that Ngo Thieu Than's mind had been so occupied with killing the monster that he hadn't thought of fleeing, and thus hadn't noticed it. Bang! Ngo Thieu Than was slain once again. You damn bastard, making me suffer through hours of abuse for nothing. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to swallow this rage, Ngo Thieu Than said angrily. Had he discovered this mechanism earlier, he could have used his survival skills to open the door and escape quite easily. He believed that once the door was open, he would have been able to respawn back in the city upon death, meaning he had been killed pointlessly more times than he could count. This guy probably doesn't know how to operate the mechanism, right? Ngo Thieu Than was slightly worried the creature might flee. If it escaped, he would truly be left in tears. After respawning again, Ngo Thieu Than immediately used Flash to distance himself from the mechanism. Sure enough, the opponent pursued him instantly. Seems I was overthinking it. With this guy's intelligence, how could he know how to use a mechanism? He thought. After 10 more minutes of being tormented, the massive frame of the Dark Night Monarch finally crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, Ngo Thieu Than received a system notification. Ding, congratulations on defeating the Dark Night Monarch. You have received 100,000 prestige, and 10,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up. 30 consecutive level up notifications rang out. Golden light flashed incessantly over Ngo Thieu Than as his level skyrocketed from level 0 to level 30. LV30 experience. 2,150,000, 2,000,000. Haha, my levels are back. Ngo Thieu Than was overjoyed. Now this was what he called fast leveling. However, he wondered why he hadn't received any additional talent stacks or bonus attribute points. It seems this isn't a normal boss. No wonder its boss rank wasn't displayed, Ngo Thieu Than mused. Just then, a server-wide announcement thundered through the air. Server announcement. As a player has reached level 30, the first server-wide event of Divine Oracle, Killing Battlefield, is officially open. Players may visit their respective capital cities for more details. The announcement left everyone in a daze. Wasn't Vu Fi, who was currently at the top of the rankings, only level 25. In an instant, everyone simultaneously opened the level rankings to look. First place, Tran Phong, level 30 assassin. What is going on? Someone cried out in terror. I want to know too. How did Tran Phong suddenly jump to level 30 so fast? At that moment, the entire player base was stunned. The mockery that had filled the air only moments ago vanished instantly, replaced by a storm of endless speculation.